Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 1053. Knowing that Zhang Xiaobao had a plan, Li Longji calmed down and led a group of people to the bottom deck of the ship to fish. They had to go to Hangzhou this time. At that time, they would have to compete with Wang Zhu in fishing. Who asked Wang Zhu to be so knowledgeable about fishing? They had to practice more so that when they arrived, even if they lost, they wouldn't lose too badly. They asked Zhang Xiaobao for a full set of fishing tackle. They didn't consider the situation of the river and the fish and planned to try one by one. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have anything else to do for the time being. The inner court was in charge of the family matters, and the court officials were in charge of the matters. They had already passed the period where they had to do everything by themselves. If Li Longji wasn't with them, they would have an easier time. With Li Longji and the others around, they had to deal with things by themselves. According to Wang Wan's understanding, when a person became a high-ranking official and reached a certain level of status, they wouldn't care about the details below. Instead, they would try to build good relations with other political forces. Similarly, according to Zhang Xiaobao, when one had too much money to spend, not only would it not help the development of one's career, but it would also have a negative impact. The most important thing for rich people to do was to eat, drink, and play with other rich people. Then, they would earn money and cheat people. To be honest, I dislike people stirring up trouble in Tang, especially using religious means. Tang doesn't need so many sects, and I also don't intend to give them space to develop. I hate propaganda like God loves the world the most. Zhang Xiaobao was bored and casually picked up a book to read as he spoke to Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled. You dare to say this now, but in the past, would you dare to say this? There will be countless people who will oppose you. The power of religion isn't so easy to get rid of. Otherwise, how can the country recognize their status? Helpless. The purpose of atheism isn't to make people abandon everything, but to not believe in other sections. Superstition is sometimes a kind of spiritual sustenance. If there is no sustenance, then it is dangerous. Without faith, it is a kind of faith. What do you believe in? If you change to another book, can you still read it? When Wang Wan spoke, she saw Zhang Xiaobao reading seriously. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly put down the book. There was no other way. He had to put it down. It was an elegant book, just like the Xinhua dictionary. He had already memorized it when he was young. How much leisure time did he have to read the dictionary? Looking at Arya again, Zhang Xiaobao said gloomily, Tell me, we can't do without reference books. Even if we have reference books, others don't like to read them. Can we think of a way to make others take the initiative to read reference books? Yes, we'll give money to whoever sees it. I believe many people will be very interested and take the initiative. As Wang Wan spoke, she turned around and took out her embroidery brace and slowly embroidered it. Zhang Xiaobao had nothing to do. When he saw Wang Wan doing embroidery, he felt a headache and said, Embroidery is too demanding. It's better to learn cross-stitch. It's simple and fast. I see many people like that. A large piece of embroidery can be sold for more than 10,000 yuan. Some people even sell it for more. There are flowers, grass, mountains, and rivers. I have collected a lot. There are about 2 warehouses. I think I can sell it. Before I came, I had been thinking about it. Wang Wan stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise. She asked, What do you want that for? I'm selling it. It's a task that I gave to the primary school students. Use it as child labor because I realize that many children have nothing to do after school. They're not like the children in the city. The children in the city are busy. Other than their normal studies, they have to learn more things. The children in the countryside are very remote. I give them some work to do, and then I buy it back with money. In fact, I don't directly give them money. If I give them money, they will buy toys. I can't make a loss. After they finish embroidering, I find a way to sell it. You don't know, but the things they embroider are very abstract. Some people like this thing. Zhang Xiaobao was probably really bored. He talked about the past with a faint smile on his face. When Wang Wan saw him, she felt that he was now a child and not an all-powerful figure. She asked doubtfully, "Isn't it good to buy toys?" "It is good, but to be honest, I think they are not qualified to play. Besides their normal studies, they can earn some money to subsidize their family's living expenses. It can also provide equipment for their studies. So, I changed them into clothes, textbooks, and ballpoint pens. I didn't give them pencils or fountain pens. Pencils are easy to break, fountain pens are always broken, and ballpoint pens are cheap. Pen refills are a few cents each. Even if the plastic outside is broken, they can still write by wrapping paper or drilling a wooden stick. I also saved a few shoe factories. I bought pig skin and threw it to the shoe factories for them to make leather shoes. They don't have to look good, as long as they are durable. You also know that our party has been promoting education. In fact, from top to bottom, it is already bad to a certain extent. There are so many people. Even if we develop for another 100 years, the children who should not have textbooks will still not have textbooks. That should be overturned. Let's get down to business. Don't attack people. It's wrong to attack a group of people. If you really overturn it, do you think the children will have a good life? Wang Wan was most disgusted by Zhang Xiaobao's attacks, so she interrupted him. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. That's not it. I'm just venting. Because I did it, I feel that I have a reason to attack others. Just like Xiao Bei, they can stand on the moral high ground to criticize others. I have contributed, so I think that I am better than others. When they accuse me of fraud, I can accuse them of not doing anything. Of course, they usually don't accuse me. If they want to catch me, I won't accuse them. I will lie to them. Anyway, even if I don't lie, the money will be left by them. Haha. Wang Wan found Zhang Xiaobao's words interesting and couldn't help but laugh. She said, "At least over there, it's not easy to starve to death, right? Unless someone is willing to starve to death, they can always eat. It's better than the current Tang Empire. Can you guarantee that no one in the Tang Empire has ever starved to death? It's fine if you compare yourself, but the speed of the world's information flow is fast. If you compare yourself to others, it's over. The Tang Empire is now much better than other countries. Who dares to find trouble? Not to mention, there really is. The matter of the Jiangnan West Road is not over yet. Until now, I still don't know who is behind it. It's a very smart guy." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he found the map and spread it on the table. He pointed at the Jiangnan West Road and said, "Do you know? My favorite TV program is The Animal World. Look at the seasonal migration of the grassland animals. Look at the cows, zebras, and other animals running and running. As they run, they live and die. As soon as the foals are born, they can't keep up with the speed and will definitely die. When the stallions see the maras being eaten by the lions, they can only show sadness in their eyes. They are afraid. They know how powerful the lions are, but they never take the initiative to attack. I've been anxious for them more than once. I want to tell them that when thousands of horses are running, all lions and tigers will fall for me. After seeing so many of them, I know the helplessness of life. I'm also glad that I'm a human, and a person who won't stand by and watch. When a group of people run away from a lion, they deserve to die. It's like people who are forcibly demolished and poured gasoline on themselves. Xiao Bao, you don't seem to be in a good mood today. What are you going to do? Go back and encourage others to rebel?" Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and scratched his head in embarrassment. He said, "No, how can I go back? I don't even know how I came here. Of course, I definitely don't believe that God sent me here. Unless God is cheap, otherwise, if I belittle them, how can they help me? Just like what you asked just now, do I dare to talk about other religions at that time? Why wouldn't I dare? Not only do I dare, but I also opened a dance hall next to their church. It's very old, very Broadway style, very lively. What can they do to me? In the face of power, force, and money, all dignity is nonsense. Have you forgotten how the people in the Arabian region were bullied a long time ago? I killed cows in front of Indians and ate pork in front of Islam. What can they do to me? You are always attacking the beliefs of others. Think about it, if others attack you, how would you feel? You still have to respect what should be respected. Just like what you said just now, people should be united. Wang Wan advised. In fact, she was very clear that many religions had various requirements later on for the convenience of life. They were not like that at the beginning. They could not drink wine because it consumed food. They could not eat pigs because it was also a waste of food. Another reason was that it was unhygienic to raise and eat pigs. Cows were naturally labor. Not only in India, but now, they could not be killed casually. The emergence of religions was a need for the survival of social groups. There was no need to elevate them to a high position. It was just that there were too many people and it was not easy to kill them. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips indifferently. Attacking my beliefs? That's good. I believe in the law of the jungle. Attacking me is a part of my beliefs. Even if they don't attack me, I will take the initiative to attack others. When have you ever seen a crocodile talk reason with a deer and respect the deer's beliefs? Alright, you're crocodile. Let me see if you're crying because you've eaten too much salt. I know what you mean. You've said so much because you want me to kill people with you. Everyone involved this time, no matter how old or young they are, kill them all. Since their religion wants to rise, then they'll have to suffer all kinds of hardships during the rise. Death is also a kind of new life. Wang Wan finally understood why Zhang Xiaobao was not in a good mood. Zhang Xiaobao was angry. He did not want to kill all of them, and he could not do it. But if he did not kill them, others would see the opportunity. So, he was looking for a reason to kill them. Thinking about this, Wang Wan suddenly felt that Zhang Xiaobao was kinder than her. When some kind of disaster happened in their place, the first thing that came to their mind was not how many people died or how many people were homeless, but whether they could keep their position and whether there was a chance to push the blame to others. Zhang Xiaobao, the first thing that came to his mind was, what about the children? Were there any schools that were affected? This was because he was not worried about losing anything. He was concerned about his children, while the officials were concerned about their positions. Just like Yan Zheng, Zhang Xiaobao let his family go in the end because it was a crime that could kill his entire family. Zhang Xiaobao was silent for a while and sighed, let's talk about it later. Fishing, let's go. You accompany me to fish. It won't delay your embroidery. You have been embroidering for a few days. What are you embroidering? A baby's doo-doo. Embroider a few more. When our new siblings are born, let them wear them. Let's go. When the time comes, you will probably have to compete with your grandfather in fishing. The odds of winning are not high. Wang Wan took the pole and walked out first. Zhang Xiaobao followed behind him. Don't think that inventing a fishing tool is so awesome. I used to fish for sharks. I know. You also used a fishing pole to fish for whales. I will help you blow. I really used to fish for sharks. I know. You used a fishing pole. A fishing pole can't do it. You can. Xiao Bei, look. This small and thin bamboo pole can't catch big fish. It can only catch small ones. In a pavilion built on the outskirts of West Lake, Wang Ju was fishing with Xiao Bei and the others. He had quite a few children at home, but he couldn't find anyone as smart and quick-witted as Xiao Bei. So when Xiao Bei and the others arrived, he temporarily ignored the other children and focused on playing with Xiao Bei and the others. The dam here had already been built according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's design. It was actually the original Su dike. That person hadn't come out yet. The two of them first made the dike and named it the Hanhai dike. This way, they wouldn't be afraid that someone would come looking for them. The weeping willows on the dike sprouted earlier than the ones in the north. When the wind blew, the willows rustled. The scenery was good, but it wasn't very attractive to Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei liked to play, and Xiao Hai had no choice but to accompany him. The other children just casually found a book and read it under the shade of an umbrella. Pan and her brother ran around, always taking pleasure in disturbing others. At this time, Wang Ju was teaching Xiao Bei about fishing equipment. It was very simple and didn't say too much. He only told Xiao Bei the thickness of the fishing pole. He didn't even mention the hook. He was afraid that if he said too much, Xiao Bei wouldn't remember and would ask a lot of strange questions. But even so, Xiao Bei still asked. "Grandfather, if it's a thick bamboo pole, does it mean that you can only catch big fish and not small ones?" If you use a thick fishing pole to catch small fish, you have to use a small hook. That's a waste. It's called using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Wang Ju took out a thick fishing pole and gestured a few times as he explained to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded and asked, "If you put a bamboo pole horizontally on a pole, and there are a lot of fishing lines running down it, and there are small hooks at the bottom of each line, wouldn't that be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" "That's not the case. If one of the hooks is bitten, you have to lift the entire pole, right? It's troublesome, right?" Wang Ju really didn't think of this problem. He finally realized that Xiao Bei was different from other children. Although he felt that Xiao Bei's idea wasn't good, he was very happy in his heart. Xiao Bei lowered his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head and continued to ask, "Grandfather, why do fish bite the hook?" "Because there are all kinds of food on the hook. As long as you find the right food that fish like to eat and put it on the hook, the fish will eat it." Wang Ju thought that this problem was simple, but who knew that Xiao Bei would ask, "If there's a lot of food dangling in front of the fish, won't it be easier for the fish to bite the hook?" Naturally, Wang Ju replied. "Then what I said just now was that if you put a bamboo pole horizontally, wouldn't there be a lot of food? Why didn't I say that? Is the price of the bait expensive? If it didn't cost money, it would be troublesome, but there would be more opportunities to catch fish if I put it down. I can even make a square bamboo raft and then use countless fishing lines to hook it up with a pole. When the fish see, wow, there's a lot of food here, they will call their friends over. Below, I'll put a net, and when the fish bite the hook, I'll lift the net first and see where the fish will run to, right?" Xiao Bei used his hands to make a square bamboo raft as he asked Wang Ju. Wang Ju listened to Xiao Bei's words and looked at Xiao Bei's excited expression with a stunned expression. He had to admit that if he did as Xiao Bei said, the fish would be unlucky. However, fishing wasn't like that. After thinking for a while, Wang Ju explained to Xiao Bei, "Xiao Bei, do you know why we're fishing?" "For food. My brother's grilled fish is the best. He always catches for us, and he even catches prawns. Such big prawns, I'll be half full after eating two. When my brother comes, I'll ask him to grill more for you. If it's not enough, I'll give my share to you. But it's best to catch more so that everyone can eat." Xiao Bei gestured with his hands to show that the prawns were so big. He even stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, as if he was recalling the taste of the prawns his brother made for him. Wang Ju was very touched. He looked at his granddaughter. She was obviously greedy, but she was willing to give up her fish. Unlike other children who only knew how to fight for good food. However, this wasn't his purpose for fishing. He patted Xiao Bei's head and said with a smile, "Xiao Bei, fishing isn't for food, but for a kind of mood. It's to use fishing to allow yourself to be as calm as when you're fishing. Do you understand?" Wang Ju was afraid that if he spoke too deeply, a child like his granddaughter wouldn't understand, so he tried to explain it in straightforward terms. Even so, he was worried that his granddaughter wouldn't understand. However, not only did Xiao Bei understand, she also nodded and said, I understand. It's to fish better than to fish. I understand. My brother and sister said this before, but now that we're using bait, we're at a disadvantage. The truly skilled people use vertical hooks and don't put any bait. Then how do we catch it? Which fish will eat it? Wang Ju asked with a smile. The willing ones will take the bait. It's just like being a human. Many people think that there won't be a fish that's stupid enough to bite a straight hook, but sometimes, people are even more stupid than the fish they think are stupid. So, when I fish, it's only for the fish, and nothing else. Because I don't want to be an idiot and waste time. I can use this time to read books, find good food to eat, and teach Pan, and the others. If I really don't fish for the fish, then I'll fish for others to see. I'll let others see me fishing. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? Let's just continue fishing. Just treat it as me playing. Playing is also something that must be done. Brother said so. As Xiao Bei spoke, she waved her hand in front of Wang Ju's face. She found that her grandfather's eyes were fixed on her. Wang Ju returned to his senses and suddenly stood up. He looked at Xiao Bei, then looked at Xiao Hai who was crouching on the hook, as well as Xiao Yuan who was reading a book and Pan, who was playing around. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and asked Xiao Bei in a trembling voice, You guys, normally, your brother and sister teach you this? You like to hear it? Don't you find it annoying? You children are so obedient. At this moment, Wang Ju could no longer be described as shocked. He was thoroughly frightened. He couldn't understand how Xiao Bei's words came out of her mouth. That wasn't something that a child should say. For a child of Xiao Bei's age, her words should be filled with fantasy and ignorance. Then, when adults heard it, they would laugh or occasionally say something adults would say and show a proud expression. He observed the other children and found that they were all very normal. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Bei saying this. This kind of normality was abnormal. Especially the 7 people who were reading books. Many children from wealthy families didn't like to casually pick up books to read. They were more interested in finding something fun to do. What kind of teaching method could make the children take the initiative to find books to read? After asking a series of questions, Wang Ju stared at Xiao Bei and waited for her to answer. He wanted to understand what was going on. Xiao Bei was confused by her grandfather's actions and questions. She blinked her large eyes and looked at Wang Ju with a look that said, What's wrong with you? Xiao Bei, tell grandfather, when your brother and sister teach you, don't you feel annoyed? Wang Ju crouched down and asked softly. Xiao Bei shook her head vigorously and replied, No, grandfather, don't you think it's very fun? Brother and sister tell us stories, and the people in the stories say that. After they finish, they become powerful, very powerful. Then are you willing to read books? Wang Ju asked again. Yes. Xiao Bei nodded. If I don't read books, how can I listen to stories? If we learn well, the people in the stories will be powerful. If we don't learn well, the main character will always be bullied, so we can only learn more. Now, the girl who represents me is already level 45, and she has half a body of good equipment. She's not just powerful. She can defeat people of the same level as her. Xiao Bei explained the use of reading books to Wang Ju. She meant that it was very powerful. Wang Ju's mouth was wide open. This was the first time he had heard of such a method of teaching children. He looked at the others. A few of the children also looked over. They all had the same thought. Little Yuan, according to this, you're the most powerful one. Is that whatever level high? It's the high representative who's powerful, right? Wang Ju asked little Yuan, who was the closest to him. In his heart, he had already approved of this method of teaching children. The only difficult part was who would make up the stories. Not only did they have to make the children like listening to them, but they also had to include the knowledge they wanted to teach. Little Yuan sighed, put down the book, and said, "No, my equipment is better, but my level is low. I'm only level 42. I'm 5 levels lower, and I'm a support-type main character. If I were to fight by myself, I wouldn't even be able to beat a level 40 main character." Wang Ju's mouth opened again. He didn't understand. Why was it like this? He shook his head and asked in confusion, "Little Yuan, aren't you known for having a photographic memory and reading 10 lines at a glance? How can you not compare to Xiao Bei?" "It's not a photographic memory. It's just that I remember things faster than others, especially words. However, there are also math problems in the story. I don't like to take the initiative to fight, so every time I have to choose, I choose a choice that I think is better. As a result, I slowly become a support-type character." Little Yuan appeared to be very aggrieved. He couldn't understand why when his brother and sister were telling stories, at a certain point, the protagonist had to choose his actions. After he chose one, the equipment and skills he received would be supplementary. Xiao Bei testified at the side, "Yes, yes." Little Yuan always regretted his choice and became a support-type main character. However, Little Yuan has a skill that's very powerful. It's a mutual destruction skill. His brother and sister said that Little Yuan is the kind of person who won't take the initiative to attack unless he's forced to a dead end. However, when it's really necessary, his final blow isn't something that anyone can withstand. Wang Ju completely understood this time. The personalities of the characters in the story were basically the same as in reality. Every choice was a test that his grandson, Zhang Xiaobao, and granddaughter-in-law, Wang Wan, gave his younger siblings. They judged their younger siblings' personalities from their choices. If they were upset because the main character in the story couldn't fight, then they could change their minds the next time they made a choice. Thinking of this, Wang Ju suddenly had an impulse to immediately meet his grandson and granddaughter-in-law and take a good look at them. This was because he knew very well that when the two of them told stories to their younger siblings, they weren't just playing with them. Instead, they were teaching their younger siblings knowledge that children of the same age couldn't learn and weren't willing to learn. At the same time, they were letting their younger siblings experience life in the story. The main character's personality was basically the character of their younger siblings in reality. Then, if Little Yuan felt that his main character was getting more and more aggrieved as he lived, he would naturally change his choice. However, what changed was not only the choice, but also Little Yuan's own personality. As for Little Bei, if she liked to fight, there might be a situation where she couldn't fight in the end and needed to give in. Then, she would understand that sometimes, giving in did not mean that she had lost. This was a principle that a person could only understand in a long life, but it allowed Xiao Bao and Wang Wan to understand it faster in the story. No wonder they know so much, and no wonder the children are so much like adults. But why do they not lack the innocence of children? Wang Ju murmured. He really couldn't understand. He realized that Little Bei was a group of children. Although they knew a lot, they weren't as deep as adults. They liked to do all the things that children should like to do. Little Bei was also willing to carry a doll, feed it, and change its clothes. "Grandfather, go fishing. If you really can't catch anything, I'll go down and catch some for you. I'm very good at catching fish. My brother and sister both praise me." Little Bei's voice rang in Wang Ju's ears. Yes. Go fishing. If you can't catch anything, Little Bei will catch it. Little Bei is really good. Wang Ju decided not to think about it. It was just like how he couldn't understand how Zhang Zhong, whom he had looked down on back then, could be so successful now. It was too much of a headache. Little Bei puffed out her chest and raised her head, looking like she was the best. She picked up the fishing rod and threw it into the water with all her strength. At the same time, she shook the fishing rod and said, "Fish, take the bait. I'm going to make delicious food for grandfather." Wang Ju didn't throw the fishing rod. It was a small fishing rod, so there was no need to throw it out. He could just do it lightly. However, his current state was no longer fishing. Even if he forced himself not to think about what Little Bay and the others had learned, he still subconsciously had such thoughts. As he continued to fish, Wang Ju couldn't find the feeling of fishing. Just as he was about to find something else to play with Little Bay and the others, the figure of a small boat appeared on the surface of West Lake in the distance. Looking at the situation, the small boat was slowly approaching. Wang Ju looked up and then lowered his head to continue fishing. He knew that the boat couldn't come over. Other than his own guards and the children's protection team, it was impossible for other boats to come close. Not to mention nearby, even within the range of guns. Not only were there boats patrolling on the surface of the water, but there were also people hiding in the lotus leaves underwater. Little Bay also saw the boat. She wasn't focused on fishing at all. Perhaps she wouldn't feel it even if all the bait was eaten by the fish. Looking at the approaching boat, Little Bay said, "After a while, there will be many lotus flowers blooming here. Unfortunately, I don't think I can see it. I'll stay here for a day today and another day tomorrow. When the fleet is resupplied, I'll go to Jiangzhou. Who dares to go against my business? Humph, I'll go and see who has the guts to do so." When Xiao Bei mentioned this, Wang Ju's face was filled with reluctance. This was because he couldn't find a single child in the family who could compare to Xiao Bei and the others. They could sing and dance, and when the 9 children were together, they could even form a band. Their knowledge was also incomparable. He wouldn't get tired of such a child staying by his side all day long. However, if she wanted to go to Jiangzhou, he couldn't stop her. Little Bei listened to her brother and sister and went there. Furthermore, the emperor would be coming soon. He had to make preparations. Even if the emperor didn't need the local government to bear the cost of welcoming and sending him off, he still had to do what he had to do. Thinking of this, Wang Ju said to Little Bei with concern, "When you're outside, you have to hide well. Don't always stand in front. It's easy to be in danger. It's not good even if you're injured. Go and come back quickly. Kill those who should be killed and capture those who should be captured. When you come back, the lotus flowers of West Lake will bloom." Little Bei nodded vigorously. "Oh, I understand. The people there are probably not good people. A small portion of them are not good people. When we arrive, I'll hide behind the guards. When we come back, the boat will be following the current. Quick, look at the lotus flowers. What do you say?" "Xiao Yuan, it's the lotus flower that sister mentioned. After all, during the 6th month of West Lake, the scenery is not the same as during the 4th month. The heaven-reaching lotus leaf is infinitely green, and the sun-reflecting lotus flower is exceptionally red." Xiao Yuan lowered his head and looked at the book. He casually said this out loud with great chemistry. He knew what Xiao Bei was asking. "Good poem. Who wrote it?" Wang Ju first looked at Xiao Yuan with admiration and then praised him. "I don't know. Sister said it was written by an idler. That person had nothing to do, so he looked at flowers and played. He's probably a painter." Right. If we really come back early, Sister Xiao Zhu can paint according to it. We haven't seen many of the sceneries that brother and sister told us." Little Bei shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Wang Ju said, "Oh," and put the poem on Wang Wan, thinking that it was written by Wang Wan. She said, "When we go back, I'll find someone to write it down, frame it, and hang it on the wall. It's a good poem. In my opinion, it should be hung beside West Lake and written in big letters so that everyone can see it. Then, they can advertise it. When others hear the poem, they will think about what the heaven-reaching lotus leaf looks like and the sun-reflecting lotus flower. My family has a tourism business here. The more people come, the more my family earns. Isn't it great to tour West Lake and look at the scenery and eat at the precious candy house?" Little Bei swayed his fishing pole and said casually, as if he wasn't thinking about it deliberately. Wang Ju nodded. He was gradually getting used to the difference between Little Bei and the others. He just casually said something, and Little Bei immediately talked about earning money. She really didn't disgrace her identity as Xiao Bao's sister. Little Bei, after you earn money, what do you do with the money? Except for flowers for the adults. Wang Ju deliberately asked. He actually knew what Little Bei and the group of children were doing with the money, but he still wanted to hear it. Little Bei stared at the water and said faintly, "Grandfather, actually, we don't want to do anything with the money. Brother and sister are already working hard to give benefits to the children of Tang Empire, right? Anyway, it's good for the children now, and good for Tang Empire when the children grow up. We earn money because we have nothing to do. Think about it, we are Tang Empire's patrol inspectors, and we have to patrol Tang Empire. No matter where we go, we have to spend money. It doesn't matter whose money we spend, so why don't we spend our own? In the past, when we were officials in other places, I was a county magistrate. The population there was very small. Think about it, when I made a decision, they followed me to work. In the end, they worked from spring to autumn. Not only did they not earn any benefits, they even lost money. That's my own responsibility, and I have to bear it. I take out money and compensate them. If they can earn 100 copper coins according to my plan, I will give them 100 copper coins. This way, they will do whatever I ask them to do next time. In other words, we want to use the money we earn to bear our own responsibilities. Parents have their own responsibilities, brothers and sisters have their own responsibilities, and children have their own responsibilities. But we are children, and the position we sit in makes us have the responsibility of patrol inspectors. This is what we thought of. After we discussed it, we want to earn money. Even if our family is already very rich, we don't need to worry about fighting for the family property when we grow up. Why is that boat still heading here? This is my family's tourist area. If we don't allow it, why would it come here? Xiao Bei said something that should only come out of the mouth of an adult. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed ahead. The boat that was still very far away was gradually approaching. There was already a boat that went over to warn them, but that boat still came over. It was estimated that if it went a little further and didn't stop, they would be attacked. The range of the warning was still a little bit away from the final limit of the defense, so they weren't immediately attacked. Wang Ju was still thinking along with Xiao Bei's words. When she heard Xiao Bei mention that boat, she paid attention and said, "Don't worry about them. If that boat really dares to come over, someone will naturally take care of them." Xiao Bei, you guys are already so powerful now. What are you going to do in the future? Powerful? Oh, it's powerful. Our official position is very high. It's the same rank as maternal grandfather. Oh, no, it's one rank higher. Other than Uncle Emperor, we're one rank higher. In the future? We don't know what we're going to do in the future. I'll listen to elder brother and elder sister. They'll make arrangements for us. When the time comes, we'll do whatever they want us to do. In any case, I know they won't lie to us. Xiao Bei didn't seem to care about the future. His eyes were still looking at that boat. Wang Ju listened to Xiao Bei's words and thought about it. Although Xiao Bei and the others were very independent now, they always had to follow the rules set by the Zhang family and Wang family. When they grew up, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would definitely find suitable things for them to do according to their personalities. In this aspect, they were much better than other families. Other families, no matter how powerful they were, would usually make arrangements for their children in advance. Of course, when making arrangements, they usually didn't look at what their children could do, but what they wanted their children to do. As for Xiao Bei and the others, the family would decide what they were suitable for based on their thoughts and abilities. No wonder the emperor had thrown his 2 children here. It turned out that, when Wang Ju thought of this, she was suddenly shocked. Even if we find a writing brush on him, he can forget about seeing us again. Also, if he has false teeth, we'll pull them out in advance. Let's see what he says when he comes over. It's really fun. Xiao Bei said with a smile. Wang Ju patted Xiao Bei's head and praised, "Our Xiao Bei is really smart." Yes. Xiao Bei was not modest at all. The person on the boat did not know that the person he wanted to meet had such an evaluation of him. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the boat approached. The person was escorted to the bow of the boat by 2 guards, one on the left and one on the right, and waited to go ashore. Wang Ju carefully sized up the other party. This person was wearing a gray robe and was relatively thin. His hair was casually tied up on his head with a wooden hairpin. His cheekbones were prominent, and he looked to be in his 40s. However, his eyes were very lively. He opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you? Tell me your name." The question was not polite at all, but the person on the other side did not care. He confidently put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "I'm a villager from the mountains. My name is not important. Just call me Mountain Wind." After saying this, the person who called himself Mountain Wind looked at Xiao Bei and asked, "You are Xiao Bei? Let me ask you, what do you have to be able to become the patrol inspector of the Great Tang Empire? How do you patrol the Great Tang? Is it just like playing?" Chapter 1054. Hearing the other party's words, Wang Ju's face immediately darkened. He was about to speak when Xiao Bei spoke first. "Because I have a good brother and a good sister, I can easily see Uncle Emperor. That's why I'm a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire. You don't, so you can only say that you're a mountain villager. If you want to see me, you have to get my permission first, and you have to be searched. If I want to see you, even if you don't agree, I can have you captured. That's my ability. You don't agree? You still dare to ask me? Look at how sad you are." When Wang Ju heard Xiao Bei's words, his eyes almost popped out. His granddaughter was too amazing. She didn't care about other people's provocative questions. She could calmly admit that she relied on her brother and sister. Good girl. The person who called himself Mountain Wind was also confused. He thought that after he asked the question, Xiao Bei and the other children would be very angry, and then argue with him about what they were capable of. For example, they were good to the people of the Great Tang, and they had learned a lot. But he never expected that Xiao Bei would admit that her brother and sister were amazing. What a petty person, not hiding at all. She even scolded him, degrading him to be worthless. This is troublesome. It's different from what I expected. It's not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Shan Feng pretended to be relaxed and smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to go ashore. He just stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back and said to Xiao Bei, "I don't have a brother or sister, but I live freely by myself. I live in the mountains and don't ask about other people. Can you do that? If there's something, you have to run around. Rich people have their troubles, and villagers have their pleasures. Am I right? TSK. Xiao Bei curled her lips and said, "You're free. I'll make you uncomfortable now. The troubles of rich people are not something a villager like you can worry about. Tell me, you talk too much. What's your purpose here? Don't talk to me. I don't have time. I'm fishing." Xiao Bei's words made the other party choke again. Wang Ju chuckled. This granddaughter of his was too interesting. She could directly make the other party speechless. Shan Feng frowned. He realized that the method he wanted to use didn't work on Xiao Bei at all. Xiao Bei didn't follow his plan. Rolling his eyes, he switched his opponent to Wang Ju. He asked Wang Ju, "I wonder, as a provincial governor, how can you face the people under your rule by running back to your home here instead of staying where you are? What does it have to do with you? Are you from that side? Did you eat less or wear less? I, a mere Great Tang Patrol envoy, don't even care. Why would I need you to ask? Grandfather, don't bother with him. Brother said that there are some people in this world who think too highly of themselves. They always think that they will be valued if they behave differently from normal people. Hey, Mountain Wind, what are you doing here? What's the point of using a fake name? This is your last chance. If you have something to say, say it. If you don't even need to open your mouth. Xiao Bei didn't allow his grandfather to speak at all. He was still so straightforward. He was so straightforward that there was no room for criticism. He was so straightforward that he was unreasonable. Shan Fang's hands behind his back were trembling. He looked at Xiao Bei and couldn't help but nod. He realized that Xiao Bei had reached another level. He sighed and said, I thought that as a great Tang patrol envoy, you could reason with a villager like me. Who would have thought that? Sigh. You thought that there were many things, but I thought that as a person who has lived for so long, you should be modest in front of a child like me. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Now you know, right? Do you regret it now? You can't even win against a child like me. What's the point of living? Where's your freedom as a villager? What is freedom? See through it, let it go, and then be at ease. You're so thick-skinned, bah. Xiao Bei's words were still sharp. This time, the other party couldn't keep calm anymore. He took out his hands from behind his back and pointed at Xiao Bei with trembling fingers. You what? If you point at me again, I'll break your hands. Xiao Bei still didn't have a good expression. Do you know who I am? Shan Feng asked angrily. You're just a villager. All right, you've seen me. Go, I'll arrange a place for you to go to Jiangzhou with us. Xiao Bei turned his head away and didn't even look at the other party. The guards didn't say anything and restrained Shan Feng from both sides. The boat also steered away. It seemed that they didn't intend to go ashore here. Shan Feng panicked. You can't arrest me. I'm just asking about something. I haven't finished asking. You can't arrest me. Woo, noisy. I hate people like you the most. Say what you want and pretend. Humph, you even bully a child like me. Do you think it's easy for me? Am I right, grandfather? Xiao Bei said to Wang Ju with an aggrieved expression when he saw the other party being taken away with his mouth covered. Wang Ju's eyes were fixed on Shan Feng, who was being taken away. He silently mourned for the other party. Today, not only did he feel uncomfortable because of Xiao Bei's words, but he also lost his freedom. Sigh. Grandfather, am I right? Am I right? I feel wronged. Xiao Bei asked again. Yes. Our Xiao Bei has been wronged. Come, Xiao Bei, give grandfather a kiss. What else could Wang Ju say? No wonder Her Majesty liked Xiao Bei and the others so much. It was too interesting. They bullied people so righteously and even felt wronged. Xiao Bei kissed Wang Ju's face and said, Brother taught me this. Brother said that no matter how hard we learn, we're still too young. It's easy for others to trick us and bully us. So, when we meet such people, we should deal with them directly. Then, the world will be at peace. Yes, Xiao Bao is amazing. Do you know the identity of that person just now? At this time, Wang Ju was thinking about how to tell Xiao Bao when her grandson came over so that he could bring his own child with him. This was not only a teaching exercise, but it would also teach them the simplest way to avoid being bullied. It was very useful. After all, Xiao Bei and the others were still children. No matter what they did or said, others would not be able to find fault with them. It was wrong for an adult to argue with children. I know. It's with that Hu Liang we met on the way. Just put them together with the other 7 people. Let them stay together and discuss a plan. Give them a chance to collude. There must be a lot of people watching us now. If we really caught the wrong person, then it's their bad luck. We'll let them go after we find out the truth. But I guess this person is not innocent. As Xiao Bei spoke, he lifted the fishing rod with all his strength. Just as he was about to express his anger, a fish was suddenly pulled out of the water. I caught it. Xiao Bei cheered and pulled the fish in front of him to remove the hook. Wang Ju watched from the side and felt sad for the fish. This was because the fish was not caught by eating the bait. The hook was hooked on the fish's gills. When Xiao Bei pulled up, the fish was swimming beside him. "Grandfather, I'm amazing, right?" Xiao Bei did not care how he caught the fish and asked proudly. "Amazing. Grandfather is not as good as you." Wang Ju nodded. "Then let's continue. Let's see who catches more. Let's get another boat. Isn't it boring to just fish?" Xiao Bei did not take the bait and threw the hook into the water. His eyes were full of anticipation as he looked into the distance. In Wang Ju's house, a few rooms were specially set aside. Hu Liang and the other 7 people were locked up in the rooms. The people on both sides had not met up yet, and the 7 people did not know how close they were to their 8th brother. "Boss, do you still have strength? I can't go on anymore." Among the 7 people locked in a room, the 5th brother asked the eldest brother, who had closed his eyes and was not moving. "Don't be afraid. They won't starve us to death. Let's hang in there. At least they send us some water. When it's about time, we can eat something." The eldest brother was also hungry. He knew that he was hungry now, but it was not because of the discomfort in his stomach. His stomach had been numb for a long time. He only drank a little wine a day, so he was numb from hunger. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have sent a telegram. We don't know if the people on the other side have been caught. Sigh. I'm so hungry. My eyes are full of stars. Old Fifth kept swallowing his saliva. Only by doing so could he feel a little better. The other 5 people were also in the same state. They didn't even have the strength to open their eyes. They leaned there, looking like they were on the verge of exhaling but not taking in any breaths. Compared to their discomfort, Hu Liang was in a different situation. He did not lack food and drink. The only thing he lacked was freedom. Since he came to the house, he could not go outside casually. It was not like when he was on the ship, he could go to the deck and walk around. After he had eaten in the morning, he was escorted into the room. Here, not only was there a comfortable bed and mattress, there was also a bookshelf with many books on it. On the small table, there were tea leaves, 2 pots of water, dried fruits, and sunflower seeds. At this time, he was holding a book in his hand and reading. For the past few days, he had been used to this kind of life. Although he was still worried about others, he could endure this worry and try to not be so irritated. Just as he was reading the book, there was a knock on the door. Someone asked, "Is young Master Hu here?" "Yes, please come in." Hu Liang put down the book and looked at the door. He wanted to know what was going on. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb him. As the door was pushed open, the inner courtyard, who had been in charge of his daily life, came in first and said to him with a smile, "Young Master Hu, do you feel bored?" "It's okay, there are books to read. It's better than just staying here. I just don't know when you will be able to get on the ship again. The days on the ship are more comfortable than here." Hu Liang frankly expressed his feelings. Then, he looked at the inner courtyard, hoping that the inner courtyard would tell him the purpose of his visit. "Young Master Hu, actually, we've also considered this matter. We reckon that you'll need to wait for another 2 days. In order to make sure that you won't be lonely, we've specially found a companion for you. Take a look and see if this person is all right." As the inner courtyard spoke, they shouted to the outside. Then, Shan Feng was pushed in. In an instant, Hu Liang and Shan Feng were stunned. The 2 of them opened their mouths at the same time and said, "Why is it you?" "See, I knew that young Master Hu knew him." "Good, you 2 can be companions. We will go out first. Young Master Shan, don't think of going out alone. Otherwise, you will easily lose your life. Goodbye." The inner courtyard left behind these words, smiled at the 2 of them, and turned to leave. "You, why didn't you hide properly? Why were you caught? Aren't you in charge of one-way communication? Where did they catch you?" Hu Liang did know the other party, and he also knew that the other party's status was not low. However, it was precisely because of this that he felt strange. Could it be that the spy system of the Zhang family and Wang family had infiltrated? When Shan Feng heard Hu Liang's question, he shook his head helplessly. He sat on a chair in the room, picked up a raisin, and stuffed it into his mouth. He slowly chewed until he swallowed it and said, "Don't mention it. I originally planned to meet Xiaobei and get some useful information from them. Therefore, when I found out that they were fishing by the West Lake, I got a boat to go there. In the end, before I could say a few words, they caught me." Sigh. Ah. You are walking into a trap. You are confused. It's over. Just wait and see. It won't be long before they get the information from you. You should kill yourself. When Hu Liang heard the other party's words, he already knew what was going on. He actually went to provoke Xiaobei. When he was on the boat, he heard Xiaobei's words. Anyone who took the initiative to come over was to be caught and sent to Jiangzhou. It didn't matter even if they were caught wrongly for the time being. What was it called again? Oh, it was called better to catch 1,000 wrongly than to let one go. Shan Feng stopped eating and looked at Hu Liang in surprise. He asked, "Why would I commit suicide? I was in their place and had the opportunity to get information. When the time came, I would think of a way to escape or pass the information back. Wouldn't I have died for nothing if I committed suicide? If they asked me, I wouldn't say anything." "Oh, I see. Have you already told all your secrets to him? You traitor, no wonder you are in such a good place. You must have told them what I looked like. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught me directly." Shan Feng was furious. His eyes were red as he questioned Hu Liang. Hu Liang sneered. "What difference does it make whether I told them or not? I have been in contact with the higher-ups. Moreover, the 8 of us have probably all been caught. I just don't know if the other 7 are dead or alive. Betray you? Every time I see you, you don't have a fixed place. If I want to betray you, I have to know where you are. You don't know how powerful they are." While the two of them were arguing, there was a knock on the door again. The person who had just left came in with the same smile. He said, "How was your chat? I know that the two of you are still a little lonely, so I send a few more people to you. It will be more lively when you are together." After saying that, Hu Liang shouted to the outside like before, "Bring them in." This time, 7 people came in. All of them looked weak. When both parties saw them, they said at the same time, "Why are you guys here?" Chapter 1055. Hu Liang didn't know what to feel at this moment. He was a little happy that he had finally seen his other 7 brothers, and they were all still alive. There was no shortage of people. It was the same as what he had heard on the boat. The Zhang family and Wang family had really captured the other 7 people, but they had been sent to him a little later. At the same time, he felt a sense of self-blame. If he hadn't come to test them, he wouldn't have been captured. Similarly, his 7 brothers couldn't be exposed. Even though his daily life wasn't bad, he didn't know when he would suddenly lose his life. Looking at his 7 brothers, with their messy hair, swollen faces, and soulless eyes, he could imagine what kind of life they had after being captured. "Big brother, you've all suffered. I, 8th brother, have implicated you." Hu Liang couldn't hold back the sadness in his heart and said sorrowfully. At this time, the Zhang family and Wang family's inner courtyard had already left. Only the 9 people from the same organization were left in the room. Shan Feng, who had always used a fake name and never used his real name, looked at the 7 people who had come later. He didn't know why, but he actually felt better. He originally thought that he had been sullen enough, but before he could display his eloquence, he had been reprimanded by Xiaobei with sharp words. Then, without giving him the slightest chance, he had been directly brought here with his mouth covered. He never thought that there would be people who had it worse than him. According to this, he should have performed well. Otherwise, He should have been tortured like the 7 people in front of him and then brought here to meet them. Thinking like this, Shan Feng's lips curled into a smile. He said, how could you be so careless? The 7 people who had come later had said this sentence in unison at the beginning. Now, after hearing the 2 people's words, they didn't open their mouths. Each one of them stood there in a daze. Their tired eyes carried a trace of relief, as well as a trace of suspicion. Hu Liang saw that the situation was not right. He walked forward a few steps and approached the boss. He asked with concern, "Big brother, what's wrong? It's not a dream, right? We brothers will meet again one day." "Eighth brother, you didn't die?" The eldest of the sworn brothers finally murmured, but his voice was light, and the words that came out of his mouth made people feel sad. "Big brother, it's not a dream. I pinched myself. It hurts. Old 8, 5th brother is finally alive to see you. Quick, get me something to eat. 5th brother is starving to death." Lao Wu, who was in the crowd, was still the most direct. He pinched his thigh hard, and the pain made him sober up a lot. As he spoke, he looked at the furnishings in the room. To be precise, he was looking at the small table in front of the chair. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already leaped out. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the small table. His left hand grabbed the teacup and brought it to his mouth. He raised his head and gulped it down. His right hand was not idle either. He grabbed a handful of raisins from the plate of dried fruits. As soon as his mouth left the teacup, the raisins were stuffed into his mouth. There was almost no process of chewing. His Adam's apple moved and the raisins disappeared into his mouth. "It's delicious. Damn, I've never tasted such delicious tea or eaten such fragrant raisins in my life. Old 8, it seems that you're doing well. Quick, get me something to eat. I'm starving to death." After the teacup and raisins entered his stomach, Lao Wu felt alive before he could digest them. His mental state was many times better than before. Hu Liang did not need to ask. Through Lao Wu's actions and words, he knew very well what the 7 brothers had encountered. He quickly set up a tea set. He did not put tea leaves into the teapot. He picked up the thermos and poured water one by one. He called for the brothers to drink. The 7 people who came later did not hold back. They did not even care if the water was hot or not. They drank from the teacup one by one. When the water entered their stomachs, they breathed in and felt the discomfort of their empty stomachs for the past few days. The fruits on the small table were divided among the 7 people in an instant, and the plate became clean. Hu Liang ran to the door and opened it. He shouted, "I want wine and food. Send it over quickly. I don't care if it's hot or cold. Quick, I'm going to die." The person at the door nodded with a smile. "Young Master Hu, please wait a moment. It will be sent over immediately. But, the people who were caught later have not eaten properly for several days. Please don't hold out." "Thank you, I understand." Hu Liang did not forget his identity. He thanked the person and turned back. Of the 7 people who came later, after drinking the water, they looked more energetic. Of the 7 who ate a lot of fruits, 3 of them kept vomiting. It should be the gastric acid reaction. Even so, the 3 of them endured and did not vomit. They knew that they would be fine after a while. Hu Liang picked up the nut pliers on the small table and used the fastest speed to open the shells of the nuts. He did not say anything and just let his brothers deliver the food. Shan Feng did not help. He found an empty chair in the room and sat on it to size up the 8 people. When he looked at the 8 people, he was puzzled. Hu Liang had been caught and received a separate room, books and other things. Why did the other 7 not have it? It seemed that they had been hungry for a period of time. This made him feel strange. Did the other party's different methods mean something? The 7 people who came later also did not say anything. They drank bowl after bowl of water and ate everything that could be eaten immediately. Other than letting Old 8 help to open the nuts, they picked them up and bit them with their teeth. This hunger made them feel that anything they ate was delicious. It was just a feeling. As for the real taste, they did not have the time to taste it. Although they knew that the food from the Zhang family and Wang family would not be bad. In less than half an hour, people came in one after another. They placed a large round table in the middle of the room and put all kinds of dishes on it. In a short while, 16 dishes, 8 cold and 8 hot, were served. There was also a large bowl of soup, as well as cold steamed buns and hot rice. The steamed buns could not be heated up in a short time, but the rice and noodles could be kept warm. There was also a large jar of wine that weighed 10 catties. The group of people who served the dishes shuttled back and forth for a while. "Brothers, eat first," Hu Liang called out to the 7 people. He accompanied them but did not touch his chopsticks. The 7 people did not stand on ceremony. Very tacitly, no one touched the wine. Instead, they did the same action, holding a steamed bun in one hand and a pair of chopsticks in the other. Every time they choked, they would drink a mouthful of soup. Seeing that each of his brothers stuffed 2 steamed buns into their mouths in the blink of an eye, Hu Liang picked up the wine jar and poured wine for his brothers. He advised, "Eat slowly, eat slowly. If you eat too fast, your body can't take it. Eat slowly." "How long has it been since you guys ate?" Shan Feng also sat at the table and did not touch his chopsticks. He was not hungry yet. Seeing that the 7 people were almost done eating, he asked. Once again, the 7 people very tacitly ignored Shan Feng. Their relationship with Shan Feng could not be considered close. In the past, when they occasionally came into contact, the other party still had that kind of high and mighty attitude. Now that they had been captured, the other party actually wanted to use his identity to show off to them. Did he think that since they were all prisoners, his previous identity was still useful? However, he was more interested in Hu Liang. Old Fifth took a sip of wine and used his hand to grab a braised pig trotter. As he chewed, he asked, "Old Eighth, we thought that you had been killed. Who knew that you were doing well? What did you do with them?" There was wine and food. The casual question stunned Hu Liang. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. He really wanted to tell the truth and say that he did not do anything. From the time he boarded the ship until now, he had been treated well. But he suddenly reacted. It was easy to say, but others would not believe it. If he did not do anything, why was he treated well and others not treated well? Moreover, the 7 brothers were captured and suffered a lot. You were enjoying yourself here. Could it be that you did not betray us? Thinking like this, Hu Liang sighed. He poured himself a bowl of wine and held it up. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the 7 brothers. He drank another mouthful and said, "It's my fault. At the beginning, I thought that I could board the ship alone and find out some useful information. I would immediately meet up with you and pass on the message. Who would have thought that as soon as I boarded the ship, my plan would be seen through? Then, I was brought to the deck and placed there for others to see. They searched the surrounding area intensively. You know, if their intelligence systems set their sights on an area, the secrets of that area would not be able to be kept. Just as you can see, my days are not bad. From the time I boarded the ship until now, I have seen the wine and food provided by the Zhang family and Wang family. I can also eat dishes that I have never heard of before. But my days are good, but my heart is uncomfortable. The day before yesterday, they told me that they wanted me to see you, but it was delayed until today. Today, not only did I see you, but I also saw Brother Shan Feng. I guess they have achieved their goal. Our family is in danger." When he said this, it was much more comfortable to hear. Hu Liang did not mention whether he had betrayed others. Instead, he indirectly emphasized the power of the Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence system. "Old 8, we understand. If you were the one who betrayed us, you should have come to persuade us when we were captured, and not have someone send us here today. After all, you also know what we know. As the eldest brother, he told Hu Liang a few words to reassure him. The other brothers who had different thoughts before felt that this was indeed the case when they heard the eldest brother's words. They nodded one after another. Hu Liang was very moved. His brothers understood him, unlike Shan Feng, who doubted him first when they met. He was in a good mood. He picked up his chopsticks and found a cold dish to eat. He also poured wine for his brothers, raised his bowl and said, "I think you have not had a good time in the past few days. From now on, until they decide whether to let us die or not, you don't have to worry about not being able to eat." Cheers. Cheers. The 7 of them raised their bowls at the same time. You guys are really open-minded? Don't you know the other party's methods? They want you to live a comfortable life for a while, then torture you. Now, you should listen to me. Rest for today, and wait for me to find an opportunity. Follow me out. Even if you have to risk your lives, you have to deliver this important news to the higher-ups. God is watching us. Shan Feng still did not touch anything on the table. He sat up straight, looked around, and said in a deep voice. His words received cold looks from the 8 of them. Hu Liang directly asked, "You think you can break out? You want us brothers to die? If you want to break out, do it yourself. Don't drag us along. We haven't lived long enough." After speaking to Shan Feng, Hu Liang said to the 7 of them, 7 brothers, "In the past few days, I've been following the teams of the Zhang family and Wang family. I've heard and seen a lot. Only now did I know that our God is a fake. He didn't do anything, and he didn't help the people of Tang become rich. Don't talk nonsense. Haven't you seen how powerful our God is? The Zhang family and Wang family are all liars. Our God said that he would make Tang better. In 1 year, everyone would be able to eat delicacies. In the end, Zhang family and Wang family ruined it. But our God is still our God. His ability is not something that mortals can imagine. Even if the demons of the Zhang family and Wang family wanted to stop him, our God still gradually made Tang better." Shan Feng raised his hand and pointed up. His face was full of sincerity, making it seem like he was right. The 7 brothers were stunned. They also looked up at the canopy and nodded. Their faces were also full of sincerity. However, Hu Liang snorted in disdain and said, "Liars, you are the liars. The Zhang family and Wang family are not. Do you think that little light effect you made can fool others? Do you think it can fool me? Do you know what Xiaobei's reaction was when I told her how powerful our God was? Old 8, what is a light effect? You told Xiaobei? Xiaobei, that little girl from the Zhang family and Wang family? You can still see her." Old 5th put away his pious expression and looked at Hu Liang. Although the Lord was powerful in his heart, he felt closer to a brother like Old 8th who had gone through life and death together. The Lord was too distant, but brothers were real. Hu Liang glanced at Mountain Wind and explained to his 7 brothers, "The lighting effect is to make use of the various changes in light and the different reactions of people's eyes to light. Then, it's a fake thing. Anyway, that's what Xiaobei told me. In the past, when we were pulled into a room and looked out of the window at night, we saw people flying into the sky and making all kinds of movements. Fake, all fake. Xiaobei let me see something even more amazing. That thing Xiaobei called a movie, also called an animation. I could only see it clearly when I saw it. Humans were humans, animals were animals. They appeared on a piece of white cloth, as though they were right in front of my eyes. There were also sounds coming from all directions. Xiaobei is the little princess of the Zhang family and Wang family. Since I boarded the ship, I saw them every day. I saw what they did for Tang, and I saw all kinds of news about Tang from the inner yard. Only then did I know that the one who was really thinking about Tang was not the god, but the Zhang family and Wang family. Xiaobei, they are still children, so they have to think of ways to help the children in other places of Tang." Hu Liang thought about the days on the ship and felt endless emotions. Not only did he see shocking images, but he also saw and heard what the Zhang family and Wang family had done. When Hu Liang said this, the 7 people's expressions changed. They were more willing to believe in their 8th brother. Old 5, who had always been straightforward, asked curiously, "Is Xiao Bei as cute as the rumors say? Is it easy to make a movie?" Old 8, "Can you ask them to show it to us? Just hearing about it makes my heart itch. It's better to see it with my own eyes." "No problem. When we get on the ship again, I'll mention it to them. It won't be long. Xiao Bei will only stay in Hangzhou for 2 days. She has to leave for Jiangzhou soon." Hu Liang agreed without hesitation. In his opinion, it was not a big deal. In the past few days, he had watched 3 animations. He had even seen the glass that produced the animations. Although there was some wear and tear every time it was played, it was not a big problem. The Zhang family and the Wang family were rich. It was a good opportunity for his 7 brothers to see so that they would not be cheated in the future. As Shan Feng listened and watched, he realized that something was wrong. He coughed and said, "Hu Liang, you are the one who is lying to others. Don't you know how powerful the god is?" When the god saw that life in the human world was not good, he came down to help the human world. First, he asked an old man. When he passed by a village, he told the people in the village to believe in him. He could help people to get rid of their suffering and let them live a good life. At that time, there was a seriously ill person in the village. He believed in the god and gave the god the best food to eat and the best room to sleep in. The god saw that he was pious, so the god helped him. His illness was cured immediately. There was another person who did not believe in the god and mocked him. The god did not say anything. After the god left, this person fell ill because he knew how powerful the god was and was afraid. When Shan Feng spoke, his eyes were fixed in one direction. He did not move, as if he was the incarnation of the god. When he saw the 8 people looking over, he said, "Another time, the god passed by a village and turned into a child." He told the people in the village about his identity and made them believe him. Many people in the village believed him, but some did not. In the end, when the village was flooded, the people who believed in the god had their houses washed away. The people who did not believe in the god had their houses washed away. Don't you know about this? Bah! Shan Feng, you are too shameless. We have not seen it with our own eyes. Just because you say so. I am not the same person as before. I will not be fooled again. The god is so powerful. Call the god over and ask him to make a table of dishes for me to try. In the past, I always heard you talk about this and that. At first, I believed it, but now that I know, who doesn't know how to talk about it? Make it up. Who doesn't know how to make up stories? Xiao Bei's story for Pan is even better. I heard a lot, but I have not seen it even once. Also, you said that there was a flood. You said that they believed in the god and then the god sent them food. You said it was true. You even asked people to find out. There was indeed a flood and food was sent there. But it was not sent the next day at noon like you said. It was sent that night. Not only was there food, there was also medicine. That was because the Zhang family and Wang family activated the emergency system. As soon as Shan Feng finished speaking, Hu Liang spat on the ground. In the past, he had heard a lot of things like this. He had gathered with people from other places and heard all kinds of things about the god. Some people even testified and he believed them. But when he got on Xiao Bei's boat, he compared some of the things he had heard before and asked the people from the Zhang and Wang families. The inner courtyard directly gave him the data, including how many people were affected by the disaster, how large the area was, how many things were sent, who paid for it, how the disaster happened, and everything else. Hu Liang's 7 brothers looked back and forth between Hu Liang and Shan Feng. For a moment, they didn't know who was telling the truth and who was telling the truth. Shan Feng sneered and questioned Hu Liang, "You said that what I said was false, so what you said was true? Did you see it with your own eyes? Didn't you hear what the Zhang family and Wang family said to lie to you? The god has already said that the Zhang family and Wang family are scourges on the world. Of course they would lie. Hu Liang didn't answer Shan Feng. Instead, he poured wine for his 7 brothers and said sincerely, "Brothers, I admit that I didn't see it with my own eyes. But when I was with Xiao Bei and the others, I heard the idea they came up with. The day before yesterday, at noon, they were building the 4,000 Candy House combined amusement park in various places of the Tang Empire. There was a piece of news in Penglai, Dengzhou, that many children there were sick. There were bugs in their stomachs. Sometimes, they were found when they were defecating. You all know that there is medicine to drink, but most of the time, it can't be cured. Old 8, I know. I had it when I was young. Now, I still feel that there are bugs in my stomach. But it's fine as long as they don't harm me. Who knows how the bugs got in?" Old 5 said, indicating that he knew what was going on. The eldest brother also asked, "Old 8, it's normal for children to have bugs in their stomachs. Why? Do they have a solution? I heard from the elders that it's okay to drink vinegar, but not all. It's uncomfortable when you get sick." Hu Liang nodded and said, "Yes, it's not easy to cure, but that was in the past." When Xiao Bei got the news, he immediately sent a telegram to the medical school. Then, the medical school replied that they had just developed a worm called roundworm. They need to take medicine to prevent infection. In the end, Xiao Bei immediately said that she wanted the local candy house to use the method of giving out candy. She wanted to turn the originally tasteless things into candy according to her brother and sister's instructions and give them out for free. Furthermore, all the local pigs started to undergo special treatment. Also, they started to ask and investigate all over the Tang Empire. The cost is also covered by the Candy House Fund. Do you know how much it costs? I asked Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei got someone to do a rough calculation. If there is 1 child in every 5, it will cost 500,000 strings of coins because there is also the transportation fee. I heard it from others, but whether it's true or not, wait until we go out and ask a local candy house to see if there are children there for treatment. Then, everything will be clear. Shan Feng, can the Lord you mentioned give us a chance to see what he does? Xiao Bei and the others use the money they earn to buy the things they send. Do you think the Lord's gifts come out of thin air? Then why don't you let the Lord do more? Why do you let others send things to the Lord? The Lord directly sends food, clothes, and other things to everyone's home. Will there be anyone who doesn't believe in the Lord? Yes, yes. If the Lord is so powerful, why didn't the Lord send us some food when we were almost starved to death after being caught? I was already starving to death, how can I still believe in the Lord? Lao Wu completely changed and began to question Shan Feng. Wei Wei smiled, not afraid of others asking this question. She nodded at Lao Wu and said, "That is the Lord testing you to see if you are pious and believe in the Lord." What Hu Liang said just now is what I want to say. When the Lord came to this world, he already knew that there would be people with worms in their stomachs. He proposed a solution early on, but was stopped by the Zhang family and Wang family. In the end, the Lord was angry. They were afraid of the Lord, so they took out the solution at this time. Everything in this world is given to you by the Lord. Those who believe in the Lord will live a good life. Those who do not believe in the Lord will not live a good life. If the Lord did not exist, your land would not be able to grow food. The Lord is high above. He cares for those who believe in the Lord, but he also tests them. Only by following the Lord's will unwaveringly can one finally obtain eternal life. The 7 of you did not pass the Lord's test, but the Lord still gave you a chance to see Hu Liang and eat. This is the Lord's arrangement. Bah! This time, the 8 of them spat at Shan Feng at the same time. Lao Wu stood up and called out, "Brothers, beat him. I finally know what it means to be shameless. I want to see when the Lord will save him. Let's do it." With a whoosh, the 8 of them rushed forward. Hu Liang was the first. He had recovered well these past few days. The other 7 brothers had just eaten and were still weak. Shan Feng was first hugged by Hu Liang, and then he fell down for some reason. The rest was simple. Even when he was knocked unconscious, Hu Liang's 8 brothers didn't see the Lord come to help him. Only the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family opened the door and took a look. He said, "Don't beat him to death. He's still useful." Then, he left. Awesome, really fucking awesome. He lied to us for a long time. I really thought there was a Lord. If he said something else, I might have believed him. But in the end, he was actually so shameless. He continued to drink. After all, the dishes were given by the Lord. Huh, Lao Wu said happily. Seeing that Shan Feng had fainted, he clapped his hands and sat back down. Hu Liang went to the door and opened it. He said to the person outside, "He might be sleepy. Find a place for him to sleep." "Yes, young Master Hu. The medical staff is already here. I think the bed has been arranged." The person at the door nodded and answered. Turning back, Hu Liang felt very relaxed. There was also a special kind of carefreeness in his heart. He asked the 7 brothers, "Do you believe me?" "Yes, you are the 8th brother." "Actually, not all of us do. Our family used to be poor and can read. Look at what is written on the plate." Lao Wu, who looked like a rough man, actually said that he could read. He pointed to the plate that was half eaten and said. Hu Liang really paid attention to this. He used his chopsticks to move the plate to the side and saw the words that were printed when the porcelain was baked. Since ancient times, food is the god of the people. Perhaps some rich people think that food is cheap. If you want to show off that you bought a Cheong pavilion, you have to be rich to waste rice and noodles. Zhang Xiaobao. This is. Hu Liang was surprised. The eldest brother said, "This should be prepared for the people who go to between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. I heard that the pictures and words under the plates are very good. If the restaurant gives away the dishes, there will be such words under the plates. It is a very good method. The people who can go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang restaurant are not ordinary people. Otherwise, they can't even afford to order a dish. Each of them will probably think that they are extraordinary and rich. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that they would waste it. For example, they would spend a lot of money to buy a lot of food. Therefore, he specially wrote his name on the plate for the complimentary dishes. Think about it, in the Tang Dynasty, who dares to compete with Zhang Xiaobao in terms of money? I guess the complimentary dishes are chosen by the restaurant staff according to the number of dishes ordered by the guests. For example, if there are 8 of us and we order 20 dishes, the staff will give us the complimentary dishes because they think we can finish them. If we order 40 dishes and ask for 50 trays of steamed buns, the staff will give us the complimentary dishes first. Do you think that if we see the words on the plate, we will dare to order more? Ordering more would be a provocation. Just by looking at this plate, we can see the magnanimity of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They want to make money, but they want to do it openly. Moreover, they want to tell the diners that the food is precious, and it is not a matter of who is spending whose money. Therefore, we choose to believe you because the Lord will not do such a thing. The Lord has always wanted others to give him money, and then he will help to distribute it to others. As for how much he has distributed, we don't know. Lao San also said, "Isn't that so? Before we were caught, we went to the supermarket to take a look. There is a new donation box. It is placed there in the name of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family and the emperor. It said that if you don't want to carry the change with you, you can just throw it in the box. Of course, if you want to throw as much as you want, they can use it to do things for the people of Tang. It is also written that all the people of Great Tang can go to the place where the telegram was sent and ask about the amount and purpose of the donation." At that time, we were a little shaken, but we still believed in the Lord once. Now, we don't believe in the Lord anymore. The Lord may be saving the world, but Tang doesn't need that Lord. Tang has His Majesty and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. That is enough. The others nodded in agreement. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Drink first. After drinking, I will personally look for Xiao Bei and tell him that we were wrong in the past. It is up to Xiao Bei to decide whether we should be killed or tortured. Hu Liang nodded and picked up the wine bowl again. Grandfather, see, I told you. The people of Tang are good. It is not easy to deceive them. Now you know why I don't want to kill, right? Because sometimes, killing is not the solution. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded at the door, and the door opened. Xiao Bei appeared at the door, with Wang Ju at his side. At the sight of Xiao Bei, Hu Liang stood up first. Seeing that his 7 brothers were still in a daze, he quickly said, "Brothers, this is Xiao Bei." With a whoosh, the 7 of them stood up at the same time, their eyes on Xiao Bei as they carefully sized him up. Xiao Bei did not have stage fright and generously allowed them to see. He even spread his arms and spun around as if he was dancing. He asked with a smile, "Isn't he beautiful?" "Oh, damn, why didn't you let me see Xiao Bei earlier? The telegram is under my family's control." Xiao Bei reached out and patted Lao Wu's hand, looking like they were working happily together. After Xiao Bei ordered a few more seafood dishes and toasted the 8 of them with a glass of wine and left, the 8 of them still felt like they were in a dream. "Lao Wu, this Xiao Bei is really too fun to play with. She is also very smart. No matter what we say, she can understand the meaning behind it. You were with her for a few days? You are really too blessed. If I have children in the future, I will be satisfied even if they are half as good as Xiao Bei." Lao Wu ate the seafood and said to Hu Liang. His tone was full of envy. From his words, it seemed that it was good to be able to stay with Xiao Bei for a while. Hu Liang deeply agreed with Lao Wu's words. As he peeled the prawns, he said, "Xiao Bei is indeed cute, but you didn't see how the 9 of them look when they are together. Each of them looks different. When they are playing, they are no different from other children. However, when they gather to discuss things, they are like little adults. It is very interesting. When I was with them, I heard them discuss things and then made a decision. There are some aspects that I can't think of. Unfortunately, there are many children in the world, but there is only one Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the world. They can't teach other children like how they teach their younger siblings. Because the way they teach is based on each child. Only the emperor's 2 children have this opportunity now. Forget it. We will talk about the future in the future. After we eat, find a place for us to have a good sleep. We haven't had a good rest for the past few days. We are always on tenterhooks." Lao Wu yawned as he spoke. Obviously, he was already sleepy. "Look, isn't the matter solved? The people of the Tang Empire are not bad. They can be deceived for a while, but they can't be deceived forever. Unless the people don't eat, drink, or need anything, as long as they still need something, they will know who is good and who is bad." After Xiao Bei went out of the door, she said to the surprised Wang Ju. Wang Ju was used to her granddaughter's power. She bent down and picked Xiao Bei up. She praised, "Our Xiao Bei is still the best. You are even better than Xiao Bao." Xiao Bao planned to kill someone, but Xiao Bei actually helped him do something very useful. "Quick, tell your brother." Xiao Bei nodded repeatedly. It was very important to her to help her brother and sister solve some problems. Just as she was being carried by Wang Ju to the place where the telegram was sent, a person rushed in from the inner courtyard and reported to Xiao Bei, that Shan Feng woke up, but it was as if he was possessed. He said that he wanted something from him. Then, tears and snot flowed out together. He was very strong. The 2 guards had a hard time holding him. What did he want? Xiao Bei asked with a frown. He carried a purse with him. There was something black inside. When we searched, we left it behind. That thing doesn't seem to be dangerous. The person in the inner courtyard replied. Let me have a look. Then, get some and send it to him. Let's see what he wants with that thing. Tell me, and I will send a telegram to my brother and sister. Xiao Bei was also puzzled. What was so good about it? Soon, the thing was sent over. The person in the inner courtyard also told Xiao Bei how Shan Feng used that thing. Xiao Bei sent a telegram to her brother and sister as quickly as possible. Chapter 1056. What do you mean by keeping your hair? Tell me. Li Longji's voice sounded at the door. Zhang Xiaobao was very helpless. He didn't close the door now because if he did, Li Longji would put his ear against the door to listen. Therefore, in order to prevent his ears from hurting, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't close the door. Anyway, they didn't do anything during the day, so they weren't afraid of being seen. Therefore, Li Longji got rid of his bad habit of leaning against the door to eavesdrop. At least he didn't have to worry about his ears turning red when he touched something. Of course, every time he appeared, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would know. Even on flat ground, Zhang Xiaobao's ears were useful, let alone on a boat. Unless Li Longji had a half-meter thick cushion under his feet, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaobao not to hear. Do you want people to shave their hair like nuns and monks? Li Longji didn't feel that his appearance was too abrupt and continued to speak. Not necessarily. People who do a lot of work cut their hair short. Otherwise, it would affect their work. It's so awkward to have it coiled on the head. Sometimes, beauty doesn't lie in the hair. It's fine for women to keep it long, but it's better for men to cut it short. It's not worth it to work hard on your hair every day. Zhang Xiaobao took over the conversation. In fact, he knew that women didn't need to keep their hair long. But nowadays, when people evaluated beauty, the style of hair was very important. Moreover, he liked women with long hair. He believed that many men also liked women with long hair. Li Longji really didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing this issue. He was very puzzled and said, "Actually, you don't need to wash your hair every day. Just put it in the bun and tidy it up when you get up in the morning. If you cut it, it'll look very ugly. It doesn't matter if it's coiled up, but isn't the hygiene condition not good now? There are lice and scorpions, and it's easy to spread diseases. The new news is that many children in Dengzhou have fallen ill. It doesn't seem like a big deal, it's just a bug." However, as time passed, the person would become thin and would not have much energy. This would have a great impact on the child's growth and development. Some people might even die. It was not easy for any family to raise a child. If a child died at the age of 10 or 7, just the heartache would not be able to recover in a short period of time. We can't always think that life and death are inevitable. We can't just consider the number of people who died this year as compared to last year. Then, we will feel that we have improved. But this year's population is 100 million, and last year's population was 95 million. If we can't be high and mighty and use numbers to measure society, then what kind of emperor are you? The more Zhang Xiaobao spoke, the angrier he got. This was because he thought of what had happened between him and Wang Wan. It was as if everything was just data, and everyone in the country was just an ordinary existence in the numbers. For example, how many people died in various disasters, and how much money was invested in disaster relief. Was there a need for others to explain? This was especially so for industrial disasters, mining disasters, and medical disasters. They could actually determine the range of deaths. It was as if the people who died were within the range, then it would be fine. But if the people who died were outside the range, then they would be dealt with severely. But what about every family? Can they accept this kind of data ratio? If it was really calculated like this, then if there was only one child in the family, and he died, then what was the loss to the family? It was 100%. 100% was not data, but the loss of a person in life. Xiao Bao, aren't we looking at data now? Sometimes, there are many helpless situations in life. When soldiers are training, there are also casualties. You said that you like to see animals do that. If a zebra was eaten by a lion, then don't tell me other zebras don't live? Wang Wan could feel Zhang Xiaobao's emotions and knew what he was thinking. But sometimes, there were some things that made people helpless. Sitting in that position, there were many fetters. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobao was very stubborn. He said angrily, the data doesn't matter, but what we want now is not to pursue profits or an increase in the GNP. What we want is the survival rate of people. Even if your local government pays me 1 billion strings of cash a year, I won't allow you to kill people according to this ratio. What do you mean by helpless? If you're incompetent, then say that you're incompetent. Why are you saying that you're helpless? If you spend all your energy on climbing up, then of course you're helpless about the people's livelihood. When you sit in that position, then you start complaining, it's not easy for me either. Is it easy to sit in that position? Why don't you give in when you're fighting for the position? If you let others sit in it easily, won't they have the energy to care about the people's livelihood? Isn't it because you want to fight for power? After the fight, you still have to check and balance. Then, just say that you're selfish. Don't fucking say that you're selfless and fucking president. Xiao Bao, Her Majesty is talking to you. What president? Wang Wan glared at him. In fact, she also agreed with what Zhang Xiaobao said. Of course, people were for themselves and their families, including her family. All the selfless words were to deceive the stupid people, Zhang Xiaobao said. But people were like this. They were a complicated species. Even if it were someone else, it would still be the same. She felt that Zhang Xiaobao was idealizing people. President. Manager, book, knife and pen, okay? Your Majesty, what did you just say? Now that many diseases are treated for free, they are most afraid of not having a source of income. So, I've discussed it with Xiao Bao. The treatment period is not long. Not all diseases have to be treated for many years. We'll compensate them for their living expenses. This way, they will take the initiative to come for treatment. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, all right, we'll do as you say. I don't care about money. In any case, with Xiao Bao around, how much can I spend if I want to? Also, you have to pay attention to malaria. I can take care of money. Every time I think of people losing their lives because of money, I feel that I am not qualified to be an emperor. It's just like the primitive society in the past. Could it be that the leader of a tribe, just because someone in his tribe didn't hunt more prey, would watch that person slowly die after he was injured without doing anything? I believe that no tribe leader would do this. He might not be able to keep up with medical science or technology, but he would definitely think of a way to save this person. Because of various conditions, it's helpless that he can't be saved. However, the conditions in the Tang Empire now are already good. If someone who should have survived with such technology dies in the end because the emperor doesn't care, then what's the point of being an emperor? Wang Wan was taken aback. She carefully sized up Li Longji and solemnly nodded. Your Majesty, don't worry. In the Tang Empire, no one dares to compete with you for the position, not even the crown prince. As long as he shows the slightest intention, Xiao Bao and I will wipe out him and his forces. You can be an emperor. Not to mention that when you're on the throne, all the people in the Tang Empire won't have any problems. As long as you have a clear conscience, you can focus all your energy on the people. You can maintain this heart. As for other things, Xiao Bao and I will take care of them. This is the first time I've found that an imperial country is so good. With a good emperor, the people only need to listen to the emperor. It's so simple. What imperial country? Li Longji found that he had come into contact with a lot of things today and couldn't understand them for a while. Nothing, Your Majesty. You can go and try the tower candy. The people on the ship just made it for children. Try it and see if it's sweet. Zhang Xiaobao took over and smiled at Li Longji. You too. Li Longji truly didn't know what to say. He felt very comfortable because Wang Wan's words just now had been very clear. He didn't need to worry about whether his position as emperor could be taken away by others. Just as he had thought, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't want to be emperor, but they liked to treat the Tang Empire as their own. If he cooperated with them, they would protect him. It was very confusing. They clearly had the power to be emperor, so why didn't they want to be? Instead, they were willing to stay below and do things. Of course, they weren't above everyone else. He understood that they didn't fear him at all. It seemed that they had been like this since they were very young. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that they didn't want to be emperor. In their eyes, imperial power was truly insignificant. Li Longji really couldn't measure Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with his own thoughts. He shook his head, walked outside, and said, "Don't be too tired. Kill whoever stops you. Don't you need to consider my opinion? Don't you know me?" Li Longji's words made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan absent-minded for a moment. His words were too clear. He meant that even if it was a king or a prince, as long as they felt that they were in the way, they could kill them. Yes, didn't they know Li Longji? How did he get to the throne? How did he treat the former meritorious officials after he got to the throne? He was also very cold-blooded. It was only because he met the two of them that he changed. However, some of the characteristics in his blood wouldn't change. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth and was about to speak when someone from the inner courtyard rushed in, almost bumping into Li Longji. The inner courtyard didn't care about this. Once he came in, he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Young master, young lady, there's news from young lady Xiaobei's side. She successfully instigated Hu Liang and the other 8 people. But she discovered that the person with the fake name of Shan Feng was making a black substance into smoke. If he didn't inhale it, he would feel uncomfortable. Young master, young lady, please make a decision." Because when she was giving it to a man to smoke, she asked him questions. In order to be able to smoke, that man would answer anything. He also said that there were many people over there who smoked black substances. After smoking it, they felt comfortable. Black substance? Does it become soft when roasted over fire? Is it usually very hard and bitter when eaten? Zhang Xiaobao asked with wide eyes. Wang Wan also became nervous and said, "As far as I know, there are very few people who take the initiative to smoke and can quit at any time. Xiaobao, you seem to be one of them, right?" Chapter 1057. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "It's all right. It's quite unbearable, but it gets better in the later stages. I used a lot of medicine, so it's not that effective anymore." Wang Wan understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant by the later stages. In the later stages, Zhang Xiaobao was sick, and that was why they used medicine. But in the past, Zhang Xiaobao was not sick, and he had taken the initiative to take medicine a few times. His purpose was naturally to infiltrate other people's gangs to earn money. But after Zhang Xiaobao left, he immediately became like a person who did not use medicine. He was not affected at all. The physical and psychological impact was not something that anyone could withstand. Perhaps it was this kind of willpower that determined Zhang Xiaobao's achievements. "What medicine are you two talking about?" Li Longji did not know what was going on. "Flowers, poppies. We planted a lot of poppies in Great Tang. They are under the jurisdiction of the Medical Academy, and in the garden of Xingxing Palace." Zhang Xiaobao reminded. Li Longji finally knew what it was, but he was still surprised. "It's very pretty, and it's in all kinds of colors. The Medical Academy planted it too? It's also used in medicine?" "It's a medicine. Otherwise, who would plant it? But even eating ginseng can cost one's life, not to mention this kind of thing. I didn't expect that others would discover the secret and use it to win people over. This is troublesome." Zhang Xiaobao felt a headache when he thought of the thing that had been boiled. "It can be used in medicine? Can't take too much? What if the illness doesn't heal? Can it stop people from taking medicine?" Li Longji asked 4 more questions in a row. How do I put it? This kind of medicine is usually effective in a short period of time. If it's not effective, it's only used to relieve pain. If it's taken for a long period of time, it means that the person is done for. They will either die of illness or die from the medicine. Just like tea leaves, there's also tobacco. If you drink too much tea, you will also become addicted. Coptis root, bitter, and dry grass. If you get used to it, you will also become addicted. But if you want to stop being addicted to this kind of thing, not everyone can endure it. Now, other people are not only using religion to confuse people, but they are also using opium poppy. It can be said that they are using a two-pronged approach. In addition to changing people's beliefs, they also need to help the addicted get rid of their drug addiction. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao finally felt that this matter was tricky. He was very clear on how much of an effect the combination of one's thoughts and one's physiology would have. Poppies had never been publicized to the people of the Great Tang. Occasionally, someone would get their hands on some, but they would treat them as ornamental flowers. Even if there were barefoot doctors who researched everything and used traditional methods to boil the shell of the poppy and mix it with porridge to treat diarrhea, they would never think of cutting out the juice and boiling it into a colloid. Now, people were promoting religions, and then those who believed in them, the core members, would eat such things or smoke. This would cause people to hallucinate and think that it was the power of the Lord of the religion. In this way, the believers would definitely be more confident. Zhang Xiaobao was all too clear on the feeling of taking drugs. It was very comfortable, and that feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. But once it was gone, they would first feel empty in their hearts, followed by all kinds of reactions from their bodies. Not to mention that most people were ignorant, even he and Wang Wan were in the same situation. There were countless organizations that used drugs to control people. The scary thing about drugs was that they were clearly aware of the dangers, but they were still unwilling to resist. Even if they knew that taking drugs was wrong, they were willing to make mistakes again and again. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao covered his face with his hands and knocked his head on the table with a loud thud. He sat there motionless. Wang Wan's reaction wasn't much better. She sat there dejectedly and sighed. This was the first time Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan like this. He was puzzled and asked, "Cuckoo, that flower, is it really harmful?" "It's true. If you use it, even if someone tells you that it can help you become an immortal and live forever, you will still believe it. Especially now, the common people are still not very knowledgeable and can't understand the effects of that thing. It's like a dream, and people can't distinguish between reality and illusion. If it's used by the army, their combat power will be very strong for a short period of time. Even if you cut off a few pieces of flesh from their body with a knife, they won't be affected. Even if they are shot normally and should die, they can still hold on for a while. Now you understand, right?" Wang Wan hated the person who invented opium. If one didn't get sick, there was no benefit to taking it. Then why not use it in the army? "The flowers planted in my Xingqing palace won't harm me, right?" Li Longji still couldn't understand. Wang Wan shook her head. "It's fine if it's just the flowers. Who said that the army didn't use it? Everyone in the seedling protection team carries it with them, but no one will eat it normally. They will only eat it at critical times, such as when they are seriously injured or extremely tired. Then, they will eat it when there is a mission that needs to be completed, and when there is danger, they will overdraw their life force in a short period of time to make a last stand. When we go to war, the special forces will also carry it." "Oh, so that's how it is. It's good to use it for good, and it's evil to use it for evil. Is the addiction really that big? I want to try it and see if it's as you two said." Li Longji made a very normal reaction. "Absolutely not." Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and kept waving his hand. He said, "Many people are addicted to it because they are curious. The first few times they eat it, they don't feel anything, and they might even feel uncomfortable. When they feel comfortable, they won't touch it anymore. Out of 10,000 people, only one will succeed. From what Cuckoo said just now, Xiao Bao, you seem to have used it before. And you are fine, so why can't I try it? Li Longji remembered what the two of them said just now. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something, Wang Wan interrupted, there will be a chance in the future, Your Majesty. We will let you try it, but not now. As for Xiaobao, how many Xiaobaos are there in the world? Let the boat speed up. I think Xiaobei and the others won't be able to handle it, especially when such a situation occurs. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face and regained his confidence. He also thought it through. After all, he wasn't the one who was addicted. If it was someone else, he could just lock it up and wait for them to slowly recover from it. Wang Wan nodded. We have to go there quickly. Also, the newspapers should increase the publicity and tell people that that thing can't be eaten. If they eat it, it will cause harm. The harm is... Thinking of the harm, Wang Wan hesitated. Telling people that it would cause them to become addicted to it, causing them to become sluggish. In the end, they might even die and spend all their family's money. Back then, everyone seemed to understand this principle, but the effect was not obvious. Tell them that if they use that thing, it will harm their children, and they won't be able to reincarnate. If they have already taken it, quickly tell the Zhang family and Wang family in other places. The Zhang family and Wang family will help them get rid of the poison curse. Zhang Xiaobao helped to think of a solution. Li Longji was stunned for a moment, then he said in admiration, Xiaobao is really smart. According to what you said, I also know how great the harm is. Nowadays, when treating diseases in Great Tang, there is a subject of curses. Its effect is similar to the comforting medicine that your medical school gives out. The medicine itself doesn't have any effect, but it can make people feel that it's effective. Thus, the success rate of treatment will increase. If that thing can really produce hallucinations, perhaps it can also play a big role in treating diseases. If people eat it, they will have comfortable hallucinations, and then they will be able to win people's hearts. The effect is not small. Yes, that thing itself can produce such effects. Otherwise, we wouldn't have allowed the medical school to research it. We're afraid that the rich will ask them for more money if they eat it. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Li Longji's words. At the same time, he also had a higher opinion of Li Longji. He was actually able to see through the essence of the matter. In this unique era and environment, opium wasn't that easy to control. Unless, at the very beginning, no one discovered the benefits of opium. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, since the two of you know about it, why don't you prohibit others from planting it? Li Longji asked. If they plant a little in front of or behind their houses, or find a remote place to plant a little, how would we know that they're planting opium poppies? We've already controlled it, and we've never sent the seeds out. The medical school's planting area is also strictly guarded. From today onwards, new laws will be promulgated. Those who plant opium poppies will be considered criminals, and those who sell them will be killed as soon as they're caught. Strictly control the inflow of seeds, and increase the reward for reports. Usually, they would wait until they had diarrhea before taking out a piece the size of a matchstick and feeding it with water. Li Longji didn't want to stay any longer because of the Great Tang's laws. After chatting for a while, he got up and left. After he left, Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and said, "It's so bitter. It doesn't taste good at all. It tastes like coffee. According to what you're saying, I'm also taking drugs when I drink coffee? Are you really going to make that thing for Li Longji? Be careful not to let him get addicted to it. Normally, he should be eating pills now. However, with our interference, he can't even see Taoists, let alone concocting pills. If you make him hallucinate, he won't be able to do anything. You have to think carefully. I don't believe that everyone can resist the temptation of drugs." Wang Wan smacked her lips. She had eaten opium poppies before, but it wasn't this kind of black opium. It was the purified version. After eating it twice, she became confused and stopped eating it. This happened when she was younger. After she entered the military, she couldn't get her hands on it even if she wanted to. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Actually, it's not a big deal. If he gets addicted to it, we can just throw him in the desert and throw him there for a few days. Then, he won't be addicted anymore. Under the premise that he has a guarantee of survival, a drug addict can be said to be willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of taking drugs. However, under the situation where there are no drugs and the environment is dangerous, drugs will be placed in a secondary position. I believe that Li Longji's willpower won't be bad. Besides, it's not like he's like that immediately after eating opium. That's because he's taking it without restraint. The amount is not controlled well, and there's no regularity. That's why he can't stand it. Besides, if we can, we won't let him try it. I'm against it, but you're not allowed to touch it. Don't think that you would show off when you had nothing to do in the past. Wang Wan said seriously. If I wanted to, I would have done it long ago. There are so many in the medical school. If I want to eat it, how can I not eat it? It's not like I have nothing to do. My spirit isn't empty. With such a good wife, my life is full. Just now, I said that we should let the people who eat more to take it. You have to help me put it on the agenda. Zhang Xiaobao reached out his arm to hug Wang Wan. Wang Wan dodged and said, "A broken pot has a good mouth. You found a way to harm people again. The teapot is really the most difficult part to make. I'm not harming people, I'm speeding up the speed of ethnic integration. Whoever dares to stop or oppose will be the sinner of history. I want to unify the world, walk out of the solar system and the Milky Way, lead the people of Earth to the extragalactic star system, and spread the seeds of unity." You look like you're taking drugs. Go, what are you doing in broad daylight? People who take drugs usually don't know what they've done. This is the thing. Look at him smoking it after it's softened. How enjoyable. Looking at the servants packing up and preparing to leave, Xiaobei pinched a small piece of hard black lump in his hand. He was very puzzled. Why did Shan Feng become so energetic after he inhaled this thing? He stuck out his tongue and licked it. He didn't feel anything, so he bit off a little with his teeth. After grinding it with his front teeth, he finally understood the taste. Bah, bitter. What taste is there? It's not delicious at all. It's worse than taking medicine. Take it away. I really admire Shan Feng. He uses everything. As he spoke, Xiaobei passed the black lump in his hand to the inner courtyard. Xiao Yuan and the others watched from the side and didn't say anything. They didn't have much of a reaction to Xiaobei tasting something that the elder brother and sister didn't allow him to touch. The elder brother and sister had said that he could try a little and then not eat it. As the fleet packed up, Xiaobei and the others boarded the ship one after another. The two pregnant girls from the Jiang Wang clan stayed in Hangzhou. They couldn't follow them. They had to wait for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to come over to discuss the matter of their unborn child. If it were other families, it would be better to just wait for the child to be born. Even if it was a wealthy family, it would just be better in terms of food and they could go to the doctor every few days. However, the news that the Jiang Wang clan received was that her son and daughter-in-law were coming over personally. When they were pregnant, they would start a series of education. It was called prenatal education, but they didn't know what kind of education it was. Anyway, to the Jiang Wang clan, as long as it was something that her son Xiao Bao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo said, she would listen to them. She believed that the elder brother and sister wouldn't harm their unborn younger brother or sister. Mother, wait for us to come back. We'll bring you good things. They are the specialties of Jiangzhou. I'll pick them myself. Xiaobei waited for the ship to sail against the current. He stood at the stern and shouted to the people below. The people below just smiled and waved. They didn't feel too sad. With a large number of guards, it was impossible for Xiaobei and the others to be in any danger. They just thought that they were going to have fun. After the fleet had gone far and disappeared, Wang Ju said to his daughter, "Qiao, go back. It's windy outside. Be careful of the child in your belly. I believe that after Xiaobei and the others go over, they will be back soon. Don't worry. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are coming over. I have to prepare to welcome them. I can't be careless. These 2 days have been the happiest days of my life. Xiaobei and the others are really interesting. The meaning of Wang Ju's words was naturally not to welcome Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the two of them were worthy of the local people's grand reception wherever they went, when they came to Hangzhou, they were considered juniors. As long as he didn't show his official status, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to be treated with the etiquette of juniors. Perhaps it was this that made him happier. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were, he didn't need to be very capable. As long as his daughter, Qiao, acknowledged him as her father, her child would also be treated according to this line of succession. The one who needed to welcome them was the emperor. Although the emperor's influence on the local people was getting smaller and smaller, this small was referring to the money spent by the local people. It didn't mean that the emperor's influence was not really enough. No matter where the emperor went, as long as he praised the local food or other local specialties, the value of the local things would immediately increase. In Hangzhou, when it came to the good things, the tea leaves were naturally the West Lake Longjing. Longjing didn't become good because the emperor said it was good. It was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who pushed the price up, although they liked to drink it. The Longjing tea leaves in the area they circled couldn't be touched by others, but there were many places in Hangzhou where tea could be grown. Now, many of the original things in the mountains had been removed and replaced with the same kind of tea trees, which increased the income of Hangzhou a lot, although he was not the provincial governor of Hangzhou. When he thought that he could see the emperor again, the excitement in Wang Ju's heart began to become indescribable. How long had it been? He thought that he could only spend the rest of his life in exile. Who knew that he had a good grandson? Speaking of regrets, it was that Zhang Zhong didn't come. That son-in-law of his who had a conflict with him always sent him bad things out of courtesy every year. But what could those things be worth? What he wanted was to sit down with his son-in-law and talk things over. Ah. Is Yongqing still busy in the capital? Wang Ju sighed and said. Father, you know Yongqing's position. That's the Ministry of Works. In the past, the Ministry of Works of the Tang Empire might not be as good as the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel, but now the Ministry of Works is the most important. If Yongqing comes, Xiaobao and Cuckoo will have to stay in the capital. After this period of busy, I will ask Yongqing to come and see you. Usually, he always says that he doesn't have the time to accompany me back to my parents' home. I really don't know if the children I gave birth to are good or bad. Hearing her father's sigh, Zhang Wang Clan comforted him. Her hand gently stroked her stomach, which hadn't changed at all, as if feeling a new life. When Wang Ju heard his daughter mention children, he couldn't help but show a kind smile and said, I don't believe that Yongqing will complain like this. If it's not good, why didn't he give his children away? Let's not talk about giving Xiaobao away. Even Xiaobei, he will shout out a price. It's like an auction. Many people will go bankrupt to buy one, haha. If he's busy, then let him be busy. When I'm free here, I'll go to the capital. It was not easy to enter before, but His Majesty sent me outside. When I'm free, I can hide in the house in Hangzhou, but I can't go back to the capital. That's a big crime. After meeting His Majesty, it will be easy to go to the capital. Yongqing is busy with his own things, and I go to see him. It's the same for everyone. When my father-in-law comes, how dare he give me the cold shoulder? Wang Ju started to show his identity, but he didn't have much confidence. He was really afraid to face Zhang Zhong and the in-laws he hadn't met before. How did he treat them in the past? He really couldn't free himself, and he was also afraid that his political opponents would attack him. Otherwise, it would be easy to destroy his family. He thought that Yongqing knew it in his heart, but he couldn't help but admire him. Even in that situation, he didn't send Xiao back. It could be said that he was persistent, stubborn, or even did not know when to advance or retreat. But in any case, Yongqing survived, and then Xiao Bao was born. It would be difficult for him to make a move again. He finally found an opportunity and sent people to bring Xiao Bao back. In the end, Yongqing had a close relationship with the Minister of Revenue and the prince's son. After that, there was no more after that. Yongqing's entire family ran to Luzhou, and Zhang Zhong's status as the top scorer was also gone. After that, he could only watch as Yongqing's entire family rose at a speed that made people tremble. Until now, it was not an exaggeration to say that the entire Great Tang belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family. Who dared to cause trouble in front of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? The only thing he could rely on was that his daughter still recognized him as her father and had not cut ties with him. Also, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not seem to care about what happened in the past. Otherwise, they would not have let him live so peacefully. Who didn't know that Xiao Bao was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Oh, and Cuckoo. She even dared to say that if you kill me, I'll slaughter your village. What else wouldn't she dare to do? Do you think that before I go, I should inform my in-laws or something? I don't think it's good to be too rash. Wang Ju's tone had changed a moment ago. Jiang Wang Clan gently shook her head and said, Father, you don't have to do that. You just need to wait in Hangzhou. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo arrive, they will arrange everything. I'll tell them. After all, you're my father. How can I let you? Jiang Wang Clan did not continue. What she meant was that she could not let her father be bullied. On one side was her husband, and on the other side was her father. If either one of them did not lead a good life, she would also be sad. It was uncomfortable to be sandwiched in the middle. Fortunately, she had her son and daughter-in-law. When the time came, they could think of a solution. If they wanted to humiliate their grandfather, they would not have achieved what they had today. How could she, as a mother, not know how much pressure she had to face in Zhuangzi? Others said that the Zhang clan and the Wang clan had masters, but she knew very well that there was no master. Weren't the two little guys supporting the development of Zhuangzi? While developing Zhuangzi, they cooperated with others. While making concessions, they exchanged benefits. If they made a wrong move, they would be doomed eternally. Would such children be immature and embarrass their grandfather? Moreover, her grandfather was just a mortal. Would immortals lower themselves to the same level as mortals? With her daughter's words, Wang Ju was reassured. She nodded and said, Okay, I'll wait for them. I'll also take a look. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to meet their master. Jiang Wang Clan shook her head again. This time, she did not say anything. She could not tell her father. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not have any masters behind them. She could not make up a lie to deceive her father. She could only shake her head. As for how her father understood, it was his own business. Sure enough, Wang Ju thought that the master did not like her or had gone into seclusion. She said regretfully, Fine, we'll talk about it later. You go back first. I'll help you. Welcoming the emperor is not a small matter. As he spoke, Wang Ju walked away. He knew the emperor's habits very well, so he had to make sure that every detail was taken care of. This was his advantage. In the past, he could enter the palace as he pleased. On the boat, Xiao Bei and the others did not know what their grandfather was thinking. When they were going against the current, they felt the wind blowing in their faces and looked at the scenery on both sides of the river. They felt that everything was strange. In the past, they had walked a similar path, but at that time, they were still young and could only vaguely remember. Now that they were back in Jiangnan, they wanted to properly experience the scenery here. According to their plan, they wanted to stay here for a year and experience what Jiangnan was like in all 4 seasons. However, they knew very well that this was impossible. They had come here to take a look and see where their elder brother and sister were going. They had to follow. Otherwise, who would teach them? Xiao Bei felt the wind blow for a while, and her face was numb. She shook her head helplessly and turned to find Hu Liang and the others. As for the person whose fake name was Shan Feng but whose real name was Chen Lan, she would not see her. Yes, now that she knew the other party's name, the other party would say anything in order to be able to smoke the black thing's smoke. She really did not know why the black thing had such ability. When Xiao Bei found Hu Liang and the others, the 8 of them were writing in the cabin. They had to recall everything they had heard and seen about the organization. They had to write it down and give it to the Zhang family and Wang family to judge. Even if they didn't know much, especially if they didn't know who was above them, or how powerful this organization was, they still had to write down everything they knew. You're all busy. You've worked hard. Xiao Bei came in with a net filled with watermelons. In the entire Great Tang, other than her family, only the Sanongxi Temple had watermelons. Even the Imperial Palace did not have watermelons, because Li Longji could just ask her family for them. Hu Liang and the others quickly stood up and helped carry the watermelon. The watermelon weighed around 12 to 15 kilograms. No wonder Xiao Bei did not carry it and instead dragged it. If the organization knew about this, they would say that the Lord is awesome. But they don't know. Only your family has watermelons. I'm almost done writing and will finish organizing it soon. Unfortunately, we don't know much. In the past, when he followed them, he had to be blindfolded. Every time he traveled, he would travel for more than 10 days. He did not know where he was. He heard that some people were locked in pitch-black carriages. At most, they would have to walk for more than a month. During that month, the people in the carriages were not allowed to leave. They had to eat, drink, and go to the toilet in the carriages. Their security measures were very strong. Hu Liang placed the watermelon on the table and handed the paper he had written on to Little Third for him to sort out. He then used his sleeve to wipe a chair that wasn't dirty to begin with and let Little Bei sit on it as he spoke to Little Bei. Xiao Bei smiled. That's right. If they weren't careful, my family would have found out. By now, my family has probably found out a lot of useful information. Let me ask you guys something. That dark thing is the thing that Chen Lan wanted to absorb. Have you guys absorbed it before? What did it feel like? The 8 of them shook their heads at the same time. Hu Liang replied, no, our status is not high enough. Even the old woman that we sent the message to wasn't high enough. Chen Lan is an exception. He's in charge of communicating with people like us. He's an additional form of communication, and he's also the person who looks after us. The last time we went in to see the miracle, we saw many people of high status. They drank that thing, and one of them became very strong after drinking it. He could lift a stone mill that weighed a few hundred kilograms. At that time, we also wanted to absorb it, but our status was too low, so we could only try our best. Now that I think about it, perhaps the person who lifted the millstone was arranged by them to confuse us. As Hu Liang spoke, he even drew a picture. What he was drawing was the action of someone sucking something. It was to put the thing in a metal box. Then, there was a hole in the box. The hole was connected to a bamboo pipe. There was a fire burning below, waiting for the smoke to come out. Some people would smell it, while others would suck it with their mouths. Xiao Bei looked at Hu Liang's drawing and curled his lips. He said disdainfully, so that's how it is. I thought they would be able to make something good. What master? Why would they use such a simple and crude thing? A broken box, metal, and a bamboo pipe. It's really hard on them. Come, I'll show you what I've drawn on this paper. It's described in the information sent by Big Brother and Big Sister Xiaozhu. Basically, it's about the same. Someone has already made it into a real thing. As Xiao Bei spoke, he took out a folded piece of paper from his bag and unfolded it for Hu Liang and the others to see. Hu Liang and the others had never seen the thing on the paper before. They were all very puzzled. This is? Hu Liang asked. An opium pipe. Big Brother and Big Sister said that if you don't have a good opium pipe, it's very inconvenient and unprofessional to smoke that thing. Therefore, they designed an opium pipe to make it more comfortable for others to smoke. Your mission is to bring the real thing after it's made and find the person who contacted you. We didn't get rid of that person and dealt with him very severely. However, we still deliberately let a few places go and only monitored him. After you've contacted him, you'll hand over the opium pipe and gain the favor of the higher-ups. Also, we'll give you a kind of technology that you've stolen. For example, the technology to make guns. When Xiao Bei heard that there was no one else, he showed his brother and sister's prowess even more. He proudly instructed Hu Liang and the others. When Hu Liang heard that Xiao Bei was going to hand over the technology to make guns to him and bring it to the organization, his face turned pale. He shook his head vigorously. No, guns, definitely not. That's our Tang Dynasty's secret. If we tell them, when our Tang Dynasty fights others in the future, if others learn how to use it, how many people will die in our Tang Dynasty? It's not like the guns of the current army. It's a gunpowder gun. A gun that uses the gunpowder in a firecracker to shoot iron balls is powerful, but it's not easy to kill people. Their gun barrel manufacturing technology is not at that level. If they had the ability, they would have already made a real gun. If iron balls are not easy to make, they can use lead bullets. This is easy to shape, right? Big brother and big sister said that it's not a problem to hit birds, but it's useless to hit rabbits unless it hits the head. Xiao Bei had a well-thought-out look. Since her brother and sister were not here, she thought that she was smart. However, she kept mentioning her brother and sister. Now, the 8 people understood. It was not the guns used by the current Tang Dynasty army, nor was it a newly developed gun that had not been widely used. It was a toy that could only be used to hit birds. Although it could be used to hit birds and blind people, or accidentally kill people, such as hitting the throat, it was not as good as a crossbow or a bow. The gunpowder in a firecracker would not be able to shoot very far. They had bought fireworks before, but the places that sold fireworks did not sell a lot at one time. They only sold a few sporadically. Unless many people took turns to buy, they could buy more. Because the firework looked more powerful than the firecrackers, when the 8 people thought that it was just right, Lao Wu suddenly thought of something else and said, if we send the bird guns, will the people in that organization not believe us? At the same time, will they feel that the things we send are useless? How can that be? Big brother and big sister have already thought about it. We'll let you say that this is a training gun, and it was made by the Zhang family and Wang family first. Only by making this kind of gun and then improving it step by step can we make the guns of the current Tang Dynasty. The Zhang family and Wang family do not have the ability to reach the sky in one step. Moreover, everything was sent by the Lord, and it was our family who stopped it. Since the Lord is so powerful, how can he not know the reason behind it? Xiao Bei continued speaking, and the 8 people nodded. Good idea. Perhaps the leader of the organization, even if he thought that it was very difficult to use the guns they sent to research the guns that appeared in the Tang Dynasty, he had to be very happy in the name of the Lord. Alright, you guys have a good rest first. When we make the opium pipes, you guys take them and leave by another route. You must be fast. We will slow down the speed of the disembarkation slightly to give you guys some time. At the same time, you guys have to be careful. On the first day we arrive in Jiangzhou, we will release the portraits of the 7 of you. In other words, we will send a wanted notice to the Tang Dynasty to catch you guys. Of course, due to our lack of craftsmanship, the portraits are not very similar. Most of the notices will say that the 7 of you have always been together. We will also write down your habits and characteristics so that people who are familiar with you will immediately recognize you. You guys have to be careful. In order to cooperate with you guys, we will burn a ship ourselves. I can't bear to burn a big ship. You guys should think about how to escape. Anyway, the other party will not come over to compare with us. That way, we will directly catch you guys. As Xiao Bei spoke, he walked towards the door. The 8 of them looked at each other. Hu Liang stopped Xiao Bei and asked, why are there 7 and not 8? Because according to what we said, you have already betrayed us. It was because of your existence that we caught the 7 of them. Therefore, we will not catch you. We will send an order to the local government to rescue you as soon as we see you and protect you well. I believe that the other party must have someone hiding in the local government to send this news back. When the time comes, you will be together with the 7 of them. When you reach the organization, you will take out the opium pipes and shotguns and reveal a few secrets of our ship. What do you think the other party will think? Xiao Bei explained and then asked in return. Hu Liang suddenly understood and gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant, really brilliant. The other party will think that you guys hate me so much that you can't wait to skin me alive. That's why you deliberately did not catch me. You are trying to sow discord and have the people in the organization kill me because I know too much about you guys. You don't want me to live for even a moment. Yes, they are not idiots. Therefore, we will use this method. Even if they are just in case, they will not kill you. Instead, they will lock you up. You must remember that if they ask you to inhale that thing, you must not inhale it into your stomach. Inhale it into your mouth and spit it out. When they don't give you the thing, you must pretend to be dispirited. If they ask you questions, you must say that you want to inhale that thing first, just like Chenlan. And the 7 of you, you must remember not to think that you are so capable that you can try anything. Otherwise, you will regret it. Xiao Bei suddenly thought of an important matter. He instructed the 8 of them and then walked out again. When he was almost at the door and was about to leave, Old Fifth suddenly shouted, Xiao Bei, do you really believe in us that much? Xiao Bei did not turn around. He stood there and said, we believe in every Tang person, just like how the Tang people believe that Tang can provide them with help when they are out there. For the dignity of a person, Tang will do everything we can. We will not rest until we are dead. When Xiao Bei's figure disappeared, the 8 of them were still standing there in a daze, thinking about his words. Damn it, anyone who believes in someone else deserves to die. Look at how good our great Tang is, yet they still believe in someone else. If it were some other country backing them, would their country dare to make such bold claims when their people came out? However, Tang is a man of his word. I heard that Lu Zhou's Hurricane Battalion has already subdued all the islands out there. Those who are not convinced are gone. We have to do this job, and we have to do it well. Old Fifth slapped his thigh and said excitedly. Let's do it. The others chimed in and began to divide the watermelon. This might be the last time they would eat on the ship. Chapter 1058. Cuckoo, do you think they'll be able to develop a rapid-fire shotgun? Zhang Xiaobao didn't answer Li Longji's question directly. Instead, he continued to ask Cuckoo. That's impossible. The blueprint we sent them didn't call for a gun to be loaded with bullets from the back. Instead, they first pressed the gunpowder from the front, then pressed the bullets, and used a paper cannon as a primer at the back. If they were to really follow the blueprint, they would need to use a rod to clear the gun chamber after firing a couple of shots. Otherwise, if they continue firing, who knows where the bullets will end up. Wang Wan didn't say anything earlier. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was doing it on purpose. He didn't want Li Longji to disturb their time together. Your Majesty, it's impossible, Zhang Xiaobao replied to Li Longji. I heard you. If it's impossible, why would they be willing to produce it? Besides, even if they do produce it, they'll still be good at hunting. Aren't you worried that they're from another country? Li Longji turned his head to glare at Zhang Xiaobao. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaobao's back was facing him, so he didn't see it. I just hope that they're from another country. Otherwise, what's the point of me and Cuckoo's previous series of internal affairs and military arrangements? They came to cause trouble, so if I don't cause trouble for them, wouldn't that be letting them off too easily? Zhang Xiaobao said casually. He picked up a corn and brought it to Wang Wan's mouth. Cuckoo, eat one. Li Longji tossed the paper aside. Xiaobao, can you still respect me? Let me ask you, if they make a bunch of guns, won't they be very useful at critical moments, such as charging? Zhang Xiaobao turned his chair around and sat up straight. With a reporting look, he said, yes, even if it's a shotgun, it has its uses. Not to mention a shotgun with gunpowder, even a slingshot has the same destructive power. However, if there are those who can make guns out of steel, why don't they make bows and crossbows? This subject hopes that they are from another country, as long as they dare to follow this subject's train of thought. First of all, they had to find iron ore. Without iron ore, where would they find ironware? I can even use other means to teach them the method of prospecting. Secondly, they can't keep buying firecrackers from Great Tang. It's inconvenient to transport them. When the firecrackers are transported over in humid conditions or on rainy days, the gunpowder inside will be damp. Tearing apart the paper outside will cause a lot of damage. Therefore, they can only search for gunpowder on their own. It's very simple: saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. As for whether they can purify it well, it's not up to this subject to decide. Perhaps they can even create a more powerful gunpowder. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao speaking so seriously, Li Longji felt very uncomfortable. Thinking about it carefully, it turned out that he was already used to Zhang Xiaobao's way of speaking. Thinking of this, Li Longji smiled. Speak properly, just like before. Do you know that you're encouraging them to research on their own? What if they learn something? They won't be able to learn it. As long as they search for ores, this subject will be able to relax. Searching for ores is very tiring. Cuckoo and I can roughly pinpoint the location of the various ores in Great Tang. As for the other ores, I don't remember much. I only remember two. One is oil, and the other is natural gas. Great Tang has its own mines, and for the sake of the railway, it's currently undergoing a large-scale steelmaking process. The technology there is already outdated, and the losses in various areas are extremely high. Every time a piece of ore is excavated, I feel as though a piece of flesh is being cut off from my body. After the railway is completed, I'll immediately seal off all of the mines and forbid anyone from digging them. Anyone who digs them will be a sinner of Great Tang and be punished according to the crime of treason. I'll leave them for my grandson, and the grandson's grandson's grandson, many grandchildren. I'm not sure about the other ores. It's too tiring to search for them. Let them search for them. Once they've found them, we'll occupy them. This saves us a lot of effort. Zhang Xiaobao's body went back to its original position as he lazily talked about his plans. Wang Wan nodded. She was also distressed that Great Tang's ores had been excavated. When she was in school, her geography textbooks would also introduce the country's resources. However, most of the time, what she saw was what was written in a certain place, what was the function of the ores, what was discovered in a certain place, what was the reserves, and when were the ores completely mined. When she thought about why the ores were mined and what were the ores that were mined in exchange for money, Wang Wan felt extremely vexed. Thus, she was the same as Zhang Xiaobao. She treasured her country's ores very much. If she could avoid using them, she would avoid using them. Otherwise, many years later, her children would see the same things that she saw in her textbooks. She hoped that future generations would see the world's geography in their textbooks and say that there was something in a certain place, but it had already been mined out by Great Tang. If they wanted to see the real thing, many countries would send people to Great Tang to buy specimens so that their children could use them in their lessons. When she wanted to see it, her children would see in their textbooks that there was a lot of oil in a certain place. Then, a cubic meter of oil could be exchanged for a large plastic bag from Great Tang because Great Tang had advanced technology. However, in order to build railways, Great Tang had carried out the same mining as the Great Leap Forward. She wanted to end it quickly so that she and Zhang Xiaobao could seal the ores and never mine again. Oh, right. It's not easy for us to find ores in other places. We agree to let them find it themselves, and then we'll go and occupy it. It's best to teach them more methods. We realize that Great Tang is too poor, and we can't continue to squander it. Li Longji nodded in agreement. He didn't feel the heartache of mining other people's ores. Furthermore, he had heard from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that Great Tang's ores weren't that good, and there were better ores in other places. Not only was the output high, but the proportion of iron was also high. Thinking of this, Li Longji started to worry. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, previously, you and Cuckoo told me that you want to bring back the good stuff from other countries. A portion of it will be used first, and the rest will be stored later. I suddenly thought of something. Where should I put the good stuff after we bring it back? Also, if you let the merchants go overseas and other places on the mainland to help with the transportation, wouldn't that create a large number of rich merchants? If a person has too much money, they won't just be chasing after money. People like you and Cuckoo who are earning money for Great Tang are different. After they earn money, they might have other thoughts. For example, they might find a place outside and never come back. What should I do then? After all, they are people of Great Tang. They can research the things they use and grasp the technology. When the time comes, they might run to a faraway place and rebel against Great Tang with the locals. Should I send troops to attack them? I won't be able to. Li Longji thought of the key problem, and that was long-term stability. How could there only be one Great Tang for generations? Zhang Xiaobao felt a headache. Who knew what would happen in the future? Perhaps he would encounter a prodigal upper echelon of the political class. At that time, anything could happen. In the past, the sun never set in Great Britain. Later on, didn't the colonies become independent one by one? If he didn't colonize them, they would develop slowly. If he colonized them, they would become independent. The human heart was hard to predict. Cuckoo, what do you think we should do? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of a good idea, so he could only ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also confused about this problem. It was said that when the world was divided for a long time, it would unite, and when united for a long time, it would divide. Even if all the other races in the world were wiped out and only the people of Great Tang were left, when the Great Tang's land couldn't handle the population, it would still have to be moved out. When the time came, there would inevitably be ambitious fellows who wanted to obtain more power and encourage the local people to become independent. For a moment, the three of them fell silent. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were doing their best to think, but Li Longji couldn't even think about it. It was too far away, and his experience was far inferior to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's. After a long while, Zhang Xiaobao spoke up. I think that we should have the merchants not bring their families with them when they go out. Also, when the soldiers go to other places in the future, they can't bring their wives and children with them. This way, they can avoid leaving them outside as much as possible. Furthermore, there should be some restrictions. For example, 3 years is a period of rotation. If you stay outside for 3 years, you have to come back. Otherwise, they'll think that you're trying to rebel and send soldiers to arrest you. Wang Wan had a different opinion. What if someone outside takes a liking to a local and intends to start a new family? What will you do? Arrest them. 3 years. If they don't come back by then, it won't work even if they start a new family. Li Longji still agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Wang Wan frowned. In my opinion, it's still too early to worry about this matter. The reason why others can become independent is because Great Tang's martial prowess can't reach them when the time comes. At the same time, the technology of that place has also reached a certain level. As long as their martial prowess can't keep up, Great Tang's army can rush over as quickly as possible. If the people of Great Tang want to live together with the locals outside and fall sick, they will naturally think of Great Tang's medical standards. That's right. The speed of technological development is faster than the speed of the colonies, so they won't dare to become independent. Otherwise, how can they think of becoming independent when planes and soldiers are dropping bombs that can cause small islands to disappear? Furthermore, with the appearance of all kinds of communication tools, they can communicate with each other. The more advanced the means of transportation, the smaller the world will become. Without distance, it won't be possible for them to become independent. Thus, we can't colonize them now. We have to wait until the technological development reaches a certain level. I still believe in the people of Wuxia. Many colonies eventually become independent because they don't have any hope of returning to their homeland for many years. They can only reproduce locally. If the transportation is convenient, they will naturally be able to travel back and forth. Just like that, we will continue to strengthen the technological development. Zhang Xiaobao went along with Wang Wan's words. Li Longji could understand at times, but at other times, he was confused. From the words of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it seemed like the two of them had experienced this before. Could it be that that powerful country had already run into trouble? This world was truly large. Hopefully, the more trouble their country ran into, the more they wouldn't immediately attack Great Tang. Once Great Tang caught up, it would be too late to attack them. We understand. We will issue a decree telling the merchants that they are not allowed to find local women to do that kind of thing, and they are especially not allowed to have children. If they really do have children, they have to report it immediately. After going through the procedures, they can be allowed to come to Great Tang with their descendants. But the army definitely won't allow such a thing. Anyone who doesn't stay in the barracks will be executed on the spot. We will issue the decree first, even if such a thing doesn't happen yet. Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted to hear their views on this idea. All right, Your Majesty, go ahead. Cuckoo and I will definitely support you. Zhang Xiaobao was about to turn his chair back to bask in the sun again. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's attitude, Li Longji stood up and walked towards his cabin. When he was about to turn a corner, he suddenly stopped and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, we plan to have an all-fish feast tonight. You better prepare early. I really owe you in my previous life." Zhang Xiaobao said angrily when he saw Li Longji disappear. He then instructed the people in the inner courtyard, "Why are you still standing there? Go and catch some fish. Tonight, the entire ship will eat this. I will use a spade to cook a big pot of rice." 3 days later, in the morning, after Xiaobei's group slowed down, they were still some distance away from Jiangzhou. Zhang Xiaobao's group had already entered the boundary of Hangzhou. In order not to disturb the people, Li Longji had someone inform the local government in advance. No one was allowed to come out to welcome them, and the local officials were also not allowed to ask the people to deliberately clean up. Everything was as usual. The places that should be green were green, and the places that should be yellow were yellow. Whoever dared to paint a tree with green paint would be caught and beaten with a plank. This was what Zhang Xiaobao thought of. People could already paint mountains. What if the officials became smarter because of improved technology and thought of painting trees? The local officials really didn't dare to paint trees, but the emperor's decree gave them a new idea. So it could be done like this. In the future, when welcoming the officials, could they draw inferences about other cases? For example, when the officials inspecting livestock and poultry came down, they could temporarily buy some from other places and put them in the people's houses. When the officials left, they would take them back. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what the officials were thinking. Anyway, in the future, the capital would send several groups of inspectors. If the local officials could afford to do so, they would do so. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about whether he should appear together with Li Longji or appear first. If it was the former, his grandfather would probably be in a difficult position when facing him. Once he wore an official's uniform, his status would be lowered. If he chose the latter, what would happen to his godfather? Should he go with him first? It was hard to get a good identity. Cuckoo, what should we do? You should have experience. Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan for advice. You are yours, and your godfather is your godfather. It's not like your grandfather doesn't know Gao Lisher. He has his own connections. Let's go down first and change boats. It's also good to leave 1 hour earlier. Wang Wan didn't care about this at all and said casually. Okay, Sai. I have to kowtow again. Li Longji, we don't even kowtow. We have to kowtow to a grandfather that we haven't seen for many years. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he followed Wang Wan and changed boats. The two of them got a small boat and asked someone to row it. Like an arrow, they flew towards Hangzhou's pier. Chapter 1059. At this time, Wang Ju was already standing at the dock, holding the binoculars he got from his daughter and looking at the waterway. He only had one of these binoculars, and it was still somewhere else. He was also wearing his official robes, waiting for the emperor to come. While he was looking, he suddenly saw a small boat leaving the fleet and flying towards him. This is Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Look at my grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Although Wang Ju had never seen Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he had seen pictures, and he could judge a thing or two from their clothes. He held the binoculars in one hand and pointed with the other, speaking to the people around him. The people around him could only faintly see a small black dot coming over. They were still far away, so they couldn't see who was on the boat, but it didn't affect them from praising. All kinds of good words were said. In any case, it was good. At this time, the fleet of large ships deliberately slowed down. Otherwise, it would be difficult to reach the shore later. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's small boat arrived first. Without waiting for the small boat to stop at the side, which was specially used for docking small boats, the two of them jumped in one after another. From there to Wang Ju, the people standing on the road naturally made a path for the two of them to pass through. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan strode over. Without looking deliberately, they knew who Wang Ju was. When they were 5 steps away, they almost knelt down and kowtowed at the same time. Grandson greets grandfather. Grandfather is well. Zhang Xiaobao said loudly. This made Wang Ju very happy. He smiled and went to help Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan also stood up. Good, very good. I can tell at a glance that you are my grandson. Other people's grandsons don't look so good. Cuckoo is also good. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Take it, grandfather gave it to you. Wang Ju's mouth was open, but his hands were not idle. He took out a piece of paper and gave it to Zhang Xiaobao as a gift. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to look to know that it was a deed to a large area of land in a good place. Otherwise, Wang Ju wouldn't be able to give it away. With a turn of his hand, Zhang Xiaobao handed the deed to Wang Wan and said, Grandfather gave it to us. Take it. Wang Wan took it with a smile. Similarly, she didn't look at it. It didn't matter to her where the land was. She and Xiao Bao didn't lack land. However, she thought that Wang Ju definitely wouldn't take out a small piece of land. She thought that Wang Ju would have to take out at least a third of her family's property. Perhaps she would have to split half of the family's property because this wasn't just a gift for her and Xiao Bao, it also included a portion to compensate Zhang Wang clan. In other words, it was a dowry. When Zhang Wang clan came, she only brought her own personal savings and jewelry. Her family didn't give her anything. Now Wang Wan knew that Wang Ju saw that she and Xiao Bao were basically in charge of the family, so he gave her 2 to make up for it. If they met again in the future and saw Zhang Zhong, it would be easier to talk things over. Zhang Xiaobao stood there, motionless. He allowed Wang Ju to size him up. When the fleet of ships gradually approached, Wang Ju still hadn't finished sizing him up. To him, this grandson was like a free gift. Furthermore, he was someone that everyone in the world wanted to pick up. As long as he could acknowledge his status as a grandfather, it didn't matter how much he gave out. Grandfather, Her Majesty will be coming down soon. I'd better go see my mother first. My mother isn't in the crowd. Zhang Xiaobao saw that it was about time, so he whispered to Wang Ju. No, your mother is pregnant. It's not convenient for her to see outsiders. Good. You and Cuckoo go first. Someone, lead the way. Wang Ju nodded repeatedly. He was even more satisfied. He looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. It was clearly the emperor who wanted to come, but they actually left the emperor alone. If it were someone else, even if they had followed the emperor all the way here, they would still have to stand at the dock and welcome the emperor again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were led to the courtyard of the Wang clan in Hangzhou. As for what happened after Wang Ju met Li Longji, the two of them didn't care. Other people's matters had nothing to do with them. Whether it was good or bad, they couldn't decide. The person leading the way was a servant girl. As she walked, she secretly looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Her heart was filled with joy, as if it was a good thing to be able to lead the way for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, there were no idle people on the street. Other than the soldiers sent by the local government, there were the guards of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Wang family. There were sentries every few steps. Not only were there people standing on both sides of the street, but there were also people standing on the roofs of the houses. All kinds of shops were open, but the owners and shopkeepers were not allowed to come out. They could only lean on the door and look. Naturally, no one would go in to buy anything. The main reason was that if the shops were closed, it would give people a very uncomfortable feeling of desolation. That was why they were open. In case the emperor suddenly became interested and wanted to enter a shop to take a look, it would be more convenient. That's right. Before the troops arrived, they had already sent a message saying that the emperor wouldn't come in a carriage. Instead, he would walk slowly and look around as he walked. This is what the local officials are afraid of. If it were in the capital, the emperor wouldn't need to order people to take a look at where he wanted to go at all. As for who was doing what, it wouldn't affect either side. If it were in the capital, wouldn't it be more complicated than here? There were people who came from all kinds of places, and they didn't see the emperor getting hurt. When the people saw the emperor, they were very happy. When the emperor came, he deliberately emphasized it. As a result, the people below were worried. Zhang Xiaobao followed the servant girl as he spoke to Wang Wan. What he meant was that the local officials might be unlucky. Why did Li Longji come here? Wasn't it to show his attitude of being close to the people? In the end, he still ordered people to take a look. Did it mean that the local public security wasn't good, or that the officials were disobedient? Wang Wan smiled indifferently and said, I think that after the emperor saw this situation, he would think of a way to do something that would make the local officials afraid. That is, he must take us out for a stroll when no one is prepared. Sigh. He's not worried. The work that he's worried about is all done by other people. Or how to say, it's sometimes inconvenient to have a high status. It's difficult to live a normal life. It's not only the emperor, it's the same for us. In the past, we could go out and play as we pleased. Now, how can we live without people by our side? That's right, that's right. There's also Xiaobei and the others. They can't go out as freely as other children. The only good thing is that they are still young and can play with children of the same age. The children here don't have to practice boxing from a young age like other places. Their attack power isn't high, so it's relatively safe. Look, what kind of place did our maternal grandfather give us? When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he glanced at Wang Wan's bag, where the title deed was. What's there to see? We can't go to any place personally. If we want to go somewhere and stay, there will be people who will find a way to arrange it for us. This is another benefit of losing our freedom and status. Wang Wan didn't touch the bag. Her eyes were looking at the shops on the side of the road. They were just passing by before, so they didn't know much about the local customs. Of course, she couldn't see too many strange things. Now, even if they went to Shaoxing, they could only drink Shaoxing's yellow wine. They definitely couldn't find the Xianheng Tavern, where fennel beans could be found. However, it wouldn't be famous, and it was impossible to sell it for a few hundred copper coins a small plate. The servant girl who was leading the way listened to their conversation and became more and more excited. She had heard a secret. It turned out that when they came, the emperor wanted to see how the local people lived. He didn't want the streets to be deserted. Also, when the emperor arrived, he might come out for a walk. If she could say a few words to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, would she be able to lead the way when they were familiar with each other? Thinking like this, the servant girl plucked up her courage and whispered to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Little master, little miss, the West Lake here is the best place. The boats on it are beautiful, and there are gardens inside. I usually do things outside, so I'm familiar with all the places." Wang Wan looked at the servant girl with a smile, which scared the servant girl. It seemed that her thoughts had been seen through. She was worried and expectant. "Well, since you're familiar with it, we'll have to trouble you to lead the way while we're here. What's your name?" Wang Wan didn't want to make things difficult for the servant girl. Anyway, it didn't matter who led the way. Since the servant girl recommended her, she would ask her. In reply to "Little Miss, my name is Wang Li." It was named after the lotus in the West Lake, the servant girl replied happily. Hearing this name, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the servant girl had a high status in the family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given her a full name. Generally, a single character was good enough. Thinking about it, it was natural that the servant girl who was sent to lead the way for them was not an ordinary servant girl. The people who stood at the dock to welcome them were also not simple. Wang Wan nodded and said, "Good name. Now tell us about the West Lake. Tell us if there are any interesting stories." Well, when it comes to the West Lake, it didn't exist in the beginning. Later, it was in the sky. The servant girl was even more excited. While walking in front of them at a moderate pace, she told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan all kinds of legends about the West Lake that she had heard. When they arrived at Wang Ju's house in Hangzhou, the servant girl still hadn't finished talking. She didn't feel tired at all after talking so much. It seemed that she could talk for 2 more days without any problem. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the house, they saw their mothers directing people to plant flowers in the outermost courtyard. Some of the flowers were seeds, and some were brought over from the capital together with the soil. Some were new varieties grafted by the Sanongxi temple, and some were different kinds of flowers found by other caravans from other places. The original flowers were taken away and the new ones were planted in the courtyard, which would give people a new feeling. At least, people would have a different identity. However, this new kind of flower was not available to just anyone. Zhang Xiaobao had already agreed with the Sanongxi temple that they would not sell it easily. They would only send it to a place when there was a flower festival. When people saw it, they would sell it like an auction. Only in this way could they make money. Anyway, it was a flower and had nothing to do with daily life. People who could buy it all had spare money. If they didn't sell it at a higher price, they might not cherish it. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came in, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan didn't notice them. They were just about to help. Now that they were pregnant, it wouldn't affect their work. Seeing that their mothers were also going to touch the soil, Zhang Xiaobao quickly walked over and stopped them. "Mother, you can't touch the soil now. There are some parasites in it. It's not good to touch it. It's not like before. Many medicines can't be used. Otherwise, it will affect the baby. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are here. Where is His Majesty?" When Zhang Wang clan heard her son say no, she immediately stopped. She still believed in her son and daughter-in-law's words. After all, they were little immortals. While asking, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan looked at the door. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the emperor before. As long as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were at home, the emperor would occasionally come to see them. He would also bring Empress Wang or Wu Huifei. When the time came, they would eat together. Because of their titles, they could also accompany them. Under the influence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan's attitude towards Li Longji was not as respectful as other people. It was as if they were ordinary people, especially Zhang Wang clan. She had seen Li Longji with her father before, but at that time, she was very scared. Seeing that his mother was looking around and looking like she was going to welcome him, Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly said, "Behind him, my grandfather is welcoming him. I think it will take a while before he comes. It's troublesome, so he won't leave quickly. Mother, if you two want to stay in Hangzhou for a few more days, I will ask someone to make a good beach for you. When the weather is warm, you can go to the water. Every day when you are in a good mood, you can listen to songs. Cuckoo and I have asked someone to make a song for the baby. Wang Wan also advised from the side, try to eat less seafood here. Eat some occasionally, especially crabs. Even if there's meat, try not to touch them as much as possible. When the baby comes out, you won't have to worry like now. Okay, I will listen to you. When His Majesty comes later. Wang Wan's mother nodded and looked at the door again. When His Majesty comes, don't worry about him. Let's go in first. When His Majesty comes, he will have a lot to talk about with my grandfather. Maybe he will be interested and summon the local officials to ask about the local situation. Wang Wan would not let her mother wait for Li Longji. While talking, she came over and held her mother's arm to walk inside. Her mother said helplessly, "It's still early. How long has it been? She can walk. Look, she is not pregnant yet. You little girl." After 2 courtyards, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan sat down. Zhang Xiaobao immediately left and went to the kitchen to cook for their mother. This was a habit he had developed. As long as he was at home, he did not need others to cook for the elders in the family. He was in charge of everything. There was still some time before the meal, so it was a good time to make soup. He simmered pig trotter soup with less salt. When it was done, he could freeze it and eat it. Xiaobao, this child, can't stay still. After getting off the boat, he is busy cooking. He has not been able to take care of himself since he was young, Zhang Wang clan said to Wang Wan's mother. Wang Wan's mother smiled happily and said, "Sister, it is a blessing to have a child like Xiaobao." I don't know what happened back then, but the 2 children just hit it off. Before they were a month old, they saw each other and insisted on being together. Otherwise, they would cry until the sky shook. When they were older and got married, the family still did not know how to arrange the dowry. The 2 of them earned a lot of money. Should we give it to them? If we don't give them a dowry, they can spend their own money. If we really want to give them a dowry, I won't give them a betrothal gift. Anyway, it's just a matter of left hand and right hand. They can arrange it themselves. Zhang Wang clan laughed and touched Wang Wan's hand. Speaking of pretending, Zhang Wang clan suddenly thought of the gift that her father insisted on giving after discussing with her. It included the dowry that he did not give her back then. Thinking of the amount that her father gave, Zhang Wang clan was helpless. It was too much. Normally, no one would give so much when marrying off a daughter. If it was in the past, even if it was only 1/10 of that amount, the Zhang family would be very grateful. But at that time, they did not have a single cent. So what if they gave her a lot now? At that time, it was called giving coal in snowy weather. Now, it was icing on the cake. Even if they gave so much, it was just adding a small flower. Life was sometimes so interesting. With a sigh, Zhang Wang clan said to Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, when you were at the dock, did grandfather give you a gift?" "Yes, it should be the title deed of the land. Xiaobao and I haven't seen it yet." Wang Wan reached out and took the paper. "That's 80% of all your maternal grandfather's assets combined. Even after discounting, it's worth 6 million strings of coins. If it was given to others, the family would definitely object. But if it was given to you, no one said anything. I think you know what it means. But the property is given to you. 6 million yuan is nothing to you, but to the Wang family, it is a big blow. If you don't accept it, it won't be good. After you accept it, I hope you can help to think of a way. It doesn't matter how much money you make, as long as the Wang family has a guarantee for their lives." Zhang Wang clan told Wang Wan the value of the paper. At the same time, she also told Wang Wan that after she gave the money, her father would not be able to live well. Wang Wan was also stunned. She did not expect that Wang Ju would give 80% of the property. The remaining 20% was probably not easy to transfer immediately. Maybe he had a cooperation with someone else. Wang Ju was using this method to express his attitude. To be more precise, he was apologizing to the Zhang family. It was his fault for making the wrong choice. However, this was Xiaobao's mother's family. If he didn't say anything and took the property, Wang Ju's family wouldn't have a good life. Xiaobao's mother would also suffer. Wang Wan shook the paper in her hand. She did not agree directly. She wanted to wait for Xiaobao to come back and discuss. It was not to discuss whether to give the other party benefits, but to discuss what to give. First of all, the return period must be short, and at the same time, the profits must be high. Otherwise, Wang Ju's family would not be able to live well. Even if they save 20% of the property, it does not mean that they can make a lot of money, unless they sell it. Seeing Jiang Wang clan looking at her, Wang Wan replied with a smile, "Mom. Don't worry. Xiao Bao has a lot of ideas. I will tell him later. We will see what projects are good. We will accept the gifts. We've accepted the gift, and if there's any land inside, we'll dispose of it." Xiao Bao's next move is to take back the land that others have forcibly taken away. Otherwise, the people of the Great Tang won't have any land to farm, and they'll have to work in the handicrafts and service industries, which will be detrimental to the development of the Great Tang. With Wang Wan's reply, Jiang Wang clan was relieved. Most of the time, Wang Wan and Xiao Bao had the same thoughts. She was afraid that the two of them would not forgive their father because of what happened in the past. After chatting for a while, Xiao Bao returned. He did not need to care about the soup. Someone else was in charge of the small fire. He sealed the lid of the pot and did not even need to add water. Wang Wan naturally had to tell Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was magnanimous and did not mention the past. He pulled Wang Wan to another room to think of a way to make money. Wang Ju is indeed smart. He knows that we will not take the things for free. That's why he gave us so much. He probably felt that his family's business was not making money fast enough and wanted to change it. Since we are here, he wants to make his idea come true. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan the moment he entered the room. He did not look at the deeds. I think he must have heard something from Li Longji when he used us as an excuse. He knows that we are going to make a move on the rich people in Tang Dynasty, especially those who have taken over the land. We will not allow it, so he might as well give it to us. Do you think we should sell this land to the people in the surrounding area? I'm afraid that after we sell it, the people will encounter something unexpected and end up selling it again or renting it out. Basically, the land will no longer belong to them after being rented for decades. Wang Wan considered the problem of keeping the land. Should they sell it or keep it? Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, "Why should we sell it? The people can't buy a huge piece of land. If we spread it out, it would be a waste of manpower. Furthermore, there will be less planning for the things that can be planted, which will result in less land production." It might seem like splitting up the land is a kind of ideological advancement, but it is not beneficial to Tang Dynasty. You also know that in the end, the land will be gathered together again and machines will be used. That's right. It is similar to land acquisition now, but there are some differences. Back then, there were other industries and jobs. If the people lose their land, they will lose their source of income. Thus, I feel that we shouldn't encourage land acquisition for now. Instead, we should crack down on those who own a lot of land. Wang Wan pointed out the crux of the problem. There was no such thing as a fixed policy, and it had to be adjusted according to the situation. The only thing that did not change was the pursuit of stability, or rather, a kind of balance. Crack down on those who own land. I also agree to crack down on those who own land. After Li Longji settles down, we can look for him to discuss the issue of cracking down on those who own land. Of course, we can't crack down on those who own land directly, as that would be detrimental to the development of society. We can trade benefits with those who own land, just like how we trade with those who own a lot of money. Come, let's think about how we can help that grandfather of mine earn more money. We will probably have to meet my other relatives, uncle, and grandmother later. Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic and began to discuss the transaction with Wang Wan. It would be best if they could get it done before meeting their other relatives. That way, they wouldn't feel so awkward when they met each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel good if they had to give away a large amount of property. No matter what, they were all family, so there was no need to make them feel uncomfortable. Before they met, they should tell them about the transaction and let them know that they could get more money after giving away their property. That would be a happy ending. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing, Li Longji had already left the pier and was walking towards Wang Ju's residence. Wang Ju's eyes were still red. It seemed that she had just cried. Li Longji's eyes were also slightly red. Perhaps it was because of the things that had happened many years ago. Wang Ju accompanied Li Longji and Gao Lishir as they strolled along the streets. From time to time, they would exchange a few words. She was also very familiar with Gao Lishir. Looking at the deserted streets, Li Longji furrowed his brows and said to Wang Ju, "Actually, I like bustling places. In the past, every time I went out, I had to be accompanied by many guards, and I even had to clear the streets. What I really need to be wary of are the people from other countries. Perhaps there might be an assassination attempt. After all, our Great Tang is developing well. There's nothing to fear from the people of Great Tang, unless I do something wrong. The people just want to see what I look like. I don't think that I'm ugly, so what's wrong with letting them see me? Could it be that I'm unpresentable? When I was in the capital, I often went out for a stroll. Usually, I would bring along Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Most of the guards were from their family, but they never stopped the people of Great Tang. Yet, aren't I living well now? Back then, I went to the construction site to take a look. The donkey meat there tasted pretty good. No one poisoned me. If such a thing happens again in the future, don't clear the streets. Just keep an eye on the foreigners. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Find the people of Great Tang now and arrange for someone to assassinate me. See what the people will do." Li Longji's words stunned Wang Ju. She thought to herself, Her Majesty's courage is too big. Not to mention Her Majesty, even if I go out, I have to have guards by my side at all times. Otherwise, if there is danger, where can I find medicine for regret? Hearing that His Majesty wanted to give it a try, Wang Ju quickly dissuaded him, "Your Majesty, you mustn't. You can't be in any danger." Li Longji didn't reply. Instead, he gave Gao Lishir a look. Gao Lishir backed down helplessly. Li Longji saw a restaurant selling soup pancakes and strolled over. The restaurant's signboard wasn't big, but it occupied a large area. It was connected to 4 storefronts. The owner of the restaurant was standing at the entrance with 10 or so waiters and 4 chefs. They didn't dare to walk out for fear of being shot. After seeing the emperor, they were already very excited. However, when they saw the emperor walking toward their restaurant, they became nervous. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Li Longji didn't care about that. He walked to the entrance and looked at the eyes looking at him. He revealed a smile and asked, "Who is the owner? How's the business? There's no need to greet me. You're not allowed to kneel. Stand and reply." "Why, Your Majesty, I am the owner of the restaurant." To reply to Your Majesty, "The bee business is good. It's all thanks to Your Majesty's grace. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace." Although the owner of the restaurant was nervous, he was still able to speak. His voice was trembling and his legs were trembling. If he wasn't holding onto the door frame with one hand, he would have probably collapsed. Li Longji lowered his head and said, "The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. As for the business, it's your own ability. Go in and take a look." As he spoke, Li Longji walked in. The people standing at the entrance immediately opened up a path for him. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, as if they were dreaming. The emperor, the one in front of them, was the emperor. He was actually willing to enter their shop. Although their business was good, the highest status among the people who had been here before was only the local registrar. They had only been here twice, so they could be considered to have reached the heavens. Li Longji wasn't the first person to enter the restaurant. The guards went in first, followed by Wang Ju, who had a bitter expression. He also didn't dare to believe that the emperor was really going to enter. He had never even heard of the emperor before, let alone seeing him. "Do you have shredded pork noodles? Give me a small bowl. I want to try it." Li Longji didn't mind the dirty stool and casually found one to sit down. "Why yes, we do. But your majesty, I eat noodles, but I also eat rice. Go and make it." Li Longji interrupted the other party. Okay. Hurry up and make shredded pork noodles for the emperor. Show your skills and do it well. Change the bowl and wash it 10 times. The owner's face was flushed red as he ordered the servants to do the work. Right at that moment, someone suddenly shouted from outside, "Protect His Majesty. There's an assassination attempt. Protect His Majesty." As soon as the voice was shouted, the guards outside immediately rushed into the restaurant. Li Longji immediately stood up and shouted, "Who dares to be so bold? Stop working. Protect His Majesty." The owner of the restaurant also reacted. He was both shocked and scared, but he was the first to run in front of Li Longji and spread his arms to shout at the other workers. With a whoosh, the workers also rushed over and stood there with their arms spread. Their eyes scanned the various windows, afraid that someone would suddenly jump in through the half-open paper window. The cook who had just gone to the back of the restaurant ran out with a big spoon and a knife. He also stood in the outermost circle to protect His Majesty. "Your Majesty, you should leave quickly. If the thief jumps down and knows where you are, you will be in danger." Wang Ju was so scared that his face was deathly pale. His breathing was rapid as he advised. Unexpectedly, not only did Li Longji not leave, he even laughed and sat back down. He said to the owner, "Go, it's fine. It's just a drill. It's fake. See how the guards react. Quickly serve the noodles. Make 2 more servings. I still have 2 ministers who want to eat." Fake? It's good that it's fake. You scared me to death. I thought they were going to harm your Majesty. I was prepared to risk my life. Motherfucker, go and make 2 more servings for your Majesty. At this moment, the owner's forehead was covered in sweat. However, his words were more nimble. Perhaps after this incident, his mentality had improved and he was no longer so afraid of the emperor. Wang Ju was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say with his mouth agape. Li Longji looked at Wang Ju with a smile and asked, "How was it? Did you see how the people of Great Tang are doing? With such people, why should I be worried? With the people, I don't need to worry about my safety. What I need to consider is what the people need. If I can't let the people live a good life, how can I stand behind the people when they are in danger?" Wang Ju listened to Li Longji's words and looked at the owner who stood in front with his arms open. He finally realized that the current His Majesty was different from before. In addition to acting recklessly and crazily, he was not as serious as before. He had become very peaceful. Of course, in the past, His Majesty would also say that he was concerned about the people, but it was just words. He was not like today, where he really wanted to do something for the people. "Your Majesty, you can't scare me like this anymore. I'm timid. It must be Li Shi who arranged it. You should tell me." Wang Ju complained in a low voice. He also opened his arms to block His Majesty just now. He couldn't let something happen to His Majesty in his own territory and then he would still be alive. It would be a joke. Li Longji smiled and said, "I'll tell you in advance. How can I see that you are so loyal? Were you scared just now? Later, I'll ask Xiao Bao to make some good food for you to eat and nourish your body. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are right. The better Great Tang develops, the more comfortable the lives of the people will be, and the safer I will be. The walls of the capital have all been torn down. There is no need to use that wall to block out danger. Walls are dead, but people are alive. If the people really have no way to make a living, then the wall will not be there to protect me, but to hinder my escape. I will not continue to build the Great Wall. Or, as Xiao Bao said, when I am bored, I will build something for the future generations to enjoy. After discussing with Xiao Bao and personally visiting the construction site, I decided not to build a brick by brick, because the people of Great Tang are the Great Wall of flesh and blood in front of me. As long as the people of Great Tang are not lost, the Great Wall will not fall. The Qin built the Great Wall so well, but what happened in the end? If you have the money, why don't you use it to build roads and bridges for the people so that they can walk more easily? Hearing this, Wang Ju was very moved. He could tell that the reason why His Majesty could be so successful was all because of his grandson, Zhang Xiaobao. Nodding vigorously, Wang Ju said, "Your Majesty is wise. With Your Majesty around, the people of Great Tang are blessed. Long live Your Majesty." Then, he asked the boss standing there, "Why don't you run? Are you afraid that if His Majesty is in danger, you will be caught if you run?" "I don't have time to think about what will happen after I run. Why should I run? If there is really danger, I will block it. Maybe that person will kill me, and then His Majesty will be safe. If His Majesty is safe, Great Tang will not be afraid, and my family can continue to live such good lives. If His Majesty is gone, what will we do? If there is a new emperor, how will I know if he is good or bad? Unless Xiao Bao and Cuckoo agree to it, I will not be at ease." The boss spoke the truth, especially the last sentence, which was against the emperor. "Your Majesty, don't listen to his nonsense. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't have the ability." Wang Ju glared at the boss. The boss also reacted and nodded, saying, "Your Majesty, this commoner is just speaking casually. This commoner has no other meaning. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." "So what if it has something to do with it?" Li Longji laughed, "I can't do anything to the two of them. They said that even if I am the emperor, I will still have to step down. Don't spread this outside. Many of my national policies were thought of by the two of them. Great Tang is fine without me, but I am afraid without the two of them. You have done a good job protecting His Majesty. Tell me, what reward do you want? I will give it to you as long as I can. Although it is fake, you are still standing in front of His Majesty." Wang Ju sweated again. His Majesty dared to say anything. How could he say this to others? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were powerful, but he couldn't change the emperor just because he wanted to, right? The boss was also very smart. He acted as if he suddenly realized something and apologized. "Your Majesty, this commoner was thinking about something else." What did you say?" No wonder business is so good. I asked you what reward you want." Li Longji knew that the other party did it on purpose, so he didn't continue to ask. "Reward? Can this commoner really make a request?" The boss became nervous again. He rubbed his hands together, appearing very embarrassed. "Of course, speak." Li Longji couldn't change what he said. Then this commoner will say it." This commoner heard that Cuckoo is going to attack the place where Duoshi is located. This commoner requests Your Majesty to let Cuckoo fight at the front while this commoner follows behind. This commoner has just figured out a new type of noodle food that can be very helpful to the soldiers. Moreover, there is no lack of nutrition. There are vegetables, meat, and sweet, vinegar, salt, and so on. This commoner is willing to follow behind and help make the noodle food. I will be the logistics team." When the boss talked about his invention, he became exultant. As for the nutrition, even he didn't understand it, so he had to agree. Li Longji and Wang Ju were both stunned when they heard the boss's words. Wang Ju asked, "What kind of noodle is that? Is it noodles?" If it is instant noodles, then there is no need. The inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family has already made it. When the time comes, it will be sent to the front line. His Majesty is giving you a chance. You have to use it well. What can you get by following behind? You can ask for money now. I believe that His Majesty will give you hundreds of thousands of strings of coins. You don't have to open the shop. Don't waste this good opportunity. What do you mean by waste? The boss's expression was very ugly. When he found that the other party was a high-ranking official, he changed his attitude and said, I don't have money, but I have a shop. I can earn it myself. What can I do with hundreds of thousands of strings of coins? How much money do Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have? They can't spend it all by themselves. I heard that Xiao Bao even cooks his own food. Xiao Bei and the others also came to Hangzhou 2 days ago. I heard that they went to a restaurant nearby to eat. They ordered a lot of dishes, but they didn't let the waitress give them more. They took out a lot of money. Does this mean that they are very thrifty? Is this thrifty? It means that they are not wasteful. I am also sponsoring a school now. I am in charge of the school children's meals. If you give me more money, I have to use it for other things, just like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Oh, and His Majesty. I heard that the Tang Bank is His Majesty's. The money it earns is used by His Majesty for disaster relief and road repair in various places. So if you give me too much money, I have no use for it. I can earn it slowly and comfortably. I heard that in about half a year, all the medical care in the Tang will be free. The main problem now is that the medicine can't keep up, but it will be better in the future. We all know that we are penniless. As long as we don't want to die, we can live. I followed behind you because I wanted to see the noodles in other places of the Tang. After I came back, I figured out more kinds of noodles. A person's life doesn't necessarily depend on how much money they have. If that was the case, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo should be dead. They have enough money. I am the owner of a soup pancake restaurant, so I have to make good soup pancakes. When I was young, I was starving. Later on, when I passed by a soup pancake restaurant, the owner gave me a bowl. At that time, I thought that if I had the chance in the future, would eat many different kinds of soup pancakes. After I grew up, I never forgot about that. I also want to run a good soup pancake restaurant and help others. I want to make many different kinds of soup pancakes so that people can taste different flavors. Unfortunately, it seems that I don't need to help others now. Our Tang will not let people starve to death. So I want to make the best soup pancakes. If I follow behind Cuckoo's army, won't I be able to see the noodles in various places? After saying this, the owner of the restaurant looked at Li Longji and Wang Ju, asking them if they would agree to his request. Wang Ju was moved. He had never been so deeply involved in the lives of the common people like Li Longji. He had been high and mighty for too long. Even after being neglected, he was still the provincial governor of a province. He wasn't someone that the common people could see. A provincial governor was equivalent to the municipal secretary and municipal mayor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era. They were high and mighty, and the common people usually didn't know what they looked like. In that era where information was very easy to obtain, it was even more so in the current Great Tang. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about mayors. Their rank wasn't high enough, but they could interact with the common people. Sometimes, it was just that interesting. Today, when Wang Ju heard the voice of a common person, he realized that he had done too little in the past. As the provincial governor of a province, the common people usually didn't know his name. Now, it seemed that it wasn't worth bragging about. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's status was so high that there was almost no position that could be said to be suitable for them. It was obvious that it wasn't enough to judge them by their official rank. Even if they were just county magistrates, they were still county magistrates who could decide the affairs of the Great Tang. The two of them didn't care about their official rank. It was just their names and their existences. However, it was precisely because of their high status that the common people of the Great Tang didn't know. If a local official like him couldn't even leave his name behind, then he would be considered a failure. Thinking of this, Wang Ju stood up, lowered his head, and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject has decided. After your Majesty leaves, this subject will return to his province and be a good provincial governor. Now that this subject isn't afraid of encountering trouble and can't solve it, this subject can ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." Li Longji understood the meaning behind Wang Ju's words. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were here, so naturally, they had let go of all their grudges. Wang Ju didn't have to worry about not doing a good job. What surprised Li Longji was that since Wang Ju had already acknowledged his family, why didn't he return to the capital? Chapter 1060. Thus, Li Longji first said to the owner of the store, "I agree. You can follow behind me, or I can pay for you to go anywhere to see the local noodles." "Aya, what's the point of wasting time? Follow me later, and I'll bring you to see Xiao Bao." Xiao Bao is very knowledgeable when it comes to cooking. I believe your cooking skills are far inferior to his. You haven't seen the noodles that Xiao Bao makes for his brothers and sisters. There are all kinds of noodles. Have you ever seen dragon whisker noodles with fillings in the middle? The owner of the store shook his head vigorously. "Your Majesty, what is dragon whisker noodles?" "Noodles? Can there be fillings in the middle?" Dragon whisker noodles are very thin noodles with fillings in the middle. Xiao Bao made it for Xiao Bei and the others by hand. He made it for the whole morning, and each of them could only eat a bowl at noon. Xiao Bao was very tired. He kept mumbling that technology was productivity. Li Longji recalled Zhang Xiaobao's appearance at that time and laughed heartily. The owner of the store was confused. How was that possible? Hearing the name and hearing that it was very thin noodles, he could imagine how thin the noodles were. How could there be fillings in the noodles? Unless Xiao Bao wasn't human, how could there be fillings in the noodles? However, since the emperor said there was, he naturally wouldn't lie to him. As the owner of the store, he could also tell that it was very difficult to make the noodles. However, even if it was difficult for him, he wouldn't do it. Scratching his head, the owner of the store said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, this commoner is going to see Xiao Bao. Will I disturb them?" Xiao Bao is busy with all kinds of matters in Great Tang. If this commoner causes any delay, this commoner won't be able to take the blame. He's not busy. He's only busy for a while. When there's something to do, both of them are busy. Right now, both of them are idle. Cuckoo has nothing to do, so she's embroidering. Xiao Bao is thinking about food. This emperor is with them almost every day. How could I not know? All right, after we eat the noodles, you can follow them. Just you. The waiter will stay. Li Longji acted as if he was chatting with someone of similar status and decided on the matter. The owner of the store was extremely excited. What kind of day was it today? First, he saw the emperor. Then, he could see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Who would believe him? Things that he didn't even dare to dream about were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. However, Wang Ju was not very happy. He felt uncomfortable when he heard other people call his grandson and granddaughter-in-law Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. How could people who were not close relatives call them by such names? But he was also very helpless. This was because everyone in the Great Tang, from the old men and women in their 80s to the children who were still learning how to speak, addressed them as such. The children would normally call Xiao Bao Big Brother and Cuckoo Big Sister, while the adults would simply call them by their surnames. They would never add surnames in front of their names, giving the impression that the two children had all sorts of surnames. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan must be respected, Wang Ju indignantly reminded the owner of the restaurant. The owner was shocked and did not dare to make a sound. However, Li Longji spoke, "What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Even if they are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, it is not up to you to say. You are the grandfather. Their own grandfather hasn't even said anything. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are the Xiao Bao and Cuckoo of the great Tang. Respect? Your name is Wang Ju. If you stand out now and let 10,000 people call you that, how many of them will respect you? You want others to call you Wang Ju, but will they pay attention to you? Just like that son-in-law of yours, Zhang Zhong, who will call him Minister Zhang. They all call him Provincial Governor Zhang and County Magistrate Zhang. I am envious. When will the people of the Great Tang be able to call me Emperor Longji? Yes, this official is too petty. Whenever I think of how close I am to them, I feel uncomfortable being called that, Wang Ju quickly said. He was also clear that the people of the Great Tang were calling him that because of a special closeness. Not just anyone would be willing to call him that. While they were talking, the shredded pork noodles were ready. In fact, it was already ready just now, but the chef did not dare to serve it. While they were talking, the waiter brought in a new tray. There were 3 bowls, one for Li Longji, one for Wang Ju, and one for Gao Lishir, who was still standing at the entrance. After beckoning Gao Lishir in, Li Longji picked up a new pair of chopsticks and started eating. There was no need for anyone to test it. The actions of the owner, the waiter, and the chef had already proven everything. When the owner of the store saw the emperor eating, he was very happy. He was not worried that the noodles would be bad. No matter how bad the chef's cooking was, the taste would not be too bad. After the emperor took a bite, he raised his head and said, "Actually, the seafood noodles here are more pure and are cheaper. Many people like to eat them. These noodles are edible. It's not that I am picky, but when you see Xiao Bao and eat his dishes, you will know why I said so. What do you think, Lishir?" Li Longji took a bite and then lowered his head to continue eating. Fortunately, he asked for a small bowl. He really couldn't eat a big bowl. Along the way, he had only eaten Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. His appetite had long been developed. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to set an example of not wasting food, he would have stopped eating long ago. Gao Lishir naturally would not let others test whether the noodles were poisonous or not. After taking a bite, he said, "Your Majesty, this official feels that the noodles are not bad. It might have taken a little too long to cook. However, why is the shredded pork noodles fried? Why isn't it blanched? There is more of an oily taste. Also, the chopped green onions are cut from small onions instead of green onions. It lacks the unique sweetness of green onions. As for the noodles, they are ramen, not handmade noodles. They are not chewy enough." Li Longji's mouth was not idle. Wei Wei nodded in agreement. In the past, he really didn't think much about it. However, after he met Zhang Xiaobao, he could always see how Zhang Xiaobao cooked. When he casually asked about it, Zhang Xiaobao would give him an answer. Even though it was just a bowl of noodles, there was a lot to it. Wang Ju didn't have the opportunity to eat Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. He felt that the noodles were pretty good. However, when he thought about the emperor's and Gao Lishir's comments, he was filled with yearning for the dishes that his grandson made. The owner of the store was stupefied. The emperor and that official were too good with their mouths, right? They could tell how the noodles were cooked the moment they ate them. It turned out that the flavor of stir-fried meat and blanched meat was very different. The 3 bowls of noodles were finished by the 3 of them. There was no waste, even though Li Longji and Gao Lishir didn't feel comfortable eating them. After calling the owner of the store, the group continued to walk toward Wang Ju's residence. At this time, Li Longji didn't stop to test the commoners. He had heard the story of the boy who cried wolf from Xiaobei. If he really tested the commoners time and time again when there was danger, the commoners would treat it as a drill. That would be troublesome. Because they were delayed by the noodles, by the time they arrived at the residence, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already taken a nap. Zhang Wang clan didn't come out to welcome them. They hid in another room to make small clothes for the unborn child. They didn't know how many children were in their bellies, so they had to make a few more sets. With the addition of the clothes made by Wang Wan, they believed that they would be able to use them. After entering the residence, Li Longji asked someone to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As soon as the two of them entered, Li Longji said, "Xiaobao, we're eating noodles tonight. I want to eat shredded meat noodles. You make it. Why don't we eat seafood noodles?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Li Longji when he saw someone he didn't know looking at them excitedly. "Shredded meat noodles are delicious. This is the owner of a soup pancake shop. He wants to discuss the production of soup pancakes with you. You can talk to him later." Li Longji arranged some work for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what was going on, but since they were here to discuss, he would talk about it later. He couldn't reject them, so he nodded and said to Wang Ju, "Grandfather, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Wang Ju was puzzled. "It's about the mulberry trees in Hangzhou. I've seen it. In addition to the gifts you gave me and Cuckoo, we still have a large mulberry forest on the mountain here. We use it to raise silkworms. However, the forest is too old, and the growth is deteriorating year by year. It doesn't seem worth using it. I think it's because of this that you didn't give the forest to me and Cuckoo. What I mean is that we should cut down all the trees and use the wood for other things. That way, we can get back some of the capital. Then, we can plant tea leaves on the trees and buy seedlings from other places. It will grow faster and we can take care of it carefully. Next year, we will be able to produce tea leaves. As for the planting of tea leaves, I asked the people of the agriculture temple to follow up on it. It can be considered an experimental place. If it's good, we can spread it around. No matter how large the tea leaves in Hangzhou are, it's far from enough to satisfy the entire Tang Empire. In addition to this, I also specially designed some ways to eat tea leaves. We can eat them as dishes. You can provide them here and we will be in charge of sales. Or you can find someone to sell them. In addition to this, we also need to continue to raise silkworms and cicadas. I also have some recipes for cooking. You can open a restaurant and we can only eat green silkworms. Nowadays, people don't eat them. In addition, we need to find people to pick the sea cabbages that no one touches by the seaside. We can make new dishes and can them and sell them everywhere. If there are a lot of rotten fish and shrimps by the seaside, don't leave them alone. Collect them. They are not for people to eat. After they are dried, add them to the feed of poultry to supplement their nutrition. That's all for now. I will draw an area in the northern part of Hebei province for our family to take over. Cut down other trees. Don't touch the old ones. Plant economic forests. Cut down and plant in a planned way to make products, such as sanitary chopsticks and paper, to increase our family's income. Zhang Xiaobao stopped talking and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan said, "What I mean is that since we don't have any land at home, we can go to the place where the Turks used to live and develop. Send a few people in charge to provide us with potato seedlings. The output will be very high if we plant them there. When we continue to fight, our family should also follow and see where is the best place. Anyway, it is a sparsely populated area. We can occupy it. When we develop it, even if the transportation cost is high, we can still make a certain amount of profit." Wang Ju listened to the conversation between the two of them and understood what they meant. They must have seen the gift she gave and knew that it would be hard for them to take out money, so they immediately thought of ways to earn money. Furthermore, they even divided it into several types of returns, depending on the length of the return period. The fastest returns were naturally this year's silkworm breeding, sea cabbage harvesting in the sea, followed by the processing of stinky fish and shrimps into fodder, followed by next year's tea, followed by the planting of potatoes in the area originally occupied by the Turks, and then the economic forest in the north of Hebei province. When the war started, they would follow and get benefits. Thinking of a series of money-making things, Wang Ju was excited. She stood up and walked to Zhang Xiaobao, raised her hand and touched Zhang Xiaobao's head, and said, "Xiaobao, at that time, I didn't expect the development of potatoes to be so good. In fact, the best place is the north of Hebei province, where there is a black land, but the road is too difficult to travel. It is not as good as the land occupied by the Turks. Most of it is grassland, and then we transport it to Fengzhou and down the Yellow River. Whether it's eaten directly or made into starch and vermicelli, it's a good choice. The smelly fish and shrimps by the seaside can actually be cheated and made into shrimp sauce. You can't taste it, but I don't agree. It's better to make it into animal feed. The coastal area is suitable for this. If the domestic poultry are not eaten, the eggs will become soft, and some can't even stand up. Let's make it first. I will look for the green worms of silkworms in the next 2 days, and there should be some that have grown up. Then I will make it for you to taste, and you will know how it tastes. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Ju wanted to say, but he couldn't let him say it. So, he directly took over the conversation and talked about other things. Wang Ju saw that Zhang Xiaobao deliberately did this, so he didn't say anything. It was good that he understood. He would wait until he went to the capital and met Zhang Zhong. He nodded. Xiaobao, what do you think? Grandfather will listen to you. I believe my family will not object. How do you make the sea cabbage tasty? Of course it is to make salted cabbage with chili powder. It is not worth feeding it to the pigs and ducks. Dry it and send it to the mainland. It can help to replenish the iodine. I don't have the ability to add iodine to the salt now, otherwise, would add it. It can prevent big neck disease, but it can't be eaten if it is already infected. Zhang Xiaobao knew the effects of sea cabbage and sea intestines. People don't like to eat sea intestines now, but in the future, the price of sea intestines will be too high, and people will not be able to afford it. Okay, I will listen to you. Wang Ju did not consider the feasibility of Zhang Xiaobao's words. Since it was Xiaobao who said it, how can it be wrong? Li Longji was also listening at the side. He smiled and said, Xiaobao, when other people ask for potatoes from your family, you will reject them. But this time, you are actually giving them away? Wang Qing is an official, but are others not? Okay, let's all go there and plant potatoes. After we finish planting, we will sell the seedlings and earn money together. Zhang Xiaobao could not say anything else, so he could only compromise. At this time, Wang Ju asked again, Xiaobao, what do you plan to plant on the land I gave you? That is all good land. We're prepared to use a very high price to hire people to help us plant the crops. What we plant depends on what other people plant. If other people plant a lot of crops, we won't plant them. Your Majesty, this subject has a matter to discuss with you regarding the land of the great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao said. Chapter 1061. If Wang Ju had been an ordinary provincial governor, he would have retreated. Of course, if he had been an ordinary provincial governor, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't have said anything. After all, he had once been the Minister of Revenue. This was how great Tang's officials were. They could be promoted and demoted. Unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era, officials would either be demoted to the very end. If they made too big of a mistake and there was no one above them, or if the people above them couldn't be protected, they would be removed from their post or even sentenced. The majority of officials wouldn't encounter such a situation. If someone protected them, they would destroy some evidence of their crimes and push the blame onto the officials below them. There were two kinds of situations. One was that they would be transferred to an important position and moved to a more leisurely place. The other was that they would be demoted and wait for the right time to come up. Comparing the two, Zhang Xiaobao felt that the Great Tang system was better. Officials didn't have any thoughts of being lucky. Even if they didn't have a good position, they could still get a position of equal status. As for the protection of officials, it could only be said that the leader didn't have enough authority. There was a problem with the entire system, indirectly promoting the corruption of officials. Li Longji, Gao Lisher, and Li Longji didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. The three of them only knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just pushed for the adjustment of the Great Tang's tax rates, and it hadn't been fully implemented yet. They were in the middle of negotiations with the various great clans. To be more precise, they were exchanging benefits. They were waiting for the important figures to agree before bringing it to the table. At that time, they wouldn't have to worry about the opposition of others. Wang Ju had also been discussed with. Gao Lishir had previously sent a telegram to communicate with anyone whose family had a total wealth of 3 million strings of coins or more. Right now, the conditions that could be brought out in exchange were the right to transport goods on the railways. This was the example that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given. Because the railways were being built using the Great Leap Forward model, the wealthy would have a specific reference. As long as one wasn't too stupid, they would agree. The first reason was that the profits were indeed high and the power was great. The second reason was that if everyone else agreed but he didn't, it seemed that, with his strength, he would only end up suffering a greater loss in the end. When the time came, the imperial court wouldn't even give him a chance to exchange benefits. What kind of storm would he be able to cause? As such, Gao Lishir's work went very smoothly. As for Zhang Xiaobao's later methods, not to mention the other aristocratic families and merchants, even Gao Lishir and Li Longji wouldn't have thought that the exchange of benefits was ultimately a trap. Who would have thought that there would be so many additional trains? And by using another new technology, how many times faster could the operation speed be? Who would have thought that the proportion of increased taxes would be transferred by the imperial court and used to curb the regional monopoly that they had obtained after obtaining the right to allocate railway goods, while others would have to bear the loss of subsidies? Thinking of this, Gao Lishir began to worry for his godson. He said, "Xiaobao, you haven't even finished what you were doing before, and now you're immediately pushing out land. Land is the foundation of a person. When the time comes, the entire world will oppose you. Are you really going to force His Majesty to give you military power in a few more places? In the exchange of benefits on the railways, other than a portion of the imperial court's profits, more of it is squeezing your family's share. Could it be that your family also plans to give up land? Your family doesn't seem to have too much land." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to reply, Wang Ju said in shock, "The matter of increasing taxes is sacrificing my grandson's benefits? If I had known earlier, it would have been useless. Right now, my family doesn't have the total assets of 3 million strings of string, but for the development of the great Tang, I can't possibly bully my grandson, right?" Wang Ju said this at the risk of alienating his relationship with the emperor. He didn't know the meaning of the word principle, but he knew what he should choose. For his own benefits, he could give up his family today, but tomorrow, he could give up his country. Wang Wan was very satisfied with Wang Ju's words. She knew very well that when she and Zhang Xiaobao were in the disaster 100 years ago, some officials clearly knew that their children were buried underneath, but they didn't save them. Instead, they temporarily left them there to save others. In the end, their children died, but what did that official get in return? His selflessness, which contained selfishness, was only publicized by the media. After that, he could forget about having any further development for the rest of his life. It was impossible for him to be promoted. In fact, as soon as the matter passed, he would immediately be transferred from an important position. This was because the officials above him were also bitterly disappointed. Today, for the sake of advancement, you can even disregard your own family. What if it were me tomorrow? Promote you? Dream on. Wang Wan, who was in a good mood, said with a smile, "Grandfather, very soon, our family will have 3 million strings of cash. Sea cabbage can be farmed. You can circle a place and raise it in large quantities. Xiao Bao will then come up with a series of ways to eat it. There will also be free advertisements in the newspapers. It's not that we're specifically promoting our sea cabbage, but we're also helping other places that have sea cabbage. Our goal is to let the people of Great Tang know that eating this thing can prevent diseases. The price would rise, but it was controllable. Just like sea salt, there was a maximum sales price control in every place, and it could not be increased casually. With the improvement of water transport and railway networks, many mainlanders could also eat seafood. The problem now is the construction of roads and bridges. The main problem is that Xiao Bao and I don't know how to design bridges. It's not that we can just take out the people who make the cannons and put them on the bridge pier. Otherwise, the bridge pier on the Yangtze River would not be made of iron chains. Iron chains make it impossible for trains to pass. Wang Wan's words reassured Wang Ju. It seemed that everyone in Great Tang knew that with Xiao Bao in charge, it was impossible for there to be a loss, unless there was a natural disaster in the farming industry. However, natural disasters would not come every year. The corners of Wang Ju's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, I thought that I wouldn't have to pay more taxes, but I still can't escape. Sigh. You're still pretending to be obedient after receiving such benefits. Li Longji said to Wang Ju. He did not care how much benefits Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Ju. That was his own business. In the end, Wang Ju protested a little and said, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's share in the railway transportation is indeed being squeezed. However, they have a lot of income in other areas, and the materials used to make the trains are not good. At least, they can't meet the standards set by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. There will always be all kinds of small problems. The industry is in their hands, and when the trains and railways need to be maintained, those who have the right to allocate them have to pay for it. Besides, most of the industries of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family rely on the local resources to develop, and they rarely need to transport. When they really need to transport, it is usually to transport people's livelihood goods to the disaster area or to balance the price of goods in a certain place. In this kind of situation, they can forcefully compete for the carriage share of others at any time, and others don't have the right to agree. Let's talk about the land. Xiao Bao, what price do you plan to pay in exchange? Hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, I don't understand. The land policy of the Tang Empire is beneficial to the people of the Tang Empire. Why do I have to pay for it in the end? Because I have always been listening to the two of you. No matter what you say, I will agree and help you after asking clearly. It's like when the two of you are playing billiards. I am in charge of setting the ball and passing the cue stick to you. The ball and the cue stick are mine, but the two of you have the right to decide which hole to put the ball into. Don't tell me that while the two of you are playing billiards, you want me to help you throw the ball into the pocket? The two of you don't even touch the cue stick, don't use any strength, and just use your mouth to talk. Li Longji gave an example, and Wang Ju was confused. What nonsense was this? They were talking about national affairs, how did this have anything to do with billiards? However, Gao Lishur, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan understood. What Li Longji meant was that the two of them were treating the Tang Empire as their own, right? Since it was the two of them who came up with the idea, it was up to the two of them to decide. Ah. That's true, right? Zhang Xiaobao turned to Wang Wan and asked. Wang Wan nodded. She admitted that this was what she and Zhang Xiaobao were doing. Their goal wasn't to earn money, but to develop the Tang Empire into the shape of their hearts. Thus, they didn't allow anyone to stand in their way. At times, they would display an extremely domineering attitude, carrying a conviction that they would slay gods and devils if they stood in their way. Speaking of which, Li Longji's words were right. Since the two of them were treating the Tang Empire as their own, they couldn't divide themselves between the greater Tang Empire and the smaller Tang Empire. Seeing that the two of them were in agreement, Li Longji said, since the two of you are playing, you have to bear the consequences of losing. I'll bear the consequences with you. When it's time for you to be serious, you have to be serious. Don't worry about money. After all, even if you spend money, there won't be a game for you to play, right? More or less, right? Zhang Xiaobao was rendered speechless by Li Longji's words. Then tell me, what should we do with the land? Li Longji asked. Of course, we have to exchange it. Even if we were to buy it directly, the other party wouldn't agree to it. Let's expand outward, and we'll have more land. Tell them that those who occupy a large area of land can exchange 1 mu of land for 5 mu of land. Furthermore, they won't have to pay rent for 30 years. In other words, they won't have to pay a single copper coin for farming. Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger. Then, he raised 5 fingers. What if the other party doesn't want to exchange? Li Longji asked. Doesn't want to exchange? That's right. The land elsewhere is too far away from their home. Why should they give up what's near and seek what's far away? They can continue to annex the surrounding land. Can you kill them? Li Longji sneered, as if he was representing a group with a lot of land. Zhang Xiaobao also sneered, who do I want to kill? I'll force them to their deaths. I'd rather pay a higher price to lower the price of grain. At that time, I'll pay 2 copper coins for a dough of grain. Let's see if it's worth it for them to farm. If they don't want the land elsewhere, I'll go and plant it. When the time comes, I'll transport it back. Even if I have to pay a copper coin for every dough of grain sold, I'm willing to do so. Besides, hasn't our great Tang started to collect rent based on the number of mu of land? I'll use the seeds provided by the Sinangsi to plant, and then the great Tang will raise the rent. They won't be able to object even if they want to, because the great Tang will increase the tax based on the quality of the new seeds. In the end, I'll make sure that they can't earn back the money they used to buy the seeds. Not to mention other things, if I plant a large amount of high-quality rice in the northern area of Hebei province, once the price is lowered to the same level as here, they won't be able to sell even 1 jin of grain. Not to mention 2 ripening a year, even 3 ripening a year, they'll have to keep the grain in their hands. Zhang Xiaobao's ruthless words made Wang Ju and the other 2 shudder involuntarily. They had just eaten the freshly made rice, which was only ripening once a year. This was still a variety that could be further improved. The Sinangsi had been very useful these years. Wang Ju indeed knew that the rice over there was much more delicious than here. When it was steamed, it smelled good. When it was eaten, it tasted many times better than here. In the past, he didn't know the reason, but now he knew that it was because of the length of the ripening period. If it were someone else who said this, Li Longji would take it as a joke, but since it was Zhang Xiaobao, Li Longji had to take it seriously. He knew that if it really reached that level, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely do it. When he felt that the method was feasible, Li Longji suddenly found a loophole and said, Xiaobao, if you do this, what about the people who have land? Wouldn't they be done for? The local people? Subsidies, according to the number of people. Hasn't the court already stipulated how much land each person can get? Furthermore, officials are also calculated according to their ranks. Since it has been stipulated, when the time comes, subsidies will be given to each person according to the ownership of the land deed. But the tenant farmers won't give, because the land doesn't belong to them. The servant girls won't give, but a new contract will be released and signed directly with the people who have the land deed. If the court needs that piece of land, when they forcibly expropriate it, they will send the people who have signed the contract to another place and give them additional land subsidies. The key is not the policy, but the people who implement the policy. Your Majesty, your patrol team needs to be strengthened. The cost of their patrol is insignificant compared to the local officials' greed and goodwill when they don't patrol. If they patrol a place once, it might cost them 1,000 strings of coins. But if they don't patrol, the loss to the court is estimated to be tens or even millions of strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao had already discussed this matter with Wang Wan. In fact, the 2 of them had many ideas, and they also knew that the people of their time also had many ideas that they could use. But no matter what, it had to be implemented on the officials below. But their situation back then wasn't optimistic at all. There were layers of connections and countermeasures. The reason for this situation was that no one was clean. In those 100 years, the people had already formed a habit. Everyone said that officials were bad before they became officials, but after they became officials, they did the same. When they criticized others for having more women, they also wanted to have one in each hand. That was the fall of the era, the change in the people's hearts. Thus, only a small portion of people persisted, but it was useless. But the current Great Tang was different. The people of Great Tang still knew that they had to be loyal to the emperor and love their country. There were also few thieves in Great Tang. When they were caught, they wouldn't resist because they knew that they were in the wrong. In Great Tang, if you saved someone's life, they would bring their entire family to kowtow and thank you. If it wasn't for the rapid development of technology, the advanced production technology, and the sharper weapons, the society back then would have long been ruined. And the most fundamental reason for all of this was the development of technology. When other countries developed quickly, the threat to a slow developing country wasn't just in terms of military strength, but also in terms of the beliefs of the people. Thus, what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to do was to seal off the advanced technology and then use Great Tang's technology to bully others. As long as they were powerful enough, they could get the peace prize no matter how many people they killed. The prerequisite was that they had to deal with the internal affairs of Great Tang first. At this time, the two of them thought of this matter and looked at each other tacitly. Then, they revealed gratified smiles. Wang Wan maintained this smile and went along with Zhang Xiaobao's words. When the time comes, even if others want to play tricks, their tenant farmers won't do it. This is because we'll directly move them elsewhere and give them subsidies. This way, they won't dare to play tricks on the land. They want the tenant farmers to accompany them to cheat. Once the tenant farmers know that they can use this opportunity to take advantage of the situation, their efforts will be in vain. Oh, this is a vicious move, Wang Ju exclaimed. In the past, he only knew that his son-in-law's 2 children were formidable. He also saw the development of Great Tang and received some information from Li Longji. But today, after hearing the words of the two of them, he realized that this was the most profound moment. It turned out that many of Great Tang's national policies were developed in this way. In this way, the other officials in the court could only be decorations. They just had to follow the work, but they didn't have a chance to follow the decisions. Who could think of a series of things? Was this the legendary way of thinking of the students of Jinjia Academy? Many things found to be very simple after hearing from others, but if others didn't mention it, he would never think in this direction. He also didn't know how his grandson and granddaughter-in-law learned these skills. It seemed that they knew everything. Ordinary children, even if they were chosen by the 2 experts behind them, probably wouldn't be able to learn even 1/10 of it. This required extraordinary intelligence from a very young age. Li Longji wasn't surprised at all. He was used to it. If the 2 of them couldn't say anything, he would be surprised. Therefore, he nodded and said, "If you want to say the best, it should be the method of continuous patrolling. I plan to send out a batch of patrolling people every month and then add more patrolling people every quarter. According to what you've mentioned, if the first batch of patrolling people can't find a problem, but the second batch finds a problem when the first batch appears, then the first batch will be killed. If everyone can't find a problem and is caught by Xiao Bei and the others, everyone in the first batch will be exterminated. I definitely won't allow problems to happen to the local officials. It's fine as long as it's a habit. As for the money spent on patrolling, compared to the benefits of stable development, it's really too little. So, I agree to the land plan. Lisher will be in charge of implementing it." "Yes," Gao Lisher replied. When Wang Ju heard that the matter was decided so easily, he pondered about the issue of patrolling and advised, "Your Majesty, the local officials have many tricks. The patrolling people might not be able to see through them. Isn't it too heavy to exterminate them directly?" "Heavy? It's not heavy at all. I'm just choosing people from the local officials to be patrolling people. It hasn't been long since I started, so I haven't found the time yet. In the future, I will test the patrolling people and test their various tricks. Whoever can come up with a solution that others can't solve will receive a large amount of rewards. For example, if a county magistrate suddenly thinks of a good idea to embezzle 10,000 strings of coins without anyone finding out, I will send a decree every month to recruit capable people. As long as he, the county magistrate, can tell his method, I will reward him with 20,000 strings of coins. To deal with the local officials, we must use the local officials. Usually, the people who are chosen to be patrolling, other than patrolling, their other work is to think of various methods. Tell me, if they can't find a problem, won't it mean that they are not diligent? Li Longji also explained his plan and looked at Zhang Xiaobao proudly. Zhang Xiaobao had never told him about such a reliable method. Your Majesty, first of all, the county magistrate will receive more. Why don't we let him embezzle? Second, in the future, the local officials will realize that it's better to think of different methods than to embezzle directly. All of them will think of different methods. Wang Ju was still worried. Wang Qin, you're not like the past you. You used to be so smart, so why have you become so stupid now? Li Longji was puzzled. A county magistrate may receive more, but his method can be used in many counties. In the future, the other county magistrates won't be able to use this method. As for the second point, it's not that easy to think of different methods. If you spend all your energy on thinking of different methods, you will lose your political achievements. When the time comes, you will be held accountable. It's not that there won't be any loopholes, but as long as you continue to improve, it will become more and more difficult to find loopholes. Not everyone is that smart. Only then did Wang Ju react. He raised his hand and rubbed his temples. He had also been affected by the words of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and lost his calm. The main reason was that he had been mentally unstable for the past 2 days. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he prepared to listen quietly and let himself recover. Gao Lisher stood up and walked to the door. He gave some instructions to the people outside. He had to first clarify the issue of land and how much land each family owned. Otherwise, there were still many situations where the land was fake. Once the news of the contract was released, the people who owned the land would probably take it back. As for what they would do, there was no need to worry about it for the time being. When Gao Lisher returned and sat down again, Wang Wan brought up another matter. Your Majesty, I've discussed with Xiao Bao. In the future, we won't give the officials land. Instead, we'll just give them money. In the past, we gave them land because the imperial court's treasury wasn't very abundant. However, we still need to let the officials do their work. If we don't give them land, the officials won't be able to survive. Now that the imperial court has more money, we don't need to continue giving them land. On one hand, it's good that the children of the officials don't like to do business. In the future, we will have to think of ways to control it. Otherwise, it'll be easy for the local officials to seek benefits for their children. Xiao Bao and I propose that the current official's salary be doubled during his term. After his term ends, he will be given a one-time reward according to his evaluation results. This is called raising honest people with high salaries. For a provincial governor, if he can really increase the standard of living of the people in his province by 10 times and develop the place in a non-destructive way and generate 1 billion strings of cash, what's wrong with rewarding him with 1 billion strings of cash? Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated and said, not allowing the officials to hold a post in the local area can be postponed. After all, if they don't hold a post in the local area, they won't understand the situation in other places. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao also wanted to say that in the future, the local officials should be like Sanshui County. Whoever could become a local official wasn't appointed by the imperial court, but by the willingness of the local people. However, after considering the current political system, he felt that it was too early, so he stopped. Li Longji didn't directly agree this time. He still had to discuss with the other officials and see if they wanted money or land. The former was easy to handle. Money could be earned. If it was the latter, then he would have to discuss with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. How could he let the officials voluntarily give up land? During this process, he had to use Zhang Xiaobao's ability to deceive people. He had to make the officials feel that if they asked for land, their losses would be many times greater than if they asked for money. That way, there was no need to force them. They would ask for it themselves. The main method was to lower the value of the land and, at the same time, not harm the people who worked there. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I want to send a report back to the capital and wait for the results. Speaking of the problem of using money to replace land, as well as the problem of raising honest people with high salaries, I believe that they will be willing to pay more for the latter. I think that if we don't come up with a solution, they will want both money and land, huh? Li Longji felt that he could also think this way. Who didn't want to take advantage of the situation? Zhang Xiaobao also laughed and said, "We'll listen to your majesty." What do you mean listen to me? It's always you and Cuckoo who come up with ideas. I'm just the one who sets the ball, but the case, the ball, and the clubs you use are all mine. Li Longji corrected him. Wang Ju understood now. The so-called case referred to the Tang Empire, and then the emperor let Xiaobao and Cuckoo develop their relationship as if they were playing a game. Thinking of this, Wang Ju was very surprised. He finally knew how Xiaobao and Cuckoo got along well with the emperor. The two of them didn't want power, but the emperor didn't do it. No wonder the emperor always supported the two of them. Thinking that his family would be richer in the future, Wang Ju said happily, "The problem of land in the Tang Empire will be solved. Everyone will have land to plant." That's great. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao said, "The problem of land has not been solved. Now people are planting indiscriminately. They are not willing to change what they planted in the past. They always think that it will not be as good as what they planted now. In other words, they don't want to take any risks. Therefore, we have to find a way to make them change, especially if one thing sells well this year and everyone plants all the same next year. That will cause them to lose money. First, how to make them willing to accept new varieties of crops. Second, how to make them understand that they can't follow the trend in the process of accepting. At the same time, we have to form a scale where they can plant the same thing. This is very difficult and difficult to control. Planting seeds in one place all year round will reduce the yield of that place. Now, the Tang Empire is facing this situation because there is a lot of land, so there is a fallow. However, in fact, there is no need for a fallow. There are other ways to solve this problem. I will let the people of the Western Agriculture Temple take care of it and add in the upcoming insurance mechanism. Right now, we don't need too much agricultural subsidies. The more direct way is to reduce the rent. We can only do that after the people who occupy the land are cleared out." At this point, Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything. Whether or not agricultural subsidies would depend on the speed of economic development, the proportion of land in the entire society, and the amount of land per capita. It was not to say that the people who planted the land had to suffer and receive subsidies. It would depend on the average income and the price of other products. A balance was the goal. All right. Xiaobao, go and prepare some food. Eat the noodles. Go and call that boss and let him see how you do it. We can discuss the future matters in the future. If we continue to listen, we will be confused. Li Longji ate a small bowl of shredded pork noodles. Not only did it not feel good, it also did not feel full. His stomach felt empty. Eat the instant noodles. I will teach him how to make it. Zhang Xiaobao stood up gloomily. He had just exhausted his brain power and now he still had to exhaust his physical strength. Instant noodles are still noodles. All right. Li Longji appeared to be very easy to talk to. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao would not use instant noodles to deal with him. During the meal, they were indeed eating noodles. The noodles were rolled out by Zhang Xiaobao. To make the noodles taste good, one was the type of wheat and the other was the processing process. Naturally, there was no lack of good wheat. Zhang Xiaobao spent a lot of effort and rolled the noodles over and over again. The boss of the soup pancake shop was standing beside them. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao adding some salt to the noodles, he curiously asked why. Zhang Xiaobao did not hide anything and directly told him that the texture was good. The noodles were smooth and tender and would not stick together easily when cooked. Whether the noodles tasted good or not, apart from these 2 points, the most important factor was the type of noodles eaten and how to prepare the soup and sauces. Zhang Xiaobao made 4 types of soup and 6 types of sauces. Some of the sauces could not be prepared immediately and had to be prepared beforehand. Similarly, Zhang Xiaobao had no intention of hiding this and told the boss everything. Not only did he teach the boss about the noodles, he also told the boss about his thoughts on noodles. After all, the boss was tested by Li Longji and stood in front of Li Longji at that time. Although the assassination was fake, the boss's attitude was genuine and should be rewarded. Another point was that Zhang Xiaobao was very clear that his cooking skills were not good enough. He had not reached the level of a special grade chef and would not have much time to study cooking in the future. The reason why he could cook better than others was because he had been studying ever since he came here. Another reason was that he had eaten a lot of noodles and had a good grasp of the seasoning. The future development would depend on the efforts of all the chefs in Tang who were dedicated to making delicious noodles. Since the boss wanted to promote the soup pancakes, then he would help him as much as possible. Perhaps many years later, there would be an old soup pancake restaurant that would stand tall for hundreds of years. Zhang Xiaobao's serious teaching moved the boss of the soup pancake restaurant. Although he had always called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xiaobao and Cuckoo and felt close to them, he had never thought that one day he would really stand beside Zhang Xiaobao and learn how to make soup pancakes from Zhang Xiaobao. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was good at making money, and he also knew that Wang was good at fighting. He had also heard that Zhang Xiaobao was good at cooking, but he never thought that he was worse than him. However, when the noodles were ready, he recalled what Zhang Xiaobao said and was shocked. It was too amazing. There were so many things to pay attention to when making noodles. It was a pity that the noodles were ready too quickly. Looking at the situation, Zhang Xiaobao had not finished speaking before he had to eat. He could not pester Zhang Xiaobao to ask about things. He did not know when they would meet again. Perhaps he would not find an opportunity in his lifetime. Just as he did not know how to thank him, Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to send the noodles out and said to him, "If you come up with any good ideas in the future, remember to send me a telegram. I will let the inner courtyard take note of you. Then we will continue to discuss and learn from each other." Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to see a master of noodles grow up. He also knew why he was so amazing. It was because he was standing on the shoulders of a 1,000-year-old ancestor. A sauce that looked simple might have required the efforts of several generations. Taking it out himself could be considered as returning the favor to the previous owner. Perhaps the noodles he had eaten before were developed by this owner. Then, it was passed down from generation to generation and gradually perfected. This owner did not know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. When he heard that he would have the opportunity to learn from Zhang Xiaobao in the future, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. He opened his mouth and did not know what to say. As for Zhang Xiaobao saying that they would discuss and learn from each other, he only thought that Zhang Xiaobao was being modest. "Well, I won't accompany you. I am going to eat with you." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he found a servant from the inner courtyard and directly left after saying a few words. Naturally, this owner would not follow him to eat. After explaining his situation to the inner courtyard and seeing that the kitchen had left a bowl of noodles for him, he thought for a while and picked it up, greeted the servant, and ran back to his own restaurant. He wanted to let the cooks try it. At the same time, he did not forget to take away a portion of the various sauces and soups. As for how much the utensils were worth and what he would do if he broke them, he did not even think about it. In any case, the owner was rich and did not care about him. If it was not broken, he would send it back. If it was broken, he would ask the owner to buy another set. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao had just prepared a light breakfast for his mother and mother-in-law and was waiting for them to eat. After eating a few steamed buns, he was called by Wang Ju to go fishing by the West Lake. Wang Wan accompanied her mother and mother-in-law to find a place to do needlework. She only did the embroidery for her mother and mother-in-law. As for the sewing place, she took over for them, afraid that they would accidentally prick their bellies. Of course, that was just a saying. In fact, it would not be a big deal even if they were to prick their bellies. It would be painful if they were to prick their bellies. There was even a thread behind the needle. She had never heard of anyone being prickled badly. However, at this time, children were precious. From the moment they had children, they had to be careful. This referred to the wealthy. As for ordinary families, many women even gave birth while they were still working. But there was nothing that could be done about it. A person was a labor force, and only after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to implement free medical treatment with Li Longji did the situation improve. This was especially so now that the Great Tang was helping to raise children, and the Great Tang's population was rapidly increasing. Jiang Wang clan looked at Wang Wan, who was earnestly doing needlework, and said with a smile, "The later the child is born, the happier he will be. When you and Xiaobao were born, our family was not as good as now. At that time, I was already 1 month old, so I didn't do anything. Don't be fooled by Zhuangzi." Sigh. Mother, I know. Even the landlord didn't have any extra food. I still had to save up some money to buy books for father to learn from the teacher. It was because of the hard work back then that we have today. Wang Wan said with a smile. At the beginning, when she was in a daze, she called mother-in-law. She didn't call Zhang Zhong father anymore. She felt uncomfortable, so she didn't call Zhang Xiaobao father. Instead, she called him Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan's mother also said, "It's not us. It's all because of Xiaobao's ability. Xiaobao can make a lot of money. Not to mention ordinary people, even if the whole Tang Empire worked together, it still wouldn't be enough. You can't always bully Xiaobao just because Xiaobao dotes on you." Wang Wan's mother was already a rank 1 noble lady, but she still adhered to the original, traditional ideology. That was, a wife must take good care of the elderly, help the man take care of the family matters, and take good care of the children. Even though she knew that her daughter was no worse than her son-in-law, she still said that. Just like the Jiang Wang clan, didn't she still live a good life with the Zhang family? Jiang Wang clan naturally defended her daughter-in-law. She said, "Sister, you can't say that. You've spoiled Xiaobao too much. There needs to be someone in the family who can control him. In my opinion, Cuckoo should look after Xiaobao more often. Otherwise, one day, he will fly into the sky and abandon his mother. With Cuckoo around, if he dares to fly, she will shoot him down. Xiaobao can't fight." Wang Wan's mother said with a smile, "Sister, you're the one who's spoiling her. As a mother-in-law, you don't control your daughter-in-law. Who knows, one day, Cuckoo will take over the power in the family and not treat you well. There's no need to fight for it. I'll give it to her now. Cuckoo is not that kind of daughter-in-law. When the child is born, I'll have to let Cuckoo take care of him. Even I don't feel at ease. Anyway, I can't teach a child like Xiaobei." Jiang Wang clan said with a smile. She was not worried about the child at all. Whether it was food, clothing, or education, she was not worried at all. With Xiaobao and Cuckoo, the child would only be better off. Wang Wan's mother also smiled and did not say anything. In the past, she was worried. After all, her daughter would eventually belong to someone else. If she had another child, they would not give the money to her child, especially the boy on her side. However, she later realized that it was impossible. Xiaobao treated all his younger siblings the same. Moreover, even she did not know how much money she had at home. There was no need to worry that the child would not be able to live a good life without money in the future. Just a little bit of the family's money was enough for a child to establish a family by himself. The later the child was born, the happier they would be. Back in Luzhou, when the family was not as rich as it was now, Xiaobao and Cuckoo could build a big delivery room for their unborn siblings. Then, they immediately built a big house with agarwood. When the child in the womb was born, she wondered how much love she would receive. Wang Wan also said with a smile, "When the baby is born, Xiaobao and I have decided to let Xiaobei and the others take care of it. In 2 months, we'll let someone take a look. It's best if it's twins. The more people in the family, the better." At the mention of Xiao Bao, Jiang Wang clan remembered that her son had been dragged by her father to go fishing. She shook her head helplessly. Xiao Bao is too much. He's busy all day, but he still has to go fishing. Xiao Bei and the others went to Jiang district by themselves. They're worried. I don't know what's so good about fishing. Chapter 1062. Zhang Xiaobao looked straight into Wang Ju's eyes, shook his head blankly, and asked, "Grandfather, we are here to fish. Is this thing a crawler? Can it walk on the ground?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao regretted it. Who was the other party? It was Wang Ju, a close official of Li Longji. How could he be an ordinary person? He had overdone it. Sigh, it was all Wang Ju's fault. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Ju's joy faded a little. He finally knew what it meant to understand the ways of the world. His grandson must have known what he had asked someone to bring, but he pretended not to know just to make him happy. If he didn't hear his answer, he would have thought that he had never seen it before. Sigh, sometimes, when a child is too smart, it doesn't feel good for an adult. Thinking about it, Wang Ju became happy again. Her grandson was doing this to make her happy, which meant that the child was filial to her. Moreover, to have such a sensible grandson was something that she could only wish for in 8 lifetimes. Others probably didn't have it, right? So Wang Ju didn't care anymore. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Since you know, let's throw it down and see. The bait you gave you has a lot of hooks, and you also need to put some on the tongue. It's best if it's a worm or a red worm in a small ditch. There's a place you need to hold down. Otherwise, if you touch the hook and the tongue, it will close its mouth. Hang stones in the net below. If you hang other things, they will fall into the water in the end. It's not convenient to salvage them." Okay. Zhang Xiaobao didn't continue to pretend to be stupid. He carefully looked at the wooden otter. According to Wang Ju, the bait should be hung and the bait should be put down. This was to attract different kinds of fish. Both of them were ready, so they put the bait down and waited for fish to eat it. If a fish touched it, the wooden otter would close its mouth and release the stone below. It would float up automatically. Seeing her grandson put the things down, Wang Ju threw in a few more fishing rods and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I almost forgot. You and Cuckoo are not ordinary people. Also, the Ministry of Works that you let Yongqing manage and the technicians in your family design are more advanced. In the future, if you encounter something like this again, tell me the truth. The more you know, the happier I, as your grandfather, will be. Xiaobao, tell me the truth. Did you use your skills to make this thing?" Wang Ju felt that with the technology Sun Tzu had, he could make better wooden otters, so he asked. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and replied, "Grandfather, how could I possibly make such a thing? This thing can only catch one fish at a time. I can play with it for myself, but I don't have much time to play with it. I have to think about things all day. Although I came here to fish with you, I also have to think about other things. It's either I don't make it, but as long as it's something that Cuckoo and I make, it will definitely be something that the people of Tang Empire need. We also made tools to catch fish, but not just small things like this. We put big things on the fishing boats. They can help with the fishing nets and make it easier for the fishermen to catch and collect the fish. If we do it for ourselves, that is truly for ourselves. If we do it for the people of Tang Empire, Cuckoo and I will be happy. We don't care about the world, but we care about what we can do for Tang Empire. Compared to how many fish we can catch, a word of gratitude from the people makes us feel more comfortable. Selflessness is selfishness. I haven't seen true selflessness. Even if you don't leave your name when you make something, it's because as long as you think about how much help your product can bring to others and feel gratified, that's the embodiment of selfishness. It's just that one kind of selfishness brings benefits to oneself, while the other selfishness brings benefits to others. There's nothing wrong with selfishness. What's wrong is whether you belong to the former or the latter. Wang Ju listened to her grandson's words and then looked at the third wooden otter that had not been baited yet. She suddenly felt her face heat up. She thought to herself, no wonder His Majesty gave me the cold shoulder and valued Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. She was just an opportunist, who helped His Majesty seize power. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the ones who were truly magnanimous. They might have flaws and all kinds of small problems, but the people of Tang Empire approved of them because of their persistence and sincerity in the matters of Tang Empire. Just like how Xiao Bei refuted Shan Feng, who had come looking for trouble and wanted to attack Xiao Bei and the others, his meaning was very straightforward. He said, "Don't put ethics and morals on me. I'm not a saint. This is all I can do. I'm doing it, and I'm working very hard. As for what I did wrong, it's wrong. I'm willing to take responsibility. I have a good brother and sister, but you don't. With the help of my brother and sister, I can help others. As for you, you can only be a mountain village man. You can just be a good village man. Why do you have to question me?" She had originally wondered why Xiao Bei and the other children were so direct, but now it was clear that their brothers and sisters were the same. The strength and calmness in their bones, and then they brought benefits to the people, were what the people liked the most. They were not something that a noble man full of benevolence and righteousness could compare to. The people admired morality, but what they needed more was rice. The people needed benevolence and righteousness, but what they needed more was invincibility. And what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were doing was what the people needed. One was improving their lives, while the other was conquering the world. Thus, the emperor did not need someone who would rebel. What he needed was someone who could stabilize the country. Everything was that simple. Wang Ju finally understood why she was alienated. It was because she did not immediately change. At the same time, she also understood why the emperor appreciated her. It was because of her relationship with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Xiao Bao was her grandson, and Cuckoo was her granddaughter-in-law. If she was still the same opportunist as before, then there were two possible situations. One was that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would rebel with her, and the other was that the two of them would watch over her. This was the emperor's idea. In that case, the emperor's trust in Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had reached a terrifying level. Did the emperor believe that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would not rebel with her? Zhang Xiaobao's words made Wang Ju think of many things. After thinking about it, the way Wang Ju looked at his grandson changed. He waved his hand, and everyone around him retreated. He asked, "Xiao Bao, if you and Cuckoo rebel, what will the result be?" Zhang Xiaobao's expression was still so calm, as if what Wang Ju asked was a very small problem. He smiled and replied, "Then we will have to find a new emperor. It is very troublesome and not worth it. The people of Tang will also be at a loss for a period of time. A person's life has an end. Cuckoo and I do not want to waste years or even decades to restore the confidence of the people of Tang. It is not worth it. Grandfather, do you know? Right now, Cuckoo and I are developing Tang's industrial development in a very effective and direct way. If we do not take detours, it will develop very quickly. You will see that Tang's technology is developing by leaps and bounds. What Cuckoo and I need to do is to train talents. We have bypassed all the detours in the development process. We will make the researchers believe that there is absolutely nothing wrong with their research. In a year, in less than a year, you will see a new carriage." "Carriage? All right, let's call for a carriage. It will definitely appear, because Cuckoo and I know what it is. We won't let the researchers waste too much time on uncertain experiments. We will not let them borrow money and find investments for the materials they test. We have omitted this process. This is the super-industrial revolution that Cuckoo and I are building. Just like this fishing device you made. Just like you said, I know that Cuckoo and I know that it is too simple. It is just a few interactive links. It is not a big deal at all. But how long did you think when you made it? How many times did you fail? And in the Ministry of Works, failure is only due to the difference in the choice of materials and proficiency. It is not because the thing itself is wrong. Cuckoo and I will control the direction and thinking of the research. Zhang Xiaobao's meaning was extremely clear. Without making any mistakes, he and Wang Wan could make the great Tang develop its industry as quickly as possible, and then lead other industries along the way. Every day was very precious. They were not willing to waste years or even decades on the matter of who became the emperor. With that time, Tang would have developed to another level. Wang Ju was frightened by his grandson's words. He really did not know the progress of Tang's industrial development, but after hearing this, he finally had a general impression and expectations. He wondered what the carriage that could replace a horse would look like. How fast could it travel? Would it be able to travel on all the roads? A year would pass very quickly. He was about to witness the emergence of a new thing. Compared to the fishing device he made, the fishing device was more useful. After thinking about it, Wang Ju asked again, Xiao Bao, what if someone wants to rebel? Or is it someone close to you? Impossible. People close to us will never rebel, because they know that rebellion will interfere with my and Cuckoo's plans. Anyone who has such thoughts is not close to us, but an enemy. Therefore, in my and Cuckoo's opinion, there is only one way to deal with those who rebel, and that is, to kill them. Zhang Xiaobao's tone was still so calm, and there was no other expression on his face. However, his words made Wang Ju's heart tremble. Xiao Bao, I am just asking. Since that is the case, you can go back to work. There is no need to fish. Fishing a few dozen fish is not good for the people of Tang. Wang Ju suddenly felt that asking his grandson to fish with him was a crime against the people of Tang. Xiao Bao was not his Xiao Bao, but the whole Tang. With a swish, Xiao Bao lifted a fishing rod with a foot-long grass carp wriggling on it. He looked at Wang Ju and said, Grandpa, I'll make braised grass carp for you later. If I can get a fat head carp, I'll make a fat head carp for you. Grandfather, I suddenly thought of something interesting. Not only can it make money, but it can also improve your reputation. At the same time, it can also give the people a way to make money, and let the rich people spend more money to generate profits and taxes. Wang Ju was confused. Did he not express clearly enough just now? He said that there was no need to fish. Why was Xiao Bao addicted to it? Furthermore, if one were to say that Xiao Bao was absent-minded when it came to fishing, he caught the most fish, and his timing was even better. However, if one were to say that he was focused on fishing, how could he combine that with earning money and reputation, as well as making the people rich and raising taxes? Xiao Bao, what's the matter? Wang Ju could only follow suit and ask. He was really confused. This grandson of his was too strong. Needless to say, his fishing skills were excellent, but he was still able to think of a bunch of things in such a situation. No wonder Her Majesty always liked to pester her grandson. He was really amazing. He could still think of other things while doing other things well. Judging from the few benefits, it was probably not a small matter. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his grandfather in surprise. Was it necessary? Fishing was originally a form of entertainment. When he was fishing in the past, he decided on the income of hundreds of millions of yuan. Otherwise, who would accompany those people to fish? Was he that free? Ordinary people were not qualified to fish with him. Of course, excluding Wang Ju's identity as his grandfather, he could also be the Minister of Finance. He had been the Minister of Revenue before. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, Grandfather, what I'm talking about is actually very simple. It's fishing. You can organize and set up a place for fishing enthusiasts to play together. Let's call it the association. Then we will have it together. How will we have it? I have a reputation, but what about other things? How will we make money? How will the people become rich? And where will others spend their money? Wang Ju's experience made him unable to follow Zhang Xiaobao's rhythm. If it was Wang Wan, it would be much more convenient. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan cared about each other. It was really difficult to find someone who could understand you. Living alone in this world was indescribably lonely. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Wang Ju to understand at once. He explained, if you set up a fishing association, you will naturally find a group of fishing enthusiasts. Then I will immediately follow and sell fishing rods and various fishing gear. Is it profitable? When the time comes, we will split the profits and give you half of the net profit. You have to find a place to fish, and you have to have fish. No matter where you look, the local people can set up a stall nearby to sell fishing gear, open a snack bar, or even an important lake. If your association goes there, you have to pay them. Only then will they give you a good fishing environment. As long as there is a certain amount of money flowing, there will naturally be taxes. Whether it is transportation, processing, or pure entertainment provided by enclosed areas, especially fishing in running water. You have to sit on a raft, right? People usually charge 10 copper coins to ferry people, but they charge you 100 copper coins. Are you willing to pay? Yes, the people in my association don't lack money. You can just throw out a little bit and it will be more than 100 copper coins. Who will buy the fishing gear? Don't you know how to make it yourself? Wang Ju was very surprised. If others make it themselves, not only will it be a waste of time, but they will also not be as professional as me. Grandfather, let me show you my fishing gear. I have prepared this big box long ago. The things inside are divided into running water fishing, dead water fishing, sea fishing and river fishing, stream fishing and lake fishing, stream fishing and rock fishing. Even if it is the same place, different rods and baits will be used to catch different fish. There are also different techniques. In addition to the basic fishing equipment, there are also auxiliary equipment, such as chairs, tables, pole erectors, and so on. There are countless of them. I only brought a little bit in my box. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he laboriously dragged a big box next to him over. He opened the lid, and a variety of fishing gear appeared in front of Wang Ju's eyes. Chapter 1063. Wang Ju, who thought of himself as a fishing expert, was completely dumbfounded when he saw the dazzling array of items in Zhang Xiaobao's box. He had never even heard of many of the items, let alone seen them. Is this a part of it? Wang Ju did not ask what each item was used for. He thought that his grandson would explain it to him and leave a few sets for him to use. However, he really could not think of a reason why fishing required so many items. The simplest type of fishing only required a rod, a line, a hook, and a bait. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and replied, "Grandpa, this is indeed a part of it. If we really want to talk about fishing items, even 10 boxes of this size are not enough. Different environments, different seasons, different geographical climates, and different types of fish have a huge impact on fishing. Of course, if we only use a fishing rod, it is not impossible to catch them. Perhaps some fish will come to join in the fun. But didn't we just say that you will be in charge of the fishing association? Naturally, we have to prepare more items so that others can have a choice. Moreover, the more items there are, the more professional it will appear. This will indirectly raise the status of the association. Otherwise, if you use an ordinary wooden rod as a fishing rod, it will not reflect your identity, right?" Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with fishing. In the past, he often went fishing with others. While fishing, they would discuss business or scam others. He knew all the so-called high-level entertainment activities and was very proficient in many other aspects. For example, he could be considered an expert in golf. One was good at coordination, and the other was naturally rich. In fact, he was very clear that if everyone in the world played golf, then the people who were ranked high in the world would all be suppressed. They were not good enough. The reason why they could stand at such a high position was only because they could afford to play. Ordinary people, even if they had the talent, would not have a chance. This was the game that the rich played. It was not that they were really good at it, but that they did not play the games that ordinary people played. If they really played, they would be nothing. Wang Ju also understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words. From the looks of it, it was not just for fishing, but to make money. However, the money was not just for the fishing association, but also for other places with various kinds of fish. At the same time, the people could also go and join in the fun. Of course, the most important thing was that all the fishing tackle was designed and made by his grandson. Therefore, for a period of time, his grandson could make a lot of profit just by selling fishing tackle. He could use the reputation of the Angling Association to sell his fishing tackle to his grandson. Good plan, it was really a good plan. Thinking of her grandson's ability to make money, Wang Ju smiled and said, Xiao Bao, according to what you said, if I become the president, won't my fishing ability be better than others? Stay a few more days and tell me how to use the things in the box. However, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, Grandpa, you don't need to be very good at fishing. What you need to do is to know the habits of each fish, know what kind of fish are in which place, and know how to use the rod, bait, and hook. Your role is to organize fishing activities and manage the departments under you. You used to be the Minister of Revenue, so I don't think there will be any problems, right? Zhang Xiaobao knew the power of an organization too well. Whether an organization was good or not did not depend on the masters in a certain activity, but on the ability of the leader. It was easy to be a master. If one's own ability was not good enough, he could train them. If he could not train them, he could hire them. Just like in football, no matter how valuable the players were, they could not earn as much as the people in the club. Otherwise, the club would lose money. It was the same for car racing. In the end, the people who benefited from it were the people in the organization behind the scenes, not the people who risked all kinds of dangers on the field. This was the knowledge of using people. Wang Ju also thought of this and said with a smile, organization. I know how to organize an organization, but why does the fishing association need departments? Is there someone who takes you out to play, and someone who sells fishing tackle? As he spoke, Wang Ju narrowed his eyes and looked at his grandson. Zhang Xiaobao's eyebrows and Weiwei frowned. He felt that his grandpa was getting more and more stupid. What a simple question. How could he ask such a question? Thinking but not showing it on the surface, Zhang Xiaobao explained, Grandpa, the fishing association is not the inner court of our family. What we need is unity. In fact, it is no different from the court, except that the court is at a higher level and the association is at a lower level. Fishing fans from all over the Tang Empire can't be so united, so what you need to do is the simplest and most difficult work of internal balance. You don't allow them to be united and make them have conflicts. One is the temptation from power, and the other is the temptation from economics. Power is the right to speak, and economics is naturally money. Only when there are conflicts can there be competition, and you can seize the opportunity. If they really unite, they may overthrow you at any time. So, you need to do this. Zhang Xiaobao began to explain to Wang Ju. For example, the departments and power should be divided. After all, it was a fishing association, and there was no need to be afraid that there would be too many idlers. The departments were also divided into those with more profit and those with less profit, so that it would be easier for the leader to make decisions. He talked about the managers who were responsible for fishing in the running water, the people who were responsible for fishing in the streams, the people who were responsible for organizing the staff, the logistics, and the auxiliary medical care, etc. He could even guide the subordinates to explore new fields, such as not only fishing, but also catching shrimps and turtles. He even told them some of the fighting skills of the subordinates. The more Zhang Xiaobao talked, the more he did not forget to pull the baited fish out of the water from the West Lake and put them in the net nearby. He let them live in the water until they were fresh when he ate them. Wang Ju listened attentively and nodded from time to time. He stopped fishing and narrowed his eyes even more. The kind smile on his face also became more obvious. It has to be standardized and managed according to the administrative method. And, Grandpa, you can't do this. You know it, but you still want me to say it. I've been talking for a long time, and my throat is dry. As Xiaobao spoke, he realized that it wasn't that his grandfather didn't know anything. He just liked to listen to him and listen to his opinions on political matters. The better he performed, the more satisfied he would be. It was a kind of care and test from an elder to a younger generation. Grandpa had not become such an important official for nothing. Just like Old Man Pai and the others, they were all smart and had a good grasp of the situation. Perhaps there were many things that they knew clearly in their hearts, but they still pretended not to know. For example, when Old Man Pai looked for him and Cuckoo to fish, it did not matter who won in the process. What was important was the result after they reached a compromise. There was also that Li Longji. He was good to the two of them, but not from the beginning. In the beginning, there were all kinds of suppression and tests. If it were not for the existence of a very distant country that was very powerful, the two of them would not have survived until today and would have been controlled. People who could become emperors were usually not given for nothing. However, they would also make mistakes. It was probably because Li Longji did not believe that he was the same as Cuckoo that he gradually changed. There were many emperors who made mistakes in history. Even the emperors of so-called democratic countries would make mistakes, but the art of struggle was not lacking. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao could not accept it. He had said so many things to him, but in the end, it was just a test from an elder. Wang Ju chuckled. Xiaobao, don't blame Grandpa. It's just that the other children in Grandpa's family are much worse than you and Cuckoo. The younger children are also far behind Xiaobei and the others. Usually, I always want to teach them a lot of knowledge, including the political struggle you mentioned. They are afraid of me, so they want to learn, but they can't satisfy me. Now that you are here, shouldn't you make me happy? Okay, if you are happy, then what about the fishing association? Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. Of course, I will be the president and help my grandson sell fishing equipment. I know that fishing is not like before. Before there was no fishing net, it was the ancient way of survival. Nowadays, very few people fish to fill their stomachs. It is okay to fish for prawns, but the big prawns are in special places. It is not easy to use a net underwater, so fishing for them is not easy. Now that there are fishing nets, who would still fish for food? Come, take out the tools in your box and tell me which one is suitable for the lake in front of me. Once I learn it, I can help you benefit the country and the people. To be honest, selling fishing equipment is not very important to me. You don't lack money. What I care about is that the people set up stalls around the fishing areas and are responsible for processing the fish that they catch. Maybe the income is not the most, but the help to the people is the most direct. Today, there is the Fishing Association. Tomorrow, there will be the Snooker Association. The day after tomorrow, there will be other associations. Every association brings some benefits to the people. When many associations are added together, not only does it enrich the Tang Empire's entertainment, but it also slowly changes the lives of the people. Just like the pear garden that His Majesty built. Do you really think that His Majesty built it for him? His Majesty saw that the people were rich and was afraid that other things would happen, so he built it. Unfortunately, His Majesty thinks that he is rich, but in front of you and Cuckoo, he is still poor. Who asked for industrial and agricultural technology to not be able to keep up? Also, there is the canal that has been in use and has been expanding. Back then, Yang Guang said that it was for him to play, but he is not that stupid. Playing is just an excuse. His Majesty is also playing, and he goes to every place with a purpose. It is not His Majesty's purpose, but it is also the purpose of you and Cuckoo, right? Wang Ju also said a lot of things. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobao became even more depressed. Since they all knew, why didn't the book say so? Wasn't it because of political needs? None of these people were good people. Sighing, Zhang Xiaobao took out something from the box. Alright, then let's try out the various tools. While Zhang Xiaobao accompanied Wang Ju to fish, Xiaobei's team was getting closer and closer to Jiangzhou. However, they deliberately slowed down their speed. Now, the team was bigger than when they had just left Hangzhou. A portion of the gunboats had entered Poyang Lake, while the other portion had joined up with Xiaobei's team. There were also more hot air balloons in the sky. When they first started, no one could guess what was going on. However, when the identities of Xiaobei and the others were revealed, and when they started to encircle and annihilate the religious organization, everything became clear. Not only did the other party know, but the government also knew. Even the smarter people also knew. When a smart person said something, the other people would follow suit and spread the news. In the end, the more the news spread, the more ridiculous it became. In the end, some people no longer said that they wanted to encircle and annihilate someone. Instead, they said that there was a monster in Poyang Lake and that it was disadvantageous to the Tang Empire. It would overthrow the Tang Empire and cause the people to live in an abyss of suffering. The Zhang family and the Wang family gathered all their forces to find the monster and kill it. They wanted to protect the Tang Empire and allow the people to live a stable life. At the same time, there was another saying. The Tang Empire had angered the heavens and there was a monster in the Tang imperial court. Therefore, the heavens sent immortals to kill the monster. However, the monster had already cultivated and was not easy to kill, so the immortals could only hide in the lake for the time being. Many people spread the former, but the latter was so rare that it was less than 1 in 1,000 people. Furthermore, it was very secretive. It was so secretive that no one dared to tell others. Instead, it was written on very small pieces of paper and pasted everywhere. Children were the most literate. Ordinary people would only take time out of their free time to make up for their literacy lessons. There were not many of them now. The effect of pasting paper strips was naturally not good. Ordinary people could not understand it, but children could. However, once they told their parents would immediately tell them to shut up. Some even followed their children on the streets. Early in the morning, they would see the paper strips that had been pasted everywhere last night. When the children read them, they would immediately tear them down. Ordinary people were not stupid. They could tell who was good and who was bad just by looking at their lives. Some ordinary people even spoke bluntly in places like tea houses. They said that the Tang Empire did not have monsters, but immortals helping the Tang Empire. Moreover, even if there were monsters, they were good ones. The immortals sent by the heavens were bad immortals. When the immortals in the mortal world saw that people in the mortal world lived better lives than immortals, they were jealous. As a result, when Xiaobei slowed down the speed of the team, there would always be many citizens on the shore during the day. They would bring local specialties and ask the fairies in the river to help deliver them to Xiaobei's boat for Xiaobei and the others to eat. They used this to express their support for the Tang Empire. Ordinary people would not talk too much like the officials. They used the most practical actions to tell the rumormongers whose side they were on and who they supported. Rice noodles again? We can't finish them either. Did you pay? When it was almost noon, Xiaobei helplessly said to the inner courtyard as he looked at the items delivered by the ordinary people on the shore. We did, but the ordinary people were not willing to accept them. Look, a basket of rice noodles, if sold normally, would cost at least 15 copper coins. But in the end, the ordinary people who delivered the rice noodles only took 7 copper coins when we said that we would not take any money. It's not even enough to cover the cost, let alone the labor costs. Young lady, find someone else to be in charge of this matter. I think 6th Steward Wang is a good choice. Let him do it. I really can't stand it. Arguing with the ordinary people over a few copper coins is like fighting a war. The inner courtyard complained. He wanted to divert the trouble and did not want to do this work himself. Xiaobei chuckled and said, "It's the same no matter who does it. You work hard first. I'll discuss with them and see if they have any good ideas." After saying this, Xiaobei went to look for Xiao Yuan and the others. It wasn't until noon when they were eating rice noodles that they finally came up with a solution. That was to take out the things that were supposed to be sold at every bustling port on the road and exchange them with the people who sent them to the shore. The fleet had bought and sold along the way. Now, not only had they earned back the money they had spent, they even had a slight surplus. Most importantly, they had enriched the dining tables of the ordinary people. This was because the ships usually carried a lot of food, all of which were local specialties. Since the ordinary people wanted to give them things, it was better for everyone to take advantage of them. If they exchanged with the other party, they would earn a little in value, and the other party would not lose anything. If they did not exchange with the other party and instead bought the goods themselves, the price would be twice as high. This gave them an excuse to stall for time, allowing Hu Liang and the others to infiltrate the enemy's ranks more easily. Once the matter of the exchange started, the ordinary people were not willing at first. The person in charge explained that the fleet could earn money and even revealed a portion of the data. Only then did the ordinary people accept the proposal of the exchange. As a result, there were even more ordinary people waiting on the shore to exchange. Every family had local specialties that were not worth much. They took them out and sent baskets of them to the shore, waiting for the fleet to send small boats to transport them back and forth. This turned the fleet into a mobile market. Other than the local specialties, there were also handmade products. Xiao Bei and the others did not stop them. As long as they came from the shore to exchange, no matter what the other party took out, they would exchange it with them. Even if it was a stone, it was fine. Of course, until now, no one had used a stone to exchange for it. They were afraid that they would be beaten up by other people who wanted to exchange. A few days later, the fleet finally slowly entered the territory of Jiang District. As soon as they arrived, all the guards became nervous. They did not know what the other party would do. Xiao Bei and the group of children also stayed in the cabin and did not come out. Although it was a bit depressing, it was still better than being hurt by danger. They did not want to put themselves in a dangerous situation. This was also what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always done. In the beginning, when their family only had zhuangzi, they took out a portion of their money to protect themselves. They did not want to wait until they had earned money and status before accidentally dying. At that time, not to mention their situation when they had just become rich, even more powerful people could be assassinated. For example, Zhang Xiaobao once bought the life of a small country's prime minister and succeeded. Of course, it was nothing. Didn't many presidents of large countries die? Therefore, Xiao Bei and the group of children also learned from their older brother and sister. When there was a possibility of danger, they would do their best to protect themselves. They all stayed in the cabin to play with Pan, and Wang Wan. At the same time, they settled down to study. When the ship reached the border of Jiang District, it did not immediately stop. The capital of Jiang District was in Xuanyang. They had to pass through the entrance of Poyang Lake and continue along the Yangtze River for a while. The speed of the fleet began to change. Sometimes, they would speed up at night, and sometimes they would even stop during the day. The place that they could reach in a day actually took them 3 days. On this day, there were even more ships coming and going on the river. The morning sun shone down diagonally. There were not only cargo ships on the river, but also ferries and slightly larger fishing boats. On the river, there were no small boats like the ones in Sanshui County. Otherwise, with the Yangtze River's speed and volume of water, as many small boats as there were, they would capsize. Even the slightly larger boats were not something that ordinary people could control. The ferries all moved diagonally. After leaving the shore, they moved in a diagonal direction. Furthermore, there were boaters. Xuanyang is in front, right? It is very lively. I see a lot of people walking back and forth. I can't see if there are any officials coming to greet us. Xiao Bei held a telescope in his hand and ran to the uppermost cabin on the 4th floor. He opened a very small window that was not made of glass and carefully looked forward like a thief. As the capital of Jiang District, which had Poyang Lake, Xuanyang's dock could not be deserted. If the sound of the river water hitting the ship was a little quieter, the ship could even hear the noise of the dock. Xiao Yuan also held a telescope and looked there. He said, "I hope that there are no officials coming to greet us." Who knows if there are any dangerous people among them? Brother and sister have already told us to be very, very careful. I'm scared to death. It's possible that all the officials in Jiang district have been bribed by the other party, even the other party's core members. If the officials come, we can't not meet them. What if they put a grenade in their stomach? Nonsense. How can a grenade be put in the stomach? Why don't you say put a large cannonball in it? I reckon that if they want to put explosives, they just need to buy a bunch of fireworks and wrap them around themselves. Then, they will be found after a search. If they want to see us, they have to go to another ship to take a shower and change clothes. Xiao Bei did not believe that anyone could put a grenade in their stomach. It was too big to fit in, and it was so heavy. Not necessarily. There are many capable people in the world. Either they bury explosives somewhere, such as the dock, and wait for us to go up. Then, they will light it up. With a boom, we will fly. Xiao Yuan had nothing to do, so he and Xiao Bei were discussing how to assassinate. At this moment, the inner courtyard member who was accompanying them said, if they can really get explosives, it means that they have their own people in the army. This is troublesome. If they can get explosives, they can also get guns. It's too dangerous for us. That's really possible. Xiao Bei became nervous. Then, he instructed, stop the ships and issue a warning. Get all the ships in the river to maintain a distance from our fleet. Don't let them come forward. No matter the reason, even if their oars are not properly oared. As long as they come close, sink them. We can't go ashore at the dock. Let's go somewhere else. Oh, get someone to send the big doll made in Old Willow Village to the dock. I want to see if there's anyone who doesn't want the doll to appear. Just as Xiao Bei finished speaking, Xiao Yuan suddenly shouted, those ships. Quick, look at those ships. What are they doing? They are approaching us. There are even banners on them. Quick, see what's written. No matter what's written, don't come close. If you do, sink them. Quick, send someone to shout. No, don't send anyone over. Use the loudspeaker. Even if it's to welcome us, don't do it. When Xiao Bei heard Xiao Yuan, he looked over. Indeed, there were about 20 small boats with banners on them. They were approaching the fleet at a fast speed. They were upstream, so all they had to do was follow the water and go down. When the people in the inner courtyard behind heard this, they became nervous. They immediately ran outside. Before he could run over, someone on the ship had already thought of this matter. The loudspeaker's voice was broadcast. All ships, listen up. Don't come close. If you do, sink them. All ships, listen up. Don't come close. If you do, shouts rang out over and over again, but the boats that were flowing downstream didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Instead, there were people behind them who were rowing the oars, and their speed increased. Soon, they were less than 500 meters away from the first big boat in front of them. At this moment, on the ship Xiao Bei was on, he could already see the words on the banners through binoculars. There were words like Xiao Bei, welcome, Xiao Yuan, and so on. In front of each ship, there was a person waving a bouquet of flowers. This was a tradition passed down by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They welcomed others to use flowers. Furthermore, the person waving the flowers had a happy look on his face. He opened his mouth and shouted something. It seemed like he was welcoming them. The first large ship didn't care about that. At a distance of 500 meters, the guns could already shoot. The light machine gun was set up on the deck in front and fired a few shots as a warning shot. The expressions of the people standing at the bow of the small ship changed, but the ship still moved towards the large ship. In the blink of an eye, it was 300 meters away. The people at the bow of the ship waved even more enthusiastically. Almost at the same time, there was a rumbling sound. The small cannon on the first large ship opened fire. It was aimed directly at the small ship at the front. A few shells landed on the water, and a few more hit the small ship at the same time. Just as the people on the shore and the other ships were puzzled, the small ship that was hit suddenly exploded even more violently. With that loud sound, it seemed like the entire water surface trembled. Seeing this situation, even if the people on the first large ship were stupid, they understood what was going on. This was definitely not the power of a shell. Because it was a small cannon, it couldn't cause such a big explosion. At this moment, the people on the other small ships jumped into the water. Even the people at the back who were rowing disappeared from the water surface. They're so bold. Quick, destroy the small ship. Don't let them get close. Hurry up. Xiao Bei looked through her binoculars and shouted with all her might. Unfortunately, the ship in front couldn't hear her at all. However, the reaction speed of the ship in front was not slow at all. More shells and bullets poured out like they were free. The small ships that rushed over also exploded one after another. In the process of the explosion, the ships that were washed over by the water also exploded. In the end, only one small ship broke through the heavy barrage of shells and came to about 10 meters away from the large ship. This time, the people on the large ship did not attack. They just lay on the deck, meaning to let the small ship explode. After all, the ship was big enough, and the outside was made of iron. The only thing they were worried about was the vibration. They estimated that some people would be injured, but it wouldn't be enough to say that they would be killed. This was because the fleet had long been trained to move to a relatively safe place at critical moments. If they couldn't move in time, they had to stop all actions, cover their ears with their hands, and keep their mouths shut. The people on the large ship felt that the small ship that came over could still withstand it. At most, it would blow up the isolation cabin below the ship. If they were unlucky, water would slowly enter the ship. The damage control team on the ship would drain the water and slow down the ship's sinking speed. When the time came, the people on the ship would jump down and wait for the ships behind to rescue them. Everything was ready, but the small ship that came over did not explode. Instead, it sank very quickly after touching the large ship. From other angles, one could see that there was a hole at the back of the small ship. It was wet. When the other ships exploded, the gunpowder in that area was blown up. However, it did not ignite the gunpowder inside. Then, water flowed in and extinguished the line of fire. When the gunpowder was loaded onto the large ship and the hole was enlarged, the small ship sank just like that. The people on the large ship leaned on the edge of the deck and looked down. Then, they laughed and muttered, "Tisk, you want to blow us up? Don't you know that we have 2 little immortals in our family? God bless us." The people around were stunned. They were fine just a moment ago. Why did they suddenly start fighting? And why were the small cannons on the Zhang family and Wang family's gunboats so powerful? When they hit the ship, they could blow up the small ship to such an extent? Why are they fighting? Aren't they here to welcome the Zhang family and Wang family? Why are the Zhang family and Wang family opening fire? On a ferry that was not too far away, but not very close either, there was a person dressed like a scholar. His eyes were full of confusion. He seemed to feel that the Zhang family and Wang family in his heart had changed. However, someone beside him knew what was going on. He said to him, "What do you know? How can the cannonballs be so powerful? Look at the cannonballs that fell into the water. Why didn't they land on the ship? Welcome. The small ship must be carrying something that can explode. It's either the military's explosives or the gunpowder from the fireworks store." Fortunately, the Zhang family and Wang family reacted quickly. Otherwise, Xiao Bei might have been killed by the explosion. There are other children too. Damn it, who did it? Who wants their lives? It must be someone who was instigated by the monster in the lake. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise, I'll kill him. The scholar was shocked. He turned his head and saw that it was a person dressed like a butcher. Only then did he understand why the other party was so ruthless. The other people on the ferry also felt that it made sense. After carefully thinking about what happened earlier, they felt that it was indeed so. The other party had already shouted and told them not to approach, but they still moved forward. Then, when the other party fired 2 warning shots, they moved even faster. That's too bad. They are all bad people. They want to blow up people in the name of welcoming. If the ship's reaction was too slow, wouldn't it have been blown up? A young man of 14 or 15 years old said angrily. Another person said, "How can the ship's reaction be too slow? That's the most powerful team in Tang. Some rascals also want to mess with them. Humph, they don't know how powerful the Zhang family and Wang family are. Now that they have interfered, the people who are supposed to welcome them first don't dare to do so." For a moment, the people on the ferry started cursing one after another. It was the same for the people in other places. There were always smart people who could see what had just happened. Therefore, the people on the river and on the pier started cursing. At the pier, there were 4 people with gloomy expressions. They looked at each other and spread out to squeeze through the crowd. However, when they reached a place where there were fewer people, only 2 people appeared. The 2 of them looked at each other, turned around, and ran, squeezing into the cluster of houses next to them. After running for less than 15 minutes, 6 people appeared at the place where they had just come from. One of them observed for a moment, shook his head, and said, "We didn't keep an eye on them. They escaped. Let's go back and continue the interrogation." The people didn't know what they were doing, and Xiao Bei didn't know either. In the time before they took action, other than the pieces of wood that had been blown up, there were also corpses on the water. Some of the corpses were in pieces, while others were in one piece. They floated along with the river as it flowed downstream. Xiao Bei's face sank as she looked through her binoculars. When she saw the corpses, she didn't look uncomfortable at all. She had experienced a lot of things and had seen all kinds of people die. She only felt sad, but she didn't feel disgusted or anything. After looking at the corpses, Xiao Bei curled her lips and said, "A bunch of fools. The person who sent them must have told them to ignite the gunpowder when they were close enough. Then, they would jump into the water to escape. They really believed it. With the power of the explosion, how deep can you dive? Let's not talk about them. If I had jumped at that time on the boat, I would have either been killed by the shockwave or fainted and drowned. They've really pissed me off. I haven't even made a move yet. Just you wait, just you wait. None of you can escape. I'll capture all of you. Then, those who deserve to be beheaded will be beheaded, and those who deserve to be skinned will be skinned. Xiao Bei, can you not make it sound so bloody? Stop the boat. This is great. The other party really has guts. Thankfully, our family is powerful and reacted quickly. We were prepared in advance. We were also lucky. A boat came over and didn't explode. I'm already waiting to save them." Xiao Yuan was also looking through her binoculars. She was also shocked. She was in the Great Tang, but someone dared to attack them, and in such a way. It was no wonder that her brother and sister had sent so many people to Jiangzhou. They really had foresight. If they had used the same protective measures as before, even if they didn't get injured, they would still be scared out of their wits. Xiao Bei looked elsewhere and said, "I'm bloody. No matter how bloody I am, I can't compare to them. I really want to talk to them about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but I don't think they'll listen. What do you think? Even if you're right and we'll skin them after they're caught, I still feel that you shouldn't have said that. A girl should be like an elder sister." Xiao Yuan was just about to say a few more words when she sensed that Xiao Bei had turned his head. She hurriedly followed his words. After being suddenly attacked, the fleet stopped and remained on the surface of the river. The surroundings were heavily guarded, and the people woven from willow branches were sent to the dock. However, Xiao Bei no longer felt as oppressive as when he had first arrived. On the contrary, he felt very oppressed. He should have been the one to strike first, but in the end, someone else had taken the initiative. While Xiao Bei was uncomfortable, there was another person who was even more uncomfortable. That was 3 people in a single room in a restaurant in Xuanyang City. 2 of the 3 were sitting at a table, next to the window, while the other was facing the window. Several dishes were laid out on the table, as well as a bottle of white wine that weighed 2 jin. But the 3 had no intention of touching their chopsticks. Their eyes were fixed on the street below, as if they were searching for something, but also as if they were casually looking at the pedestrians. After a while, one of the 3 shouted, "Waiter, the dishes aren't ready yet?" Replying to esteemed guest, "We'll probably have to wait a little longer. The dishes take a long time to prepare." The waiter poked his head out and then retracted his head. The person who had just asked the question was clearly very anxious. He whispered to the other 2, "The plan this time doesn't require us to get rid of all of those evil creatures from the Zhang family and Wang family. We only need to blow up a few of their large ships and let them see our strength, so that they can continue to provide us with support." The other person picked up his chopsticks, looked at the dishes on the plate, then put them down again. Based on the faint sounds of activity coming from that side, there shouldn't be any problems. 24 ships equipped with dismantled fireworks and the medicine inside. As long as we stick to one of their ships, a single explosion will blow a hole in it. I know that although the outside of those ships is made of iron, the inside is still made of wood. It's not easy to make a ship that's made entirely of iron. Only small ships can be made of iron. I admit that their technology is formidable, and they're also smart. They can actually make iron ships float on the water, but so what? They can't hide even if they want to. The person who spoke earlier grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. He grabbed half of a cut chicken on the table with his hand and tore off a large piece. He casually chewed twice and swallowed, then said, "It's best to blow up those little bastards from the Zhang family and Wang family directly. I want to see what they can do then." That's right. The person who spoke earlier agreed. The 3 people fell silent for a moment and looked down at the street below. After a while, they asked the waiter again for the dishes. After getting the same answer, the person who hadn't spoken earlier said, "I'm afraid this matter is troublesome. There are 2 points. First, if we really blow up Xiaobei and the others, the entire docks and people on the river will be taken care of. Our people won't be able to send the news here. Second, it's useless. Our people have been discovered and are now hiding. No matter which point it is, it's dangerous for us. Let's wait a little longer. If it really doesn't work, we'll leave here." That can't be, right? Our people have been hiding in the crowd this entire time, and what's even more impossible is that the explosion didn't hit anyone. The people we send out have all smoked cigarettes. For cigarettes, they're willing to do anything. The person who spoke at the very beginning spoke somewhat unconfidently. He was also afraid that if they encountered this sort of situation, then the 3 of them would be in danger. Just as the 3 of them were talking, a disturbance suddenly appeared in the crowd below. The 3 of them focused their gazes, but before they could ask, the waiter had already poked his head over and said, "The 3 of you, Xuanyang City has already been placed under martial law. We just received news that the number of soldiers at the gate to Xuanyang City has increased tenfold. Everyone who enters will be searched, and there are also soldiers going door to door asking questions. In addition, the entire city is open to entry and not exit. Would the 3 of you like to eat somewhere else? I reckon that the dishes won't be served." The waiter's words made the 3 of them stare blankly. They looked at each other and realized that their clothes were instantly drenched in sweat. How could that be? For the sake of an explosion, they actually dared to offend the entire world? The person who spoke at the very beginning exclaimed in shock. This was Xuanyang, not some ordinary small city. Didn't the Zhang family and Wang family say that they were always concerned about the common people? If they really did as they were told, just how great of an effect would the local area receive? Moreover, this had always been a struggle in the shadows. To be more precise, the intelligence agents of the Zhang family and Wang family had never openly appeared to arrest anyone. After saying this person revealed a delighted expression. Could it really be that Xiao Bei and the others were all killed by the explosion? Otherwise, why would the Zhang family and Wang family put on such a display? Fine, are we going to withdraw or not? The other two people prepared to stand up. Just at this moment, another waiter ran up from below, leading a person with a dusty face. The moment he entered, he said, "The dishes are here, they've been directly delivered." The three of them simultaneously turned their heads and asked in unison, "How was it?" The waiter shook his head and shook his head. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "It's over, we were all killed. Before we could even touch their ship, we were blown up by their cannons. One of them managed to get past with great difficulty, but in the end, it sank on its own and didn't explode. Of the four of us, I don't know where the other two went, while the other one split up with me. This place is dangerous." "What? Didn't explode?" 24 ships, but not a single one was blown up. Did they open fire? Could it be that your ships didn't put up a welcoming banner? One of them asked in shock. "We did, but they used a loudspeaker to shout for us to stop. We didn't stop, so they attacked. They didn't give us the slightest chance. They all died. The people on the 24 ships should all be dead. The four of us split up and left. When we arrived at the rendezvous point, only 2 of us were there. The other 2 were probably captured by them, so we're already in danger." The person who came back said in a trembling voice. "Ah. How could this be? They were actually that smart? They even dared to attack the people welcoming them. Weren't they afraid? It's already happened. What's the use of saying this? Let's go. Their people might come here soon. The restaurant has been exposed. Tell the people in the restaurant to retreat together. Quickly, those who can't escape should end their own lives. Don't drag us down." The person facing the window stood up and said, and immediately walked down. He turned around and said to the waiter, "Quickly retreat to all the hidden places we have. Tell the people there to retreat too, otherwise it's easy to be caught. Send out the secret signal." The other 2 people followed and walked down. The waiter said, "We know. Take care." Soon, the entire restaurant's shopkeeper, waiter, and cook were all gone. The people eating didn't know about this situation until someone called the waiter a few times, but no one answered. When they came out to check, they found that the entire restaurant was almost empty. Chapter 1064. Humph, do you really think we don't dare to make any big moves? That's a fool. The explosion has already reached my head, so why would I care about the people's livelihood? I believe that the common people will also support us. On the boat stopped on the river, Xiaobei had someone cut half a watermelon. As he ate it with a spoon, he angrily spoke. Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, was using a toothpick to stick the watermelon that had been cut into small pieces. Looking at Xiaobei's eating manners, he shook his head and said, "Xiaobei, aren't you afraid that you'll get fat while eating with all your might while being angry? Can eating watermelon make people fat? Unless you take the sugar out of the watermelon and specifically eat it. Xiao Yuan, do you think that if Big Brother and Big Sister knew that we ordered a lockdown on Xuanyang, they would scold us?" Xiaobei stopped eating and worriedly asked. Xiao Yuan continued to shake his head. "They probably won't. Isn't it just affecting the people's livelihood? Besides, we came up with this idea together. Even if they want to scold us, they'll scold all of us. You don't need to be afraid." "I hope so." Xiaobei was still unsure, so he took another spoon of watermelon and ate it. Sealing off Xuanyang and conducting house-to-house searches had been their orders, so everyone present had to listen to them. Unless a new order came from Zhang Xiaobao's side, no one was allowed to disobey the orders of Xiaobei and the others. Those who hesitated or resisted were executed on the spot. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had very boldly given their younger brother and sister this authority. They were confident that their younger brother and sister would definitely make good use of it. Although there was a telegram, at this crucial moment, every second was crucial. Because after Xiaobei's group had been bombed, they had begun a series of actions, having the troops in the city begin to move. Of course, doing this would cause great damage to Xuanyang. Besides economic damage, there was also psychological damage, causing everyone to panic. Xiaobei's group was gambling that the majority of the common people of the Great Tang would favor them and cooperate, but they had no confidence. They had already sent a telegram to Hangzhou. But they had not expected the degree to which the common people of Xuanyang would favor them. When the people conducting the search went from house to house, the people naturally wanted to know the reason. When they heard that Xiaobei's ship was almost blown up, the people were even angrier than the people conducting the search. One by one, they walked out of their houses and helped the people who were searching the area to introduce the people who lived in this area, who came later, what their surname was, who was usually in the family, who was often mysterious, and so on. One by one, the citizens walked out of their homes. Not only did they help the people who were searching by knocking on their neighbors' doors, but there were also people who spontaneously organized themselves and stood at the foot of the city walls. They were a few steps away from each other and stood at the foot of the city walls. They did not give anyone a chance to climb over the city walls or crawl out through the hidden dog holes. According to the order of the lockdown, only people were allowed to enter and not leave. The commoners were about to go crazy from anger. Someone actually dared to lay a hand on Xiaobei and the others. How preposterous. When they heard that Xiaobei was coming over, they had been looking forward to it again and again. Everyone knew that when the people from the Zhang and Wang families arrived, no matter where they went, they would immediately come up with ideas. Moreover, they would come up with good ideas based on the local conditions and circumstances. Thus, the lives of the local commoners would be much better than before. If they were willing to become local officials, then the commoners would be itching to personally organize a group and snatch them away. Thus, if Xiaobei and the others came to Xuanyang, it would naturally be beneficial to their own Xuanyang. But now, before they even reached the shore, someone had gone to blow up the boat. Although no one had been injured, if Xiaobei and the other children were scared off and blown away, who would come up with ideas to raise the standard of living in Xuanyang? This was what the commoners of Xuanyang city were thinking, and then the entire city began to mobilize. Needless to say, with the help of the people searching the area really did manage to capture quite a few members of that organization and were now investigating further. While Xuanyang was carrying out the entire search, Zhang Xiaobao in Hangzhou also received the news. In the past 2 days, he had been fishing with Wang Ju. They had changed many places, and according to the different environments and types of fish, he had switched out all sorts of fishing tools. Wang Ju was truly dazzled by all this. She couldn't understand just how her grandson had managed to learn all these skills. There was a limit to one's strength, and no matter how smart one was, learning this and that would always take some time. But this grandson of hers truly knew too many things. If it was just her grandson alone, perhaps there would be someone who could think of a way to contend against him, but with her granddaughter-in-law, it made one feel utterly powerless when facing the two of them. Taking one person alone was already very formidable, but it was still possible to find a few flaws. But when the two of them were together, they seemed to be perfect and unassailable. When one person made a decision, the other person would always voice out a different opinion. Then, they would discuss, supplement, or improve, and thus arrive at a result. No one was an absolute leader. Depending on the situation, the two of them would constantly switch positions. This was the truly formidable aspect. For this reason, Wang Ju would always beat around the bush, wanting to ask just what else her grandson knew. But just as she was about to ask, a telegram arrived. Wang Wan had personally ridden a horse to deliver it, her face a mask of indifference. Seeing Wang Wan like this, Zhang Xiaobao knew that something had happened. Throwing away his fishing rod, he asked, "What happened to Xiaobei and the others?" Xiaobei? Wang Ju was puzzled. How did Xiaobao know that it was about Xiaobei and the others? Just as she was puzzled, Wang Wan said, "They were blown up." "Did you catch them?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Wang Ju was even more puzzled. "Why didn't you, Xiaobao, ask your little brother or sister if they were injured?" We're catching them. Xiao Bei and the others have sealed off Xuanyang City and are searching from house to house, Wang Wan said as she handed over the telegram. Wang Ju now understood. She didn't even need to speak. Just an expression, a glance, or even a feeling was enough to know what she wanted to say. No wonder Xiao Bao directly asked Xiao Bei and then didn't ask about their injuries. They had their own way of communicating. Hearing the two's question and answer, Wang Ju's heart, which had just been raised, calmed down. She also threw down her fishing rod and went to Zhang Xiaobao's side to read the contents of the telegram. As soon as she finished reading, without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to speak, Wang Ju began to shout. They're too daring, actually daring to blow up my grandson and granddaughter's boat. Ah, if this was Hangzhou, I would catch them and skin them alive. Xiao Bao, look at the news they sent. They were even worried that you wouldn't let them seal off Xuanyang. You can't talk about them. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Ju was protecting his little brother and sister and laughed. Why not talk about them? So petty. You're worried about just sealing off Xuanyang? Come, pass down my order. Seal off all of Jiangzhou. If you report one person in the Jiangnan West Road, you can get money. If you report more than 5 people, you can get money. If someone from another country reports someone from another country, they can get money of tens of millions of strings. They can also choose 5 technologies from the Great Tang. The informant will not be held responsible. As long as he or she is not the mastermind, he or she will be exempt from punishment. Someone to the side received the order and left. Zhang Xiaobao continued, send a report to Xiao Bei and the others. Tell them to kill at least 100 people. Anyone who participated in this operation but didn't take the initiative to confess, anyone who didn't report, will be killed. Hearing this, Wang Ju finally understood what Xiao Bao meant. He was blaming Xiao Bei and the others for being too cautious. Wang Wan now said to Zhang Xiaobao, it seems that we need to change our education. We've already been bullied to the point of being bullied, yet Xiao Bei and the others still consider this and that. Our Zhang family and Wang family usually protect the common people, but at the crucial moment, we ourselves are being threatened. What are we worried about? When we need to be strong, we need to be strong. There's no need to explain anything to others, and there's no need to explain anything to others. At worst, we can compensate them after the matter is over. There's no rush. If we teach them wrongly and they start doing things with great fanfare in the future, it'll be troublesome. They're still children, so we can't treat them like adults. Interesting, truly interesting. The other side knows how to strike first and explode, haha. I've decided. Once we catch them, we'll tie fireworks to their bodies one by one and then let them have a taste of what it's like to be blown up. We won't blow them up one by one. Zhang Xiaobao flatly said. Even though Wang Ju hadn't been in contact with his grandson for too long, he could still feel the anger in Xiao Bao's heart. He then said, Xiao Bao, we should blow them up. I suggest that the firecrackers shouldn't be too powerful. Just use small whips and blow them up bit by bit for a few days and nights. Even if they're injured, we can treat them before we blow them up again. What do you think? Grandfather, I'm just joking. Why should we blow them up? If there are too many people, I'll catch them and make them build the railway. It's best if other countries are involved. Then, I'll have a reason to ask Cuckoo to send troops to catch more people to build the railway. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said. He really didn't want to kill more people. If he killed them, then so be it. But who would do the dangerous work? The current safety technology wasn't in place. If the railway was built at a high speed without any regard for anything else, it would be almost fatal. Oh, right. Catch them to build the railway. When the time comes, you should lead troops to catch Cuckoo. Wang Ju nodded in agreement. He had never taken a train before, but he had heard that it was very fast from the capital to Luoyang. Although the current speed wasn't as fast as the 800 km/h emergency report, the technology could be improved. The breed of horses was just that. It was too difficult to improve it. In the future, it would definitely be much faster than the 800 km per hour emergency report. And most importantly, the emergency report could only take one or a few people at a time. The train could transport many things. A carriage could carry many people and a lot of goods. It was far from comparable to a horse. Wang Wan had a different idea. She said to the two of them, "Grandfather, Xiao Bao, I won't directly catch people. If there's really a need for war, I'll directly attack their country's capital. I'll surround them outside and not attack in. I'll force their emperor or king to sign a contract. That's how much labor they send to our Tang Empire every year. Like slaves, they don't care if they live or die. They don't get any wages, and they don't have food or drink. I'll make them lose the hearts of the people. I'll make them use force to suppress their people to work. I'll make their people feel helpless and indignant. I'll make their leaders know that it's wrong, but they have no choice but to do so. I'm even willing to help them maintain their imperial power and provide them with weapons to suppress their people. I think this is a good idea." Zhang Xiaobao agreed and continued, "I can also help. As long as they have money and are willing to come to the Tang Empire, as long as they buy enough things in the Tang Empire, I'll give them the right to do so. But I don't want their money. I only want minerals, food, and wood. Livestock and poultry are also fine. Even if they are officials, I will also help them and bring their families over, as long as they do what I ask. They dared to scheme against my brother and sister. I'll make their entire nation sink." It wasn't easy for me, Zhang Xiaobao, to finally have a younger brother and sister. They still want to deal with them. Do they think I'm made of mud? Hearing the two of them speak, Wang Ju couldn't help but shiver. Killing people was just a matter of nodding their heads. Her grandson and granddaughter-in-law actually wanted to torture people non-stop. They wanted their rulers to take the initiative to force their people to do work that had a high mortality rate. What was the difference between that and forcing parents to cook their children? Eat their children? Their desire for revenge was too strong. Weren't Xiaobei and the others fine? It was said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were very good to their younger brother and sister. Today, she saw it with her own eyes. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, since Xiaobei and the others are in trouble, aren't you going to go over? Wang Ju saw that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law had no intention of leaving and asked. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "We can't go over. Xiaobei and the others have already gone, so let them take care of them. Children need to be raised bit by bit. My request for them is very simple. As long as they don't deliberately harm the common people and don't do something when they know it might harm the common people, then I won't care about them. The harm I'm talking about is direct physical harm, not economic harm. Economic harm doesn't matter. If any commoner suffers a loss, I'll help compensate. For every copper coin they lose, I'll compensate them 2 copper coins. In other words, if they steal food from the common people's fields, I'll condone it and compensate them. But I won't allow them to ride their horses on the streets. That will hurt people. Of course, I'm just giving an example. Usually, Cuckoo and I never teach them to do that. You can tell from their usual behavior what kind of education they received." Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Ju. In fact, there was something he didn't say. Jiangzhou was dangerous, but Hangzhou was not necessarily safe. If he were the other party, he would include Hangzhou. Therefore, he and Cuckoo had to guard Hangzhou. But he couldn't say it out loud. If he did, wouldn't he be saying that his grandfather, Wang Ju, was incompetent? Wang Ju didn't know what Xiao Bao was thinking. After hearing her grandson's words, she nodded and said, "Indeed, Xiao Bei and the others may do something wrong. But if you say that they deliberately do bad things, then you're definitely falsely accusing them. They have always wanted all the Tang people to live a good life. So, you and Cuckoo will stay here?" "No, Cuckoo and I will leave at night. We'll take a boat and go against the current to the north. We'll act like we're heading towards the capital," Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 1065. Zhang Xiaobao didn't tell Wang Zhu what he was going to do. Even the inner courtyard of the Wang family didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do, let alone Wang Zhu. Only a small part of the inner courtyard of the Zhang family knew, but they kept their mouths shut. Similarly, before they arrived in Hangzhou, the inner courtyard of the Zhang family didn't know what Wang Wan was going to do. They were originally a family, but now, they had formed their own system. The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan packed up a little, boarded a big boat at the dock, and headed north. Half a day later, a shop about 300 meters to the east of the same street as the Wang family in Hangzhou was bought. It was on the other side of the road, and the Wang family was diagonally across the street. The shop originally sold braised food, including chicken and pig. There was no braised beef. The business wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Braised food was very simple. It was salt. Braised food was usually boiled in salt water. Later, Zhang Xiaobao specially made a few simple seasonings to make braised food. Most of the braised food shops bought the ingredients themselves and used them according to the recipe. Seasonings were also very expensive. Ordinary people wouldn't buy them all the time. After all, meat could be eaten in any way. There was no need to use seasonings to make braised food. That was why braised food shops were able to stock up. If seasonings were 50% cheaper, half of the braised food shops in Tang would have closed down. The main dish of the braised food shop was braised chicken and pig. Once a person ordered it, it would be cut into slices. It wasn't too salty, and it was just right for people with light appetites. People with light appetites would dip it in soy sauce, and people with sour appetites would dip it in aged vinegar. As for white vinegar and vinegar blended with ice vinegar, ordinary people couldn't afford it. The shop also sold rice wine and white wine. With the increase in grain production, there were no restrictions on making wine or raising pigs. Pigs didn't have to eat a lot of grain. There were people who often came to ask for a small plate of braised food and could drink 2 bowls of rice wine. When they came the next day, they found that the owner of the shop had changed. The original 3 people had become a couple, who looked to be in their 30s. The male host smiled whenever he saw someone. The female host maintained herself well and didn't look like someone who did heavy work all day. If it weren't for the 10 or so pockmarks on her face, she would definitely be a beauty. Unfortunately, she was guarding the counter with an abacus, pencil, and paper on it. She should be the female bookkeeper. When the people who came in saw that the shopkeeper had changed, they were first surprised and then felt uncomfortable. There was an extra sense of closeness and belonging to the people they knew. Now that the shopkeeper had changed, they didn't feel as comfortable as before. The person hesitated for a moment, but still decided to try a meal. He walked in and was about to look for his usual seat when he suddenly found that the layout of the store had changed. There were originally 6 tables, but now there were 4 tables. There were even 2 tables with long stools placed horizontally on both sides. In front of the 4 stools were 2 or 4 tables, which were much narrower and much longer than the tables. The tables were originally 5 feet wide, but now they were 2 feet wide. Connected together, they were very long, even as long as the stools. There were even lines drawn on the tables. It gave people the feeling that the person who was eating was sitting on the stools with a grid in front of him. It seemed that it wasn't very comfortable to eat in that position. The person who came in didn't plan to sit. Instead, he went to the big table and sat there. He turned his head and looked at the man in the store. This man was also a troublemaker. Without waiting for the customer to speak, he immediately walked over and asked with a smile, "What do you want? What do you have? Do you have the previous ones?" The person asked back. When the man who worked as a waiter in the store heard this, he showed a look of understanding and smiled even more brightly. "You are a regular customer, right?" "Yes, we have the previous ones. When we took over the store, that big brother said that we can't take away the previous ones. Some people like this kind of food. How can I just take it away casually?" As soon as the words came out, the person was satisfied. His status was unknowingly raised. Listen, regular customer. The new owner also knew that he was a regular customer. A plate of pig head meat, a bowl of rice wine, and a plate of salt beans. The person said happily. Not yet, wait a moment. The man was still smiling like he shouldn't. He nodded and turned back. The female owner standing behind the counter had already served the tea. The tea was brewed, which was popular in Tang now. Usually, no one drank the brewed tea. Not to mention that it was time-consuming, the taste was also not as good as the brewed tea. Of course, if one really wanted to set up a tea ceremony, it would also take a lot of time. However, if this was not a place that specialized in drinking tea, no one would set up a tea ceremony for you. The tea was very strong, but the tea leaves were not good tea leaves. When poured from the pot into the cup, there was still foam. However, the customer didn't care. If the tea was really good, he might feel that the taste was not strong enough. What he drank was bitter and astringent, like the taste of the tea leaves foam. Just as he blew on the tea and drank a mouthful, the male waiter and owner came back with a tray. This was very professional. Who in ordinary small stores would use a tray to serve food? Well, there is a tray. I also enjoy the feeling of eating in a restaurant. In the past, I usually ate in the wind-riding pavilion near the lake. Only then could I enjoy this treatment. You also have it here, ah. The customer saw the tray and said with satisfaction. Io, you are Brother Chow, right? The man who put the dishes on the table was stunned and asked. How did you know? The person who was called Brother Chow was surprised. How could I not know? The original Big Brother told me more than 3 times that there was a person called Chow Chow who always came to eat. Every time he came, he would talk about the wind-riding pavilion. Moreover, he recited a poem there. Although it was only 1 line, the mood was extraordinary. What was it called again? Oh, it was called The Rising and Falling Tides, Brother Chow. Hee hee. The waiter chuckled and appeared to be even more intimate. When Chow Chow heard this, he shook his head helplessly and said, You didn't forget to mock me before you left for such a trivial matter. All right, Brother Chow it is. Is there something wrong with your dishes? I only asked for a plate of pig head meat, a plate of salt beans, and a bowl of yellow wine. You served 2 more dishes. Is this plate of dried tofu? And this plate of quinoa? Yes, it's dried tofu and quinoa. Well, many people call it kimchi now. The 2 of us saw that there was still meat in the brine, so we put the dried tofu in and cooked it for a while. Then we took it out and cut it for you to try. Brother Chow, you are an old customer. It is normal to add 2 more dishes. I didn't know Brother Chow was coming. Wait a moment, I will go back. The waiter nodded and explained. Then he turned around and went back to the back. When Chow Chow was happy, he came back again with 2 more plates in his hands. He put them on the table one by one and said, This is chicken wing tip, just right for the wine. This is pig skin salad. Although it is just skin, it is more fragrant than meat. Others who come in can't even order this dish. Io, how can I accept this? Chow Chow showed an embarrassed expression. Brother Chow, there is no need to be so polite with me. Although this is the first time we met, we still have a long way to go. You are an old customer, and you are used to the taste of the old dishes. You are already giving me face by coming in. Try it, and if you think it is still good, come often in the future. I will earn back the money. The waiter said with sincerity in his eyes. Okay, I appreciate your kindness today. You are an honest person. What is your surname? Chow Chow felt very comfortable in his heart. The waiter's words warmed his heart, and he was also an honest person. My surname is Zhang, and my name is Shi. In the past, the people in the village called me Shi. The one standing at the counter is the one in the house. Originally, there were 2 children at home, but they were not around. It was more convenient to send their mother to school. If they really came over, it would not be easy to take care of them. Try it, the restaurant has just been taken over. The waiter smiled and said a lot of things about himself. Even before Chow Chow asked, he also said it. Chow Chow found that the waiter was really honest. He just needed to report his household registration. Hearing the waiter, he picked up a piece of pig head meat, dipped it in the soy sauce on the plate next to him, and put it in his mouth to chew. After chewing twice, his eyes widened and he stopped eating. Then he quickly ate 2 more mouthfuls. At the same time, his chopsticks kept working. In the blink of an eye, 5 pieces of pig head meat were in his stomach. He suddenly turned his head and said in surprise, "Sure, you opened a small restaurant with this kind of skill? It's a waste of talent, a waste of talent." To be honest, this plate of pig head meat is not expensive for 20 copper coins. How can that be? It's still the same price as before, 11 copper coins. Brother Chow, don't flatter me. Don't I know my own ability? It's good that you can eat. The waiter, Zhang Shi, rubbed his hands embarrassedly and said. It's more than eating. That's good, I didn't lie to you. Alas, it's a pity. If you really go to a restaurant, I won't be able to eat. With your skill, I will come here often in the future. I will also tell others to come and eat. Chow Chow said as he went to taste other dishes. Every time he tasted something, he was surprised. Brother Chow, you eat. The waiter said, turned around and went to the counter. He stood there without saying anything. In the end, Chow Chow drank 5 bowls of rice wine and paid the bill. He stood at the door and praised for a while before leaving. After he left, the waiter sighed. Seeing that it was still early, he guessed that no one would come in for a while. He went to the counter, pulled a stool and sat down. He said to the hostess, "Wife, how was it? Your husband's skill is good, right? Did you hear that? People say that the pig head meat is usually worth 11 copper coins, but your husband's dish is worth 20 copper coins." The hostess pursed her lips into a smile and said, "He might be able to endure it. My husband is still the best. He made a plate of pig's head meat and sold it for 20 copper coins. In the future, when Li Longji eats it, we will ask him for that amount. This is a little difficult. 20 copper coins is considered a high price. Li Longji is a poor ghost. Not to mention 20 copper coins, he can't even afford 2 copper coins. Just bear with it and treat it as helping the poor. Did you see my makeup?" The waiter raised his head and looked at the hostess. The hostess rolled her eyes and said, "You don't believe in my skill? Go and prepare all the dishes. It'll be noon soon, and it'll be time for people to serve. Don't be too busy. Every copper coin counts. Remember to mark the dishes that don't look good so that I can reduce the cost. People just praised you and said that you're an honest person. You can't lie and ruin your reputation." Yes, I will do it right away. Quick, it will be ready in a while. I can't help it. I am like this. I have good skills and I am an honest person. I will never lie. I am born to be bullied, and I will be bullied for the rest of my life. The waiter walked to the back of the kitchen while talking. The hostess asked, "Who are you talking about?" "Customer." "Am I not a waiter?" "I am a waiter, but I have to create opportunities for others. Do you think it is easy for me?" The waiter said and disappeared behind the door.